write the plan. Wait, let's see. We're live. Echo was first tonight. His mom setting an alarm. Should be going off soon.
What up, fools?
Yep, Jeff B in the house. Gorga baby. Willard Hall's late again. We gotta worry about Willard. Better late than not showing up at all. I suppose, Willard. Let it fly. Did you grumpy? I can call Craig's bail here. Oh my gosh. All right, let's see. Bad spelling. That's a requirement around here. All right, let's see. All right, good to see everybody. Let's see. I hope that
Greetings, Earthlings.
Camel's out there because he was giving me shit. I keep saying I was going to get a new one and I didn't. I finally got me a new Roseanne one for tonight.
Greetings, Earthlings and humans and all life forms, intelligent, programmed, half out of their wits, bots, cyborgs, transhumanists, trans whateverists.
Mass shooters.
The drugged, the cannabis smokers, and as we know, cannabis is not a drug. It is an herb. Right? And I think Trump is going to legalize it wall to wall, coast to coast. That's coming because he's intelligent. And, come on. America will... That's really going to build America's economy in a big, fat, friggin' hurry. That we would be the center of cannabis for the entire world. Talk about Abrahamic peace accords. Are you shitting me? We've got a lot to talk about today.
Great guest. I'm really excited.
Great guest. Very excited. Glad you're here.
Thank you.
Glad you're here. I wasn't talking to you yet.
Yeah.
Glad the audience is here. This is going to be one of the most interesting and important shows I've ever done, so stay tuned.
So Lisa updated my... Oh, let me turn this off. Lisa updated my clip there. I can't get too much shit out of that. And Willard said I'm being a baby mama to my... Well, how did he put it? It's true. I got 6 little baby chicks. It's so exciting. I might show a little short of that after a while.
I thought they all came out yellow.
I guess they don't. There is one little yellow one. I hope it's a girl. I don't know. Let's see. Oh my gosh.
I mean, I don't claim to know anything about chickens. I like them.
I don't know much. I'm learning it all as a
Hey, I was
ghost.
just talking to Cola a little while ago, and I was saying, when that chicken was trying to get out of that egg, I said, I know it's driving you crazy. You want to help him get out of that freaking egg. She said, oh my God, I did. I said, nah, let Mother Nature do her thing.
You want to, and I didn't want to mess anything up though. But
I
yeah,
would want to too. I'd have to leave because I'd be doing like a hard-boiled egg on it.
the little egg was stuck on its little butt. It was like, oh my gosh, I just wanted to help him. And then what was worse than that though, and I have a video I'll probably put out there. The one was on its back and it was just flailing, I just wanted to just turn it over, but I didn't. It was like literally seconds into the world. And it's like, you can't mess with them, I guess. I so wanted to. Anyway, they're adorable. I'll probably play a clip later or something. What is this? What the heck? $100 to blow. Good grief. Y'all are crazy tonight. Hey, Bella Vanilla, Irene, Pat Evans, Tracy Miller, Trips and Falls. That's a good name. Anybody buying shares in SpaceX? No. You know anything about that, Jeff? I'm not. Are we supposed to be? I hope not, because I'm not. What about you, Yor? Are you buying SpaceX?
Am I buying SpaceX?
Any shares in SpaceX?
If I do, I don't know about it. No, I don't. I mean, I've got a guy that does that for me,
Oh, okay. He's got a guy. You're
I
bougie.
got a guy, yeah.
I wish I had a guy to do that.
I mean,
for
all
me.
my stuff is, if I go read what it is, people who are not in the stock market, I'm not trying to talk down to anybody, but I didn't know. You always picture it as, okay, I'm going to invest in Disney and I'm going to invest in Gibson guitars or whatever, it really don't work like that. At least not for me, man. If I go to look at what I'm putting money into, I don't know what any of these companies are. I don't, some sort of applied science, this, that, or the other. My guy knows. He knows what to do. I trusted him for years, and he does his job, and he does it good.
Safe to say you trust the plan?
Trust the plan?
Trust the plan.
I do trust the plan, and I will tell you that lately, as volatile as everything has been, and the stock market is. I'm not trying to be like Boswell here, but the stock market. I know. Sorry, Boswell. I had to, but it's up and down every single day. But at the end of like a quarter, I get a statement, and it has been growing. So, thank you, Trump.
All right. Real quick, 106 Professor Falcon. Where the heck are you? I know it'll take me an hour to get caught up to that. I don't know the iGambles. I don't think I have that. That's like Jeff's channel has the iGambles. A lot of people have that. I don't know anything about it.
Willard's seen it.
Typing it in. Doc roll 11. You lost some 10. They're just making it up. Y'all are so funny. Hey, interesting tidbits. Drummond Son. Hi, Wild Dragon. Snake Slayer. Good to see you all. Heard Jeff just got in the stock market, bought 1,000 share pull-ups for big guys. What the hell? I read that like it was real. Good to see you. Hey. Lily C, Boris the Animal, Bong On, Marla B, Sis, Diane, Mary Freeland. Oh, yeah, Quilter. I'm just trying to catch up real quick. Deb Golden One, Teresa DeMouth. D-Mouth. I said DeMouth. That'd be a cool name too, though, Teresa. I'm sorry. Paul Scott, good to see you. I got to be getting close, right?
Kelly, baby.
So I'm so glad you're here, Jeff. I'm not up with everything with Iran and all that. I don't know. I was really hoping Pootie would be here too. Glenn Torres, his fellow legends. Yeah, he made us all legendary status. That's pretty cool.
Oh, even me?
I think so. If not, surely you are. Good to see you, Jerry. Much love. Marla B. Bill Giles. I'm watching on TV and phone where the sound is better. All right, we're getting 2 views. Thanks for that. Oh, Roseanne, I do too. All right, getting through it. Oh, there's Brew. Oh, thank you, Brew. And I know that's a guy now. Outlandish. I was calling Brew a girl. I feel so bad for that one. You got to admit, though, it is hard to tell. Like this one with just the D. Of course, Diane, I know that's a girl. But sometimes the name could go either way, and then there's no picture. Had 16 chicks the other day. I saw that on one of the shorts. You said that. I was like, dang, I thought I had a lot at 6. That's a lot. Yorga, is that a picture of Michael York, the actor you are suing? Are you suing an actor, Yorga?
Yeah, we don't talk about it here, though.
All right, Pat. You know what I did see, Yorga? I didn't say this on real life. Please don't be mad at me. I don't think you'll be upset. But you know that actress, that played in the Hong Kong movie? I saw she was hitting you up. I mean, Yorga's a pimp, y'all. Y'all don't know about Yorga.
The what? Who to the what?
The chick that played in that movie was commenting on one of your Facebook posts. Like, how you been? I'm like, damn, he is not lying. Hold on. Yorga.
Oh, yeah.
I just wanted to put that
She's a very nice lady. Yeah, I sent her a nice little note because I hadn't talked to her in like a year or so. But she is a bona fide movie star.
Good to see you, Wild Man. Yeah, but that was unprovoked, just in there, just like, hey, how you been? And I was like, okay, Yorga.
I think, I think she likes me. Yeah.
That's pretty cool. I ain't gonna lie, it's pretty impressive.
She's super cool. She's come to see me play, and she goes out and does all these conventions all over the world, man. They send her to Japan and all kinds of places, man.
That's awesome. And she's your biggest fan.
Well,
Yeah. Popcorn. Okay, so I'm trying to get to the bottom of this. Yorga baby, they come in different colors. I wonder if it has anything to do with the color of their egg. Hey, I don't know, but they definitely do have different ones. Like the little bitty ones are kind of like greenish colored. People say those are like Easter eggs, or I think that's what they call them. And then they have like the tan ones and even white. I don't know if it is to do with it. I don't know much. I'm learning everything new, man. Corn Patch, keeping the faith. Howdy. Good to see you. Diane. Kelly K. Ark Wildman Survival. Good to see you. Cheryl. Love you, Cheryl. Good to see you. Yeah, I'm getting there. Trust the plant. Clay B. Kelly K. Who is Trump on panel? It's Jeff B. Where's Chessboard? Haven't seen him. Chessboard sent me something I'm going to play tonight. It was pretty daggone funny. Richard Ness. Tennessee Ridge Runner, good to see you. Outlandish, good to see you. All right. Certainly I'm getting close, right? I might take a break from the hellos just to go on and play something because Jeff said he hadn't seen it yet, and I think he'll find it interesting. Steve's mom, love that name. Good to see you. Clearly it's Jeff.
Well, Out of Popcorn has left you a compliment. He says, Cola, pretty as usual. I agree. Jeff and Yorgo tried, but well.
I love that name too. We got a lot of cool names. Out of Popcorn says it all though, you know, because of all the things. Gas is going up 7-Eleven. And thanks for the compliment. Appreciate it. Mary thinks just heard him. I'm gonna invest in Depend's diaper when the scare happens. Cha-ching. You know this guy's got a sense of humor. And once again, could be a chick. I don't know. I hate it when you can't assume gender, right? It's a thing. Big Bass Man. I almost thought I said Big Ass Man for a minute. That would be even funnier. Sharon.
Echo, baby.
Central casting.
Yeah. All right. Let's see. Sometimes you can see someone in person and not know if they're male or female. That's a good point, Regina. Thank you, Out of Popcorn. Appreciate you. Craig is Yorga Baby's biggest fan. No, it's the chick that played in King Kong. Is that right? What movie was it?
She was in King Kong Escapes. She was the main character.
And she was pretty. I mean, she still is pretty.
She is tiny, though. I mean, in real life, when I'm standing next to her, and I'm not tall, I'm 5'10", she comes up to like, I don't know, my nipples, I guess.
Oh, yeah. Well, she looked real small at King Kong's hand.
Yeah.
So Diane says, I've been thinking they already Okay. I think they already has the arrest to shock the world. Trump was first arrested because they did a mugshot. They only do mugshots when you're arrested. I thought that at the time, honestly, but it didn't seem like people were so shocked. I'm changing my name to Central Casting. That would be pretty funny for sure.
Central Casting.
We'd get your joke. That's for sure. So I don't know much about what's going on in Iran. I know, Jeff, you're following and you know probably a lot more than I do. But so Trump posted this clip out of a movie and I've been following. I've got all kinds of clips from this Yoon guy. I'm caught up. Brighter Day. What a cool name. Good to see you. HN. Thank you. Good to see you. So he posted this clip from a movie and like I said, this Chris Yoon guy, he's just all over everything. This happened today, so I'm just glad I caught it before I came on because I'm so backwards lately. But
West Wing out of an episode about proportional responses.
Scenario 1, or Pericles 1, to use its code name, sir.
What is the virtue of a proportional response?
I'm sorry?
What is the virtue of a proportional response? Why is it good? They hit an airplane.
Oh, I'm sorry, y'all.
And so we hit a transmitter, right? That's a proportional response.
Sir, in the case of the Pericles
They hit a
1,
barracks, we hit 2 transmitters.
that's roughly it, yes, sir.
This is what we do. I mean, this is what we do.
Yes, sir. It's what we do. It's what we've always done.
Well, if it's what we do, if it's what we've always done, don't they know we're going to do it?
Sir, if you turn your attention to Pericles 1.
I have turned my attention to Pericles 1. It's 2 ammo dumps, an abandoned railroad bridge, and a Syrian intelligence agency.
Those are 4 highly rated targets, sir.
But they know we're going to do that. They know we're going to do that. Those areas have been abandoned for 3 days now. We know that from the satellite, right? We have the intelligence.
Sir.
They did that, so we did this. It's the cost of doing business. It's been factored in, right?
Mr. President.
Am I right, or am I missing something here?
No, sir, you're right, sir.
Then I ask again, what is the virtue of a proportional response?
It isn't virtuous, Mr. President. It's all there is, sir.
It is not all there is.
Sir, Admiral Fitzwallace.
Excuse me, Leo. Pardon me, Mr. President. Just what else is
The
there?
disproportional response. Let the word ring forth from this time and this place, gentlemen. You kill an American, any American, we don't come back with a proportional response. We come back with total disaster.
So again, he's mentioning that he's going to have a disproportionate response or an aggressive maybe posture, a sign or message to the deep state to say, hey, look out. And then he mentioned this just a little bit ago. Iran's military is a complete and total mess. Much of it, like their Navy and Air Force, doesn't even exist anymore. They have been completely defeated. Iran is all talk and no action. The bully of the Middle East is dead. They've taken too long to negotiate a deal that would have been great for them. Now they will have to pay the price. And then here, even the White House re-truthing Trump's post here and emphasizing the bully of the Middle East is dead. Now, I believe that there's some kind of comms here. I haven't had a chance to really connect that just yet, but I did see that he mentioned that the fake news media, this was posted just a little bit after he posted the other one, the fake news media refuses to report how effective the U.S. naval blockade is, the most successful blockade in the history of naval warfare. Nothing gets through unless we want it to. It is a steel wall. Iran is doing zero business, not paying their military or any of their bills, and quickly becoming a failed nation. Lots of oil is getting out. Praise be to Allah. Now, again,
I hate it when he says that, but I get that it's supposed to be sarcastic. But God, I hate it when he says that last one.
Yeah,
I
me
would have.
too.
I'd have much rather. Thank you for your attention to this matter. But are y'all scared yet? Because I mean, damn, disproportionate response. So you hadn't seen that yet, Jeff?
I've seen that TV series.
But he retruthed it or whatever, put it out there.
Yeah, I haven't. I haven't really. I looked at a couple of his posts earlier today.
Good to see you, Rudolph.
But I think the reason he posts that, because think of the events that happened 2 days ago when they shot down our Apache pilot.
Right, he's pissed.
And
but it is scary, disproportionate. Yeah. He's going ham a little bit there.
Well, I believe the whole thing with Iran is we got all these Middle Eastern countries on board with what I think the next phase is going to be. And the only holdout is the mullahs. And, with what I think Tulsi Gabbard's going to drop here at the end of the month.
Okay. And yeah, there's a lot. I feel like with the Tulsi Gabbard, there's something going on for her. There's a lot going on. We were talking backstage about the fact that at that and there's Jeff's link if anybody doesn't already have it. Good to see you, Regina and Sissy K, and thanks Yorga for putting it out there. Yorga usually only drops my link. You're in a very small group. He hates doing the links, but he tries to help when he can.
I did that by accident. Let me take that down.
Pray for him. His name is Austin. Okay, put Cool Creations by Carrie's sons in our prayers. I didn't know that. Over there, please pray for him. His name is Austin. Yeah, definitely prayers are powerful, you guys. And there's, strength in numbers when it comes to prayers. There's Bible scriptures specifically about that. So everybody try to remember that in your prayers for Austin. I'm sorry, Jeff. I was definitely interested in what you were saying. If you want to,
but I'm not now.
Yeah.
I'm still interested. Well, actually, I was trying to kind of veer it to what we were talking about the wrestling thing and how a lot of it. Look, I don't have clips for it. Same guy covered that too about the EBS colors. They're in sync, man. It's like, purple, orange, yellow, whatever the hell they go in a lot of the pictures, and people say it's comms and it's hints towards. I'm so tired of hearing about the EBS, and part of me thinks that'll never happen, and we'll just skip that part because it just seems ridiculous. We've heard about it for so much. But you were saying something about something else that was posted, and it'd be better if you told it because I didn't know about the claw. And then Yorga, you put your 2 cents in. I thought it was all worth saying live. Go ahead, Jeff. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So, this ring, they call it the claw. And so when I heard that, I went into 4chan and I did a search for the word claw, and there were like 2 or 3 posts in there talking about a claw, and the one had a picture of Trump standing at the old school claw machine and he was using the joystick to get the prize, and the prizes were the members of the deep state. And if I remember correctly, I think it was Hillary Clinton that was in the claw.
Good grief.
Now, here's the weird thing.
Hey, Starfire.
There's been debate in DC that from guys that I've talked to that they're thinking about keeping this ring up.
Yeah, which is weird. But so you were talking about the claw machine, and Yorga, something you said, your immediate thought about that was pretty interesting too. This
Doc runs 4 chins.
Thanks for the sub, Starfire. Appreciate you. So Yorga, you were saying about the claw, how it's really difficult to get it. Did you just didn't want to repeat yourself?
You got to look at the metaphors. The first thing I thought was nobody ever wins that claw game, man. It's a hard freaking game. So are they trying to say that we know who all the people are, but we got to do this claw thing to maybe hopefully grab some of them? But you know how that claw thing goes.
Yeah. Well, I didn't. So it's crazy though. Like it's a good thought, but I didn't even I didn't even think of that. But it's true. I could never win anything. There's always somebody there's some people that are just like kind of good at that game. I was not one of them, but it is true. It's hard to win that game. And
all right, so you guys want to hear something interesting?
Yes, we do.
Okay, so Sunday I did a stream and we were talking about Willard. we were talking about the Kristen Welker interview with Trump, where he was going on about how the election in California is rigged. And, basically how she was telling the president there's never been any proof, yada, yada.
Right.
And I told him, and then he threw the microphone down on the ground and stepped on it. And I think that was intentional. That was his mic drop moment.
Yeah, instead of a mic drop, he did a mic stomp. That was, I
thought the same thing. Now, did you guys hear about the lady that pled guilty out in LA for harvesting ballots?
No.
Okay. She's in prison right now, or she's awaiting sentencing. She was paying homeless people to register to vote.
Oh yeah, that's what's his name?
James O'Keefe.
Yes, James O'Keefe was like tons of footage of that. Put it out there. People just look. They act like they didn't see it. How could you? I guess there are people out there that did miss that. But anyways, that was and she's caught. It's nice that somebody finally at least has gotten. Just because they showed it didn't mean anyone was going to get arrested. That's what everybody always says. Oh, but no one gets arrested. Well, here we go.
So, and I told people during the election that I knew that there were teams of FBI agents that were sent out to LA. And if you realize a lot of people, there's a lot of these quote unquote professional podcasters that aren't putting this shit together. You have Trump doing this interview. This lady pleads guilty. Not innocent, not no contest. She enters into a plea agreement. So any attorney worth their salt is like, well, because they probably got her on video doing it. Oh, wait, they did. So you can't deny it, but read Trump's executive order on elections. One illegally cast vote nullifies the election.
Yeah.
And that's just not the presidential election. That's any election that affect people who would have voted otherwise.
Right. Well, there's too much to keep up with because I know exactly what you're talking about. Plus, I don't have this clip, but I know you probably saw, was it Chris Pratt that said, we know how to find votes too? Like,
Yep.
there's interesting stuff being said, man. So you were mentioning Tulsi, and like I said, I've been really into this guy that Pootie put me onto, this Chris Yoon guy. And he did a thing, this was earlier in the week, a different interview with Trump, although I did see the one you were talking about. And he also defended the J6ers. Yeah. And I could see why that lady was just discrediting everything he said. That would have to be frustrating. But this was a different one. And he's talking about Tulsi, like you were saying, and about this information and stuff. So I want to share it real quick. It's short, but it goes right along with, let's see. Here's
He said that a few times here. That's interesting. Now, could that mean that he's referring to the news and the mainstream media? Because there's quite a few posts talking about that. 4148 says the news is
the right
dead.
spot.
You are
Sorry,
for what matters now. Handle with care. The media conspiracy TV is dead. Shadow army.
Okay, I'm sorry. This is the wrong one. I'm telling you, this guy, he goes deep into the drops too. And I don't usually share much of that because a lot of people are not into that. And that's fine. But without the drops, there's just the things that get said in interviews and stuff. Like this is what I was looking for. Sorry, I was on the wrong video. Here we go.
The Department of Justice looking rigged to the election. Yep. And CIA former directors, they rigged the election. Yep. And I mean, is the Department of Justice looking into?
Well, I won't get into that.
Okay.
But they're looking into plenty of things. No, the election was rigged 100%. Now, the only thing I can say is that I think we're probably having a better term than if it was a second. I won it 3 times.
Yeah.
But I think it's a more important term than it would have been if I did it the other way.
A lot of damage done to the country by Joe Biden.
That's right. The one thing is that.
Now, again, he's saying that matter of fact, it was 100% rigged and he won 3 times.
Do you think Tulsi Gabbard did a great job of declassifying
She did.
information that told us a lot about the deep state coup?
Well, it told us they're
plots
corrupt.
against you?
It told us they're corrupt. It told us that the election was rigged.
Yeah.
The last election.
COVID.
And it talked about COVID, but it talked about the rigging of the election. The election was rigged. The 2020 election was rigged. Sure as you're sitting there, you are sitting there, yes?
Yeah.
But as sure as you're sitting there, it talked about how the election and just aspects of it. No, it's a terrible thing. When a country like us can have a rig, we're worse than some third world countries when it comes to elections. And that's why we have to pass the Save America Act. We have the hottest country anywhere in the world.
So
we're
how
the
do
most
we-
successful country anywhere.
So someone has to be punished, though, for that. So how do you do that?
Well, I
You
don't
don't
want
need
to
to
get
punish
into
them
it.
all.
Yeah, I know. I'd rather
Yeah.
not get into it, but
Are
let's
you
see what
confident
happens.
if something will
I'm not-
happen?
I don't want to talk about it. But
Yeah.
let's see what happens. The election was rigged. We know who rigged the election. We know it. We know everything now. You know, we have information that nobody thought was possible, but
Boom.
when you get to office, all of a sudden people start giving you things. You know, it was a great, I'll tell you, 2024 was a great election. That was a lot. There's a lot of rigging going on there
Yeah.
too.
Have
Because you know what? I won in a landslide, but there were areas that were just rigged. I could see it.
So
Rigged.
that-
In other words, rigged against me.
Yeah, of course. Of course.
Now, listen to what he says there. He said a lot of things. He said they know who rigged the elections, that they have more information now than ever before. And this is not just him being a sore loser and saying, oh, whatever, whatever, but that there was actually something going on. I've been talking about this since 2020 because my spirit felt off and I was posting during that time.
Anyway, I'll stop there. There's a lot more in that video. But yes, he said, I thought he said something about Tulsi was going to drop some more things. Maybe I just missed it this time around, but that were worse than a third world. And then he didn't want to talk about there's Craig. Good to see you, Craig.
Sorry, I was on the toilet. I'm on the toilet. I have been having such bad bowel movements lately. No, I'm just kidding. I'm sorry I'm late.
Thank you, baby. Glad to have you.
Good to have you, buddy. I'm sorry. I was over at Jeff B's thing, and I got programmed by all the static and weird noises from his EAMs.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Out
Hey,
of
Jeff.
pocket.
Brain to skull.
It really did. Got me.
Yeah, it's MK Ultra.
Willard will tell you. He got Ultra, too. Me and Willard have been talking about it.
There you
It
go.
makes you want to buy merch.
There's got to be 300 jokes right there, and I don't have one.
Oh, come on.
So great entrance, Craig.
Sorry, Teresa. Oh, Kelly. Good to see Kelly K.
Yep. Anyway,
Sorry, Cole. I messed up the whole flow of the show coming in late. I'm sorry about that.
no, you didn't. You're good. It's good to mess up the flow, I think, and get, let everybody say hi to you and all that. House arrest.
Damn it, Willard.
I was just saying, just playing that clip because, yeah, he pretty much said right there, he said, and when you get in office, people just start to give you things, and we've got all this information. There was a lot like slipped in there that if you were really listening for, it was pretty interesting. And they said they know who rigged it. He didn't answer the question about the punishing. He kind of distanced himself. And Chris Yoon, that guy there's even people in the chat saying he's a good researcher. I'm so thankful to Pootie for like letting me find this guy's channel. I've got all kinds of stuff from him that if we get around to, but he says he feels like he's distancing and that there really is a military operation going on, and he won't be part of it. The military operation will take it. That's why I don't know about the punishments,
Yeah,
what I mean?
he can't be because he's too much of a divisive character.
That's talk, Pete, now. Come on, a little much. Sorry.
I've said this for years when he first came into office, and you started seeing warning signs and things that he was doing that made no sense at the time, but now makes perfect sense. Whether, people like him or hate him, if he were to come out and say, just look what he did in that interview. He told them that, it was rigged, and they basically call him a absolute liar. So it can't come from him. It has to, come from the military, because now everybody realizes that the court systems are rigged and they don't abide by the U.S. Constitution. They do what they're told to do. And, think of this, right? You remember we were talking about how Trump signed in an executive order reinstituting firing squads as part of.
I remember.
Okay. So,
I'm sure that's just a coincidence. That doesn't mean anything, Jeff.
What? About him doing that?
Firing squads. Yeah, it seems like a big deal to me.
Right. Well, guess who's going to be the first victim of a firing squad?
Shit, who do you think?
Oh, no. It's confirmed. Who's going to be the first victim? It's going to be the first firing squad execution by the U.S. Army since 1964.
Oh, well, quit. Let's know. I'm dying now. Who is it? What?
It's the doctor that was in Fort Hood, Texas.
And he did what?
That shot up the military base.
Oh, the one that was the terrorist attack.
Yes.
Yeah. What was that? Maybe 15 years ago?
Hassan. Wow. Yeah, he was a doctor at Fort Hood. Yes. And he went in the hospital and started shooting people.
You know what? We should probably put that in the pile. We should put that in the pile of nothing ever happens. We put that right on top of all the things that go in the pile of nothing ever happens.
Well,
before we go too far, I'm like way behind because Echo has a question for you, if you don't mind. She says, how about that sniffing an arm flap by Trump when he signed the Secure America Act live today, Jeff? Was that a calm for sniffer? We got what we were looking for. I don't know much about that.
I didn't see it.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm looking it up. It was 2009, but it says here they had one in May of 2026 at Fort Hood.
No. I'm talking about he was the bald-headed Middle Eastern guy.
But that was 2009, right?
Yeah, it was way back when. Yeah, it was way back.
Okay. That's what I was trying to find out, the actual year. So sorry.
Okay.
Yep. John.
So,
lizard, shape systems. That's hilarious. Go ahead.
So
sorry.
he is going to be the first one that's going to be executed by a firing squad since 1964.
Yay.
In the U.S. Army come out and said, yes, we are doing it.
Oh boy.
Wow.
Can I get it on pay-per-view?
I honestly think they should show it.
I mean,
Look,
it wouldn't shock me if they did.
I think before too long, they're going to have to show people this shit.
I'm pretty sure there was, Jeff, don't you think there was something we didn't see way back when they had the White House all, everything was all sectioned off and there was like some big giant stage made, almost looked like a guillotine.
Yeah.
Remember
Yeah.
all that, Jeff?
Right,
Like,
well,
what happened?
Just for context here, 13 dead, 30 injured from this guy.
Damn.
Right.
Sissy K says, and when is this event?
They haven't said when, but they have said that he's going to be executed by firing squad.
Oh, right.
So
wait, he chose that? That's what
no. That's his sentence.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yep.
Did you know? And I'm gonna sidetrack you here for a second. Nike's phrase, just do it. Do you know where they got that from?
Good to see you, Baz.
No, where?
No.
There was a guy, I think it was in Italy, I probably have the country wrong, but you can look this up, it's true. And he just didn't even care. He was committed a murder and he was going to the firing squad. And his last words were, just do it.
Oh wow.
My God.
And it was written down, and years later somebody at Nike heard that and said, yeah, let's take that one. Just do it. They got it from that guy.
Oh wow. That's horrible, huh?
Yeah, they make you run faster and jump higher.
Oh my gosh. Yorga. So Rib says, do you have the right to appeals if you're going to be in front of a firing squad like they give lifers in prison? I don't know.
No. The military does they don't operate under civilian law. It's UCMJ. So once you're court-martialed or whatever, because he was still an officer in the military, he falls under the UCMJ.
Okay, one more time for Baz here. The person was
he was the doctor at Fort Hood that went in on the killing spree that was in the U.S. Army in 2008. And he did it as part of quote unquote ISIS Al-Qaeda.
Damn. So here's the
thing. Yeah, but he had been, sorry, Cola, but he had been like a squared away soldier for a few years, correct?
Yep. Yeah, quite a few years. But remember, I told people these fundamentalists play the long game.
Right.
Man, so here's the thing though. Is this going to be is there going to be more? You think that there'll be actually more than just this?
Yes.
I think they're going to.
I mean, if they're going to start it, it's kind of unprecedented, so they're going to keep doing it. Man.
Well, and my thing is this: why would Trump write an executive order if you're just only going to do one?
Yeah,
I guess that's true, but I mean, it is an extreme. I just can't imagine. I don't know.
Yeah. Now, Jeff, do you think it'll make any sort of difference in anybody's mind who's thinking about doing mischief against the United States government?
They'd have to publicly show it.
No, but I mean, is that going to change anybody's mind if they're thinking about doing bad things in this country? The firing squad for this guy, that's what I'm saying. No, I'm all for it, but is it actually going to deter anything? That's what I'm trying to say.
If you show it,
if you
show him being executed,
good.
I mean, I remember when I was a kid growing up.
I hear you, Big Bass Man.
And when they would send people to the death chamber or the electric chair, they would show people live on TV up to the point where they pull the switch.
Yep. I forgot to put water on the sponge.
Yeah, I saw it.
What was that movie with the mouse and all that? Is that where that
walking
was from?
a mile, walking a mile, walking the green mile.
Yeah.
There's a video. I think you can find it on YouTube. Don't look for it though. I don't suggest you see it, but it was like one of the last guillotine executions in East Germany. You know, behind the Iron Curtain, and somebody had a camera like up in a window, and he just kind of stuck it down when it happened. And
sorry, Yorga. Go ahead.
I mean, the guy's body jumped off of the thing. Once his head came off, man, his body jumped right up off of that thing. And then the film was over. It's only a few seconds. God. It's horrifying, man. I'm going to tell you, you don't watch it.
Man. So
but that was in the 60s. They did guillotine all the way up until then. Man.
Is it supposed to be on TV? No, you're good. I don't think it is, but it's in the chat. Some Doc says no way they show it. Pat's asking, is it going to be on TV? Baz says it would deter me. I agree.
They won't show it.
Dude, Yorga the Hunter mini hot dog guillotines.
So it's not supposed to be. They haven't even said that. Why assemble a squad for only one? They should line up a dozen. Dang, Karen, bloodthirsty.
Half of the hot dog jumps off of the plate.
They may actually. I don't know.
His body just like lunged off of the freaking thing. That's what I figured it'd just be chopping done and out of here. And That freaking body jumped like a catfish, man.
Yeah.
I don't understand this question. Any thoughts about executive orders carried out to all hospitals? I'm not sure about the question. Just
I'd have to know what the reference is.
Oh, like back in 2020?
How about Pete Hegseth making an unscheduled trip to Guantanamo Bay?
Dude, by the way,
that reporter lady. Go ahead, Craig. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to cut you all off. He delivered remarks just recently, like just a little while ago.
Yeah.
About everything. And let me tell you, there's a lot of people I may know that they've had to be relocated to Puerto Rico. And I'm like, well, why would they be going? Well, there's something about to happen.
Yeah. He got off a SAM flight and walked off in a Marine shirt, running shorts, met the base commander at his plane, and they walked off. But I find it very interesting. He's in Gitmo.
Yeah, it is very interesting. I mean, I'll be honest, I am tired of the build up and the lead up. I'm ready for some indefinite news and stuff. But what you said about this guy, that's pretty damn indefinite. Like, that's a big deal. I mean, one thing's happening, File. Trump was talking about the ridiculous overcharging hospitals do. Okay, Bruce trying to give some context to the question about the hospital EO. Okay, so he was talking about the ridiculous.
Did you timestamp that, Colin?
What,
when Jeff just said that about the firing squad?
No, they did say to put.
Oh no, it's in the news.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, it's on the Army's website.
But his name is in there.
That's how you know that Jeff is legit, because he didn't try to be like, oh, it's intel, so that he could be right. Because if it's out there, it doesn't really count. And
no, but the part I'm asking is the guy's name in there, Hassan.
Oh yeah, they go through the whole thing. What he did, his charges, how many people he killed, the whole 9 yards. Yeah.
So, and so John Bolton is another one that I guess Govea covered. He took
John Bolton squealed.
He took a plea deal. Yeah.
Yep.
Hey, nothing happening. This is just real quick here, just so people, so I don't quote it wrong. Were you going to say something though, Jeff?
Yeah. Where's I want to know where these people's mugshots are at.
That's what someone said in chat earlier. I mean, do you have to have a mugshot for a plea deal?
Well, you have to be, normally when you're charged, you may not sit in jail, but you get booked.
Yeah, that's a good point. I don't know. Well, I'm going to just real quick.
That's true. Our sheriff. Turns out the entire
time. Really?
Time, John Bolton was texting his wife and daughter, sharing with them classified information that he was not allowed to share. So now it is coming down upon him, and the CNN reporters, all 1, 2, 3, 4 of them, got the scoop on this, saying Trump's former national security advisor, who is now turned into an adversary, has reached a plea deal over mishandling sensitive national security information. 3 sources familiar with the matter have said this. The deal is he intends to plead guilty to 1 count of illegal retention of sensitive national security information, according to one of the sources, and pay a fine of more than $2 million. Now, the situation here is that he could get a big plea range. So go in. I don't have the explicit language in the plea deal, but it's probably something like a no agreements, meaning we're going to leave it up to the judge to decide what the ultimate penalty is. And so a conviction on 1 count of this document, illegal retention, could result in a sentence between 0 and 60 months in prison. And I know John Bolton is a little bit of a senior citizen. We got it. But that shouldn't matter at all. Why? Because Peter Navarro was put in leg shackles on the tarmac of an airport and put in prison. Steve Bannon the same. And Tina Peters just got out of custody for 4.5 years. 4.5 years for a nonviolent offense where other people in Colorado got probation. So I think prison is appropriate no matter the age. And remember, they were also in the New York prosecution of Trump with Weisselberg. They were also throwing him in prison. So fair's fair. No one's above the law, not even John Bolton. Now, the DOJ declined to comment on this. The plea deal comes months after the top Trump foe was charged by prosecutors in Maryland. He kept a diary and he was texting this stuff all to unnamed sources. Turns out they're his wife and daughter, and he was going to write a book about all this, just like Joe Biden was going to write a book with his classified documents. But now they say that he shared more than 1,000 pages, okay, massive scale of information about his day-to-day activities through his personal email account over to his fam. The alleged transmission isn't part of the charges that he's going to plead guilty to. Now, it also won't include charges related to the allegation that he took home or shared classified documents, only in a factual basis, which of course is the makeup of a plea. You have to actually plead guilty to something that is based in fact. They said it's going to be something about him writing down the...
Anyways, I just didn't want to misquote anything. And you know that guy.
T-shirt's way too tight.
Yeah. No, it's all anybody ever pays attention. Yeah, he went on to say, and I just went ahead and clipped it out to tell you guys. He said, unlike a lot of the dismissed cases, which we had a lot of, they'll tell us this thing's going on and then they dismiss them. This one's supported by prosecutors, and that his emails were breached by Iranians, which is like kind of crazy. Anyways, once again, it's another thing going on. And you said he's squealing. Is that what you said, Jeff?
Yep.
I mean, it makes sense, goes along with. The administration is currently tightening enforcement of these standards. Over 500 hospitals have recently received warnings to provide complete pricing information or face fines. Huh.
Oh, that's part of the whole Medicare fraud investigation that's going on.
I got a mugshot for missing jury duty once. Holy crap.
We lost Greta Van Thunberg.
He said he had messed up audio. So I'm going to go ahead and try to play one more 1-minute clip while he's gone, because I'm afraid that might be what's messing him up. So let me go ahead and get it out of the way. Oh, shoot. He's all right. Let me play it and then pull him up. This one is really interesting, y'all. This is something Cash said. It's only a minute long.
Well, Kaylee, as you know so well, and as you advocate so much for our youth, they're our most precious treasure. And we made it a priority to go after the villains and the terrorists and gangbangers that are targeting our kids. And what we did was we utilized intelligence-driven operations. We took 1,500 employees from the FBI in D.C. and put them in the field permanently, working with our state and local law enforcement partners. And we went after the worst of the worst. And those stats, while those stats are meaningful, and those stats are truly historic, just think about the 7,200 kids that we found that got to go home. Just think about the 3,400, actually, when you take the numbers for this year, we're at 3,400 child predators and traffickers arrested. That's up 99% from the best year Biden ever had. That means kids are being protected at levels that are simply unheard of. And that means this FBI, here's another thing. We didn't just do the physical work on the streets. We went to the cyber community and we dismantled 3 million pedophile accounts off the Tor network, where these predators prey on our children and think they can hide from this FBI. They can't. We are going to the ends of the earth and the cyber realm to make sure our most precious commodity, kids, are safeguarded. And the numbers speak for themselves, because the FBI are putting kids first.
Yeah, I call them our diamonds. That's what they are. And I want to ask you about this. There was a hostage situation, actually 2.
That's really the end. There's only one more second. But, I mean, shouldn't that be a little bit louder? 34,000 arrests. 34,000. 70 7,200 children rescued. That's a big flipping deal. You know, everybody wants to talk about the children. Well, look at that. Open your eyes. Listen to what they just said. 34,000 child predators off the flipping streets. I mean, what more needs to be said? I can't
And
imagine.
that's just there. Yeah, think about how much we've seen of that over the past years.
It's
You know?
amazing. Yes.
Well, you know, think about.
But
you
Orange Man
remember-
bad though. Anyways, go ahead.
Oh
Jeff, sorry.
yeah, absolutely. You remember? I know when I was going through, you know, grade school and middle school, when, and even in the stores, remember they used to put missing kids on milk cartons.
Milk cartons. I do remember that.
Yes. Yeah.
I've
Yeah,
heard
that
some
was.
conspiracy theories about that.
Well, that was more or less a catalog.
They were all from California.
That's what I heard. And kind of like the Wayfair thing. Kind of like the Wayfair thing, huh, Jeff? I don't know if that's true. I don't want to believe it, but it may be true. Good God, you know?
Wait, you just said like a catalog? Oh my God, I never heard that.
Did you hear the Wayfair one, Yorga? The Wayfair thing?
No. What's that?
Oh my gosh.
Oh, dude, they had file cabinets named after kids.
That were missing.
And they were like $35,000
for a piece of furniture named after a missing child. Yeah, that was a big ass conspiracy. And I don't know if they ever really prosecuted or did anything with that. People just whispered and talked about it and conspiracy theoried about it. Ohio.
Wait a minute. So it's like I could go to a furniture store and buy a desk or something that's named after some kid that's missing or some shit?
Yeah, and it turns out you're buying the kid.
Yeah. It's going to be in, maybe they send you the damn armoire with the person inside. I mean, allegedly, it's a conspiracy, but I think it's, why were they so expensive? You know? Why were they named
I'd have
after
to call them and complain. Hey, I didn't get a body with my freaking armoire.
Oh my gosh. It's crazy to think. Square Vinyl says, beware, Global Health and Peace Initiative Treaty, SDG goals, digital health vaccine certification, biometric digital identification, beware.
You only have to do it if you comply with it. You see how COVID went.
Right. No, I'm not complying with any of that. All right. Well, I'm unmarket the beasted. They were doing it on the Walmart site too. Missing children advertised on Walmart's wallet. Well, the milk carton thing is no more. The Wayfair prices aren't ridiculously high that way anymore. I just don't know. I looked it up and saw it said Pink Flamingo. They still have Wayfair stuff that comes up on Facebook showing like young teenage girls dressed like Catholic schoolgirls. Good grief, man.
Yeah, but this was like 4 years ago, maybe, or something.
Yeah,
They called it. They have
I'll tell you the time is when, what's that singer's name, Kelly Clarkson, when they started having her as a spokesperson. That's when it was, because she was really, really popular, and they were that's when it was all going on, and it was to attract that type of shit.
Yeah.
So, right. Out of popcorn, last week I shared where they busted a Coca-Cola bust under a tunnel that went through Mexico into Cali. And those were my thoughts, that it wasn't just the Coca-Cola classics going through those tunnels. I don't believe that. I believe there was other things. And the fact that they are openly admitting that they made this bust and talking about it, showing the pictures of the tunnels, I feel like it'll be a little bit harder to get away with things like that. I think this is a lot of bad things being exposed. Like, I mean, those numbers, 34,000 arrests, that's such a big deal. There should be news outlets covering that, not just go and search around on X where some interview Kash Patel did. It should be a bigger, but they cannot say good things about this administration. And you wonder, anyways, go ahead, Jeff.
Well, I mean, it says in the 4chan that there's going to come a time where all of this information is going to be put out and the media will not air it. And once that happens, that's when I believe the 10 days of darkness happens. And
gonna happen. See,
there is zero possible way that if any of this shit is real, that they are going to have like a fucking infomercial 24/7. Have to. Basically, drop all social media. Now, I'm not saying that's going to happen. They may utilize social media for this, but they are going, if any of this shit's true, they have to make sure everybody knows it. Have to.
But I'm ready for it. I'm telling you. But here's
We
my
were
thing.
we were all told it was a movie. Remember, we're going to see a movie. It was produced by Steve Mnuchin.
Yeah.
And we still haven't seen that damn movie, Jeff.
Well, what's going to happen when people still don't believe? Like, do you think that it will be enough that people go, okay, this is real? Or do you think there's still going to be naysayers like going, yeah, that's not true. It's just propaganda. Because we've been lied to so much,
Well, this is why I believe that the topic of conversation has been, oh, this is AI. Oh, this is AI. Oh, this is AI. So if there is a time that this does happen, news media outlets or whoever could say, oh, that's just all AI. And I think possibly that was the deep state. That was their way to counter this shit. Because look, I
got you. Yeah, that's a good point, Jeff. And Tracy, we were talking earlier, I don't know if you were here yet, about just this how they had the colors of the EBS in the background of that wrestle thing. And I mean, it is what it is. I saw a lot of stuff with this a couple weeks ago too.
Yeah,
I'm getting rid of it because I just want it to either happen or whatever. But
hey, Cola, did you see the James Franco weird stuff going on with that? Like, what the hell's up with that? Or is that just some promotion for a movie?
I'm not sure. The James Franco, what was it?
Oh, you haven't seen those videos? He posted these weird videos saying, look, some crazy stuff's happening right now and all this.
Was this recent or like a week or so ago? I feel like it sounds familiar, but I'm not real sure. I'd love to see him. I will.
Yeah, it's within the past week. And he puts up the number James Franco 2319. And everybody's linking that to the Monster Inc. movie where they were time traveling through portals. So I don't know. Maybe it's just some kind of Hollywood crap.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm definitely going to look into that, though. I wish I had it right here handy because that's interesting. I love following these things. There's so much going on. Those guilty of many different types of crimes will say nay. I bet, yeah.
Well,
Square final is spamming Bible scriptures. If any man defile the temple of God, him shall God destroy. For the temple of God is holy. Yeah, I mean, I have nothing against the Bible. This isn't a movie; it's a trilogy. Well, which one are we on, Clint? Go ahead, Jeff. I'm sorry.
Clint is a legend. Sorry.
Look at all of these people out in California that are losing their shit because they had Black Hawk helicopters all over the place.
That's interesting too. This thing they're doing. Dee shared some of that last week about, or was it Friday? I don't even know. They're blending together, but she shared some of it. And then we read an article about how they're doing this drill. How interesting.
Well, that's QRF. That's
reaction forces.
Yeah.
Okay.
Look, I mean, today, as I was doing a broadcast, there were Chinooks that flew over the house that were shaking the house, and then somebody in the chat was saying, yeah, there's 4 Chinooks flying over your place.
I had 4 Blackhawks today.
Man, so you mentioned Cali again. So this, I'm telling you, I'm really so thankful to Pootie with it. Oh, speaking of Q Pootie, whatever. He did say he's going to try to come up. I hope he does make it. But this is all because of him. I've been following this guy like crazy. He's got a lot of good stuff coming out. This is just Trump, though. I mean, I could have found it anywhere, but I found it here. talking about California again and how not fair press and media is important.
You know, this country needs a fair press.
Duh.
And one thing I think that's done is expose how corrupt our media is. And I really do, while we're here, I hope the media looks at this election that's taking place in California, where they think it'll take 7 or 8 days to count the votes. Can you believe this? I mean, they spend all that money on the machines, big voting machines. They think it's going to be 7 or 8 days before we know who won the election. But the numbers are looking strange because without any vote counting, the numbers dropped very precipitously for 2 Republicans that are doing well, that had been doing well. And I hope you're all watching it because I'm watching it very closely.
Remember, he's telling people, watch California, watch the election. He's looking at it and he's hoping that the media would also cover it. C3 says here that Spencer Pratt, who's a LA mayor candidate, the Republican candidate, got 0 out of 24,000 votes in a late night LA ballot drop. 0 out of 24,000. A guy getting around 30% support got 0 out of 24,000. Astronomically small probability of this happening. Impossible.
There's a little bit more, but we can stop there because I know people have thoughts and we can talk and then go back to it because there's a couple more things. One of the things is I don't usually share a lot of, 17 stuff like this, but this stuff is so short. And I'm in just a few clips. I do want to share it because it's like, if you don't see that they're doing this on purpose, then you're not looking. You know what I mean? There's so much. And I like when they get caught, like it's like trust the plan. And it's like at this time and this time goes the board. And they're talking about elections. They're talking about California specifically. Like you cannot deny somebody's putting that shit together, whether people like it or not, it's happening. They're putting out comms for whoever wants to find them, I see them. It's obvious, right?
Yeah. Well, did you see what Gavin Newsom responded to Trump's True Social post about the LA election?
I think he tried to I do think I saw that.
Where
I'm going backwards. This was earlier in the week and I've got more since then, but I just didn't want to skim over what was said in some of these quote unquote comms. But go ahead about Gavin.
He basically said,
thanks, Square Vinyl. You too.
That here goes Trump again with his election falsehoods and all this other shit. It's being done on purpose. I mean, either this guy needs to have what Joe Biden should have in a cognitive test, or there's something, even after what I was told this morning about Hammer and Scorecard.
What were you told this morning about Hammer and Scorecard? Now you can't just skim over that.
But you know what Hammer and Scorecard is, right?
I remember hearing all about that all the time before the elections. Yeah, when
Never
they were saying,
heard of it.
Okay,
then let him go backwards for you. Go ahead, Jeff.
So Hammer was the machine, and Scorecard was the ballot. Okay.
Real quick, I'm sorry. I know I told you that, but who was the guy that had that video? Why do I know about this? Right, this older gentleman, McInerney,
General McInerney.
About 8 or more years ago. Yes, I was totally following this shit, Yorga. It's interesting, but sorry, Jeff. Go ahead about the scorecard.
So now, when I was told about this morning, now all of this is starting to really piece together. So General McInerney he had told people, I think it was he did a bunch of interviews right after the election. And he had met with President Trump and told him about this thing called Hammer and Scorecard, where there was a thing at NSA to where they knew that certain countries were rigging those days. And they were basically using this method to change votes. And that's how you ended up coming up with the company Domino's. Not the pizza company, I'll just say Domino's. And so when all of this first started, they tried to do the 2016 election. Okay. But from what I'm being told is that Vladimir Putin had contacted the Trump team and said that they warned the Trump team that they had intercepted communications, the whole DNC thing, where they were going to use this method of hammer and scorecard.
Mm.
And the Russians were more concerned about her getting in office than Trump. That's why they tipped Trump off about it. Well, the night of the election, FSB, GRU, and the KGB did an operation, both cyber and an actual raid, to where they were using this hammer and scorecard technology, and they stopped it. Well, you remember when they started to go after Mike Flynn after, he was, I think he was Obama's DNI. No.
He was with Obama. Yeah, he was.
Yeah,
it was Obama.
he was with Obama, but it wasn't DNI. It was some national security advisor from NSA or some crazy shit. But anyways, when Trump come into office, remember they had Mike Flynn registered as a foreign, the name's slipping. They have to register basically as a not a foreign agent, but a foreign, so they can deal with countries as a civilian.
Liaison.
Yeah. And
Okay.
Pence is the one who ratted him out on that show or whatever. It was
Correct.
Shit with Pence. Yeah.
Correct. But it was a backdoor dealing that the military had set up. So information could be exchanged with Mike Flynn from the Kremlin to take it back to Trump.
Correct.
Okay. Now, this is where the soccer ball comes into play. That at the FIFA Cup, where Putin gave Trump the soccer ball.
And that's happened again, I feel like, a couple times, but go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. So the Trump administration, as they were getting into this, they said, okay, you guys are saying this, but we need hard proof that this happened. Because, that's when they started the Russia collusion, all that shit. And you had Vinaman, who was on, remember that Trump said, I had the perfect phone call with Vladimir Putin?
Yeah. The rat pink Vinaman, yeah.
Yeah, this is what they were talking about, was hammer and scorecard and all the intelligence that they had.
All right, you know what? Okay, Popcorn just brought up Robert David Steele. You remember him, Jeff? X three-letter agency, yeah.
Yep.
And he kind of spilled the beans early off on everything, and I got to see him in 2021, and then suddenly he just disappeared. Jeff, he
died.
I know, but how does that happen?
Right,
that guy was healthy. I talked to him.
Right,
he was doing great.
And so the data and all the hard copy, all the raw intelligence, how the GRU was able to collect all this data, the sources and methods, is what they gave to Trump, allegedly. That's what kicked off the whole rigging of the election with 2020. So they knew that they had the ability to do it. And I'm guessing they knew that they were doing it, and they let them do it in order to get them to basically hang themselves. Because if you remember, every time Biden was flying, it wasn't flying under Air Force One. Now you're starting to see all these videos pop up and people recycling where Joe Biden one day was 6'1" and then the next day he's 5'9".
Right.
So
dude, have you seen the silicone mask that you can actually buy?
Yeah.
You could look just like Ozzy Osbourne. I just saw a little kid walking around with an Ozzy mask, and I was like, what?
When I was in Bahrain, there was a group that was working at the embassy in Bahrain, because that's where we worked at, because just the security reasons. And this group had come in. Now, this is in 98. And they gave this mask to Mike Carroll, who was on our team. And it turned him from a white dude to a black dude. And you could not tell who the hell it was.
Yep.
And that's in 98.
Dude, think about the famous one with George Bush. And
right.
It was that woman. She was in the 3-letter agency again.
Mm-hmm.
And she actually tricked George W. Like the old one.
Mm-hmm.
Herbert. Sorry, George.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that went viral because of the other mask guy that I'm not real sure about anymore. But real quick, before we go too far off this topic. So did you guys, I'm going to have to play this clip before I'll be able to explain it right. But what about the thought that this was a trap and something about federal oversight, it being federal? Like, I know I'm messing it up. That's why I'm going to have to play this because I won't say it right. But when I heard it, it made a lot of sense. I just don't think I could explain it as well. So you guys listen to this for me and tell me what you think, Jeff. I don't know if you even already know this or have considered it, but this was pretty interesting to me.
He says that last night's election in California exposed many of the democratic and deep state operations of elections. Please keep in mind that federal government does not have any jurisdiction over these elections. In an effort for California to not tip off their scam, they have to continue to run under the guise of plausible deniability. Allow the results to be close, but put your person installed ahead. Case in point is the mayoral race in an effort to establish that Los Angeles citizens truly want Karen Bass as the mayor. Despite the popular vote and momentum with Spencer Pratt, they could not allow their cheating system to eliminate Pratt. The backlash would create questions and investigations to reveal their true cheating system. They let him live another day to put him away in the fall. The same applies to Hilton for the governorship. However, this is the true trap that has been set. The fall elections do not fall under state and local. They fall under federal. The governor and mayoral races are down ballots. And since it is the federal midterms, voting must comply with federal law and oversight. The system of ballot harvesting, illegal immigrant voting, tampered and outdated voter rosters will not come under federal oversight for this election. Since the ballots for mail-in must have a barcode for USPS, then it will create less opportunity for California deep state and ballot corrupt organizations will now be under the watchful eye of the federal government. Trump is sandbagging the voter ID executive order. He is wanting the Save America Act to pass, but closer to the election. If passed, he can reinforce voter ID and citizenship at the voting precincts, allow blockchain technology to follow mail-in ballot harvesting, and then find illegals or NGOs that are complicit in illegal voting and go after elected officials that tamper individual votes in state voter registrations. Midterms are safe. Watch California.
So I know that was a lot, but I found it really interesting. That's why I didn't want to mess this up. It's like he didn't read it real great. Like even I'm like trying to read it with him as he went. But what do you think about that? Like, so you were saying before, Jeff, that you didn't know that whether the Save America Act would pass at all. But
I don't think it's going to.
Well, they're saying he's intentionally sandbagging it to make it. He wants it to kind of happen, but closer to the election, and reinforce the ID citizen. anyways, all of this made a lot of sense about the federal. They fall under federal. The governor and mayor races are down ballots, and since it's the federal midterms, voting must comply with federal law and oversight. I don't know. No one had broken it down like that for me before. I found it interesting, and I wanted to run it by you because I figured you probably had some idea of this already.
Well, when Trump first came into office, he did an executive order that the Democrats were going batshit crazy over. And the news was reporting it, and they couldn't figure out why Trump was doing it. You remember in 2020 when they had all of those contractors that were hauling ballots all over the country from polling places. I
remember a lot of things with the pallets full of ballots too. That shit's so.
It was like box trucks full.
Correct.
Yes.
Yeah.
Correct. Well, when Trump came into office in his second term, he wrote an executive order that only the U.S. Post Office can transport any type of ballots.
Oh, Lord. They're going to lose it, Jeff. They suck.
Yeah, but think about this. Why would you utilize the U.S. Post Office?
Federal.
Because once a postal worker touches it, it automatically becomes a federal case.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And every time that there is something fraudulent that goes through the mail system and you're convicted, it's 10 years, $10,000 per incident.
Yeah, well, it does seem that they've got something laid out. He's trying to say it in interviews. He's trying to make the media cover it because it's like there is some type of trap.
Well, I mean, right before the elections, the DOJ sent 3 private jets loaded with FBI agents and attorneys out to LA. The news even reported it because the one reporter was sitting on the fucking tarmac. They wanted people to see this for a reason. And, Kash Patel, even before the elections, go ahead, steal it, see what happens.
I do feel like there's something. And Watt's talking about having the candles costing more than the cake and how old he is. You realize you're like the youngest one around, so don't make us all feel old.
Dude.
I'm not that much older than you, but I am older, and the other people here are too. So you're making us all feel old, guy. I'm just saying.
Think about this. Kash Patel, how did he get in?
Devin Nunes.
Well, I know, but how? But seriously, they had to have just so much stuff.
Well,
that they had no choice but to confirm them.
What I think it is during J6. I'm telling you, this J6, when this comes out, people. Remember, I had made the comment several times during the Biden administration that I wasn't exactly sure, and I couldn't prove or disprove that these J6ers were in prison, right?
Okay.
Because if I had a kid and they were in prison for something that possibly was bullshit, you never heard any of these parents get on national TV and do a story about, they were just there. I want to see my kid. And remember when all those congressional members went to the prison and the Bureau of Prisons wouldn't let him in?
Yes.
Okay. Now you have Trump saying he wants this compensation fund for all of these people, right?
Okay.
Well, this is what I think is the U.S. government through Congress paying these people for this operation. to be compensated.
Damn, Jeff, I love when you go way out in left field.
Hey, I mean,
Yeah, but
I like all the different points of view.
Dude, they
for
had
sure.
so many of them. But Jeff, there was so
Look,
much coverage of that, but they didn't want to show it. They didn't want to show it. On
Well,
national news.
here's the thing. You can go look it up at the Gateway Pundit, because that's where I read the article. And I didn't know for fact, but I knew on J6, because I remember sitting there watching with my mom, and I'm like, dude, something's off with this.
No, it was totally off. You're totally right. Yeah.
And, I started seeing guys wearing the same clothes, having the same backpacks. And then I seen...
Or switching their clothes into magnets.
Correct. And then on these backpacks, they had a white X on their backpacks. And it wasn't the X, it was the texture of the material. And that material, I know, is what has been assumed to be sewn into Special Operation Forces clothing when they go do high-risk operations. So if they get lost or if they get captured, this material transmits to a satellite, and they're able to track the person. So they know exactly where they're at, and it transmits up to a year. Okay, so when I started talking about this with Big Chair, he was like, you're on crack. You don't know what you're talking about. I'm like, okay, all right, you believe that if you want. And then the Gateway Pundit article come out and confirmed that J6, and it's still on their website, J6 was a U.S. Secret Service operation and the U.S. military. And the U.S. military was able to conduct this operation inside of Washington, D.C., because Washington, D.C., in theory, is not a part of the United States. It's a District of Columbia. That's why it can never be a state. We don't own that land. When we went through our revolution and our Civil War, countries, the British, the Vatican, loaned us money. We put that piece of real estate up for collateral, and we never paid them for it. That's why it's called the District of Columbia.
He's right. Dude, the more I listen to Jeff, I believe him. I do believe you.
So when
I heard this, we all went down. I feel like a lot of chat and a lot of people have been through the District of Columbia rabbit hole. Like,
yeah, but I never heard
the 10-mile
J6
radius.
Yeah, I never hold the whole J6 theory about it being all fake.
It's also it's a perfect diamond if you look at it on the map. It's freaky looking.
Yeah. So then when I called him and I said, hey, dude, go read this fucking article it's Gateway Pundit just put out. So he read it, called me back, and he goes, dude, I knew all this. And I said, what do you mean you knew all? You kept telling me I was fucking crazy for like 2 years.
Yeah.
And he goes, look, I couldn't tell you. I was sitting in the ops center the whole time this was going on. And I said, so is it true that the whole reasoning that they needed this and the Secret Service knew it was going to happen? They were going to do this, but the Secret Service and the military hijacked it, used it as a false flag to get Nancy Pelosi's laptop. Because you remember, she was the Speaker of the House, the third most powerful person in the world. Her shit come up missing that had top secret SCI-TK caveats beyond the ass. That would be a national security issue to find that laptop. After they mentioned, the news media mentioned that her laptop was stolen out of her office, you never heard of anything about it again. Right. And what I was told, can't confirm it, but I'm sure going to hear about it. Nancy Pelosi was orchestrating a deal with the Chinese government and Boeing or General Dynamics to sell General Dynamics to the Chinese company, who General Dynamics is one of our biggest defense contractors. Every member of Congress that signed off on it was getting a $5 million payout. NSA, through a FISA warrant, knew that this was going on. And so they decided to hatch this plan. Because I'm telling you, I worked in CDC. There is not a fucking thing in the government that happens in that city that the U.S. Secret Service doesn't know about. Guaranteed.
And Jeff,
Well,
that makes
went
all
in the
the
notebook.
sense.
I put the timestamp and it went in the notebook. Just
You remember
saying.
all the marshals? You remember the marshals with Pelosi?
Yes.
It just says
walking
Nancy
in?
Pelosi, the timestamp, and the date. I'm going to do the pots and pans interlude because Jerry was hella patient tonight. He hadn't even mentioned it once. It's only 11 seconds. Sorry, y'all. I'm surprised he waited so long without saying anything.
I like the butt one. I like the one she has on her tooth. She only hits it once. So
Out of Popcorn says, how many Democrat and Rhino laptops were confiscated while J6 happened? Is that true that there were more?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Thanks, Karen. Share, and subscribe. Yeah, I never say that stuff, but do those things, please.
The trench coat guys. It was the guys in the tan trench coats.
Yes. Okay. So what I was told was what they devised was they decided because the whole thing on J6 was going to happen. They knew it was going to happen. So they utilized it because they knew that once this started, that they would take all the congressional members and their staff and put them in the basement.
Yep.
It's the bunker.
That's why
that
Trump
from Blue
said for
Streak
everybody to come. Oh, sorry.
Right.
Classified. I feel like that's from Blue Streak, but go ahead. He was pretending to be recovered.
So that would give these guys from the FBI, from CAG, from all these agencies, Secret Service, Special Forces, the ability to go through individual offices and get electronics and pocket litter. And to be able to build a case of attempted coup of the United States government. And look, and then shortly after that is when that audio mysteriously surfaced from the U.S. Secret Service where James Clapper spilled the beans about how they were trying to get Mike Pence to do a coup. And that's when that time frame is where Trump disappeared and the media was going bonkers because no one knew where the president was at because the Secret Service got his ass out of town and put him away so Mike Pence couldn't do the 25th Amendment on him.
So what about the video with Nancy Pelosi admitting that she messed up that day? Wasn't there some video?
Yeah. Oh, no, her daughter filmed it.
Yeah, that was pretty sick.
When they were in the car. And this reporter just a few days ago in the Rayburn building.
Thanks for being here, Craig.
Brought it up again.
And she was fine and she was wearing a short skirt. I remember that part. I saw.
Oh my gosh, that's the part he remembers. So I didn't know this about Jim Clyburn. And thanks so much, Craig. It was great having you. If you want to come back up.
Yes. There was more than Nancy Pelosi's. There was all kinds of shit that was, because think about that. That whole event was like 6 or 7 hours. And they were able to go through. I mean, you got what, 565 offices plus staffers, but they concentrated on the ones, I believe, that NSA, FBI, Secret Service knew were compromised and was doing shit. And then you had Nancy Pelosi admit that she refused the National Guard when her daughter was interviewing her. And this reporter a few days ago caught her in the Rayburn building, and she brought it up, and she's like, oh, that's just bullshit, Donald Trump talking points, and there's no proof of this. Yeah, you know there's proof of it because...
And she told her to shut up about 5 or 6 times, too.
And you know, I have never seen when Nancy Pelosi, when that quote-unquote agent had told Nancy Pelosi not to say a damn word and don't answer any questions, and she said, I won't. You never, ever, I have never heard of a protector tell that to a protectee.
It was so that I had to have seen that. I remember that. The congressional baseball game being 11-2. Okay. So yeah, that's a whole big rabbit hole we just went through. Leaks are planted. I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of that too, definitely. Wasn't Paul Ryan? I don't know what that is. Shady.
Yeah. Yeah, it was Nancy Pelosi, Paul Ryan, Pence, and Clapper.
Ray Epps, actually, that threw me off. Yeah. So I know we went down a big freaking rabbit hole there, but the only thing I had one more thought of, and I did mark that down in the laptop in the notebook about Nancy Pelosi. It just says Nancy Pelosi. I don't know if you think there's anything I should. That's good enough. I think we'll remember. That way, if it comes out, we'll say, hey, look, check it out. This is where you heard it here first, folks. But back when we were talking about I was talking about the comms and things like this that they do put out, and some of them are so flippant obvious. This one here is a 10-second clip. It's the same guy again, and it was something that the Department of War put out. I did not know there was stuff on the 17 board about Cali and elections and stuff. And this shit just cannot be a coincidence, you guys. Cannot be a coincidence. You know, they're doing this on purpose. And it even said it. Let's see. Unmute this. Get past here. No.
Illness, disability, military, or travel. And number 4, no men and women's sports. Number 5, no transgender mutilization surgery for our children. This Tuesday, June 9th, all Republicans
here it goes.
at the Department of War, truth that I...
Okay. First of all, Department of War puts out, here we go, trust the flipping plan. Good morning.
Yep.
Trust the plan. Locked in. Come on, you guys. Come the F on. And then that leads you to, there's big cheating by the Democrats. Well, no, this is his truth here. Votes are all tied up in for weeks under investigation by the U.S. Attorney's Office in Los Angeles. Why the voting counting delay? It takes you here. You can't imagine the size of this. So I really know there was one about California, and the midterms are safe. Like, come on, what are the odds of that? It's not this one, but still, you know, this is
also mentioned the other day, and then post 4960 here saying, can cheating
be done after the polls are closed? Who controls the poll books? Who controls the databases? Who controls the elections? Why are extra ballots printed? If someone doesn't vote, can bad actors hijack their vote? I mean, these things can't be coincidental. I mean, I guess they could be, but God, that's a hell of a lot.
There's too many.
Right.
And,
how many coincidences?
there are things. There are things that Trump posts. You know, how we always, you know, talk about how Trump posted something at 2:34 in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then you go look up post number 234 or 432 being mirrored, and it's referencing what Trump is talking about in that post.
Yeah, when they match the exact
Correct.
information, how in the world could that be sporadic and not, not intentional. It's at least intentional.
Right.
And I don't know. I know people hate it, and I try not to go too far with it and at least stay as close into the facts as I can and not get too far carried away. But you got to at least acknowledge it when it's going on right in front of your face, at least that it's being put out there. My thought is always been, even if it was whatever it was, it doesn't really matter. It's in the past. It's there. If things are similar, you could still be doing a wink and a nod to this to try for people that are looking in this direction to say, yeah, it could be similar and, just be going on as well. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't even have to be that. Just to say this, people will get what I mean by this. They posted trust the plan more than once, not just trust the plan. What else has it been? Trust the plan.
Central casting.
Well, central casting, he says all the time, but there's a couple more real big ones that they say that are just Patriots in Control is one of them.
Yeah.
Come on. Patriots in Control. That reminds me of when X-22 would sign out every time he'd end. Patriots are in control.
Yeah.
Hootie's supposed to come. He probably fell asleep, the shithead. I should text him. Q minus. That is. What's up, Bill? How you been? Hey, Travis, all is good. We're just eavesdropping on their combos and chat here. He has an entire social media team that mainly posts and handles those things for him. I mean, I'm not arguing that.
Well, yeah, no, yeah, but there's reasons why the team at True Social puts these posts out at certain times and on certain dates.
Oh yeah, and Dan Scavino, always Dan Scavino for whatever flipping reasons, always Dan Scavino. That's just his lot in life, I suppose.
Yep.
But it is interesting, and it's hard not to acknowledge, it's just impossible. I don't know. I mean, hopefully Cujo was supposed to be here a little later, I hoped. Johnny's wanting to know. No coincidences in life, only synchronicities. Oh, that's a good word. Good to see you, Linda Kay. But yeah, there's so much going on. It is literally hard to keep up with. And I do, like I said, I try not to delve too far, and I look at it all the time when people do the cute things like that, but I just don't bring it here all the time because so many people don't like it. Whatever, it's fine. I mean, there's enough actual things. There's enough things going on. You don't even have to go there, but it just goes hand in hand with. It's hard to overlook. It really blows my mind that people don't think there's anything to it. There's a big deal. There's something to it, no matter what.
Right.
But
well, and look at it, how many times Trump has stood and did a Q symbol.
Oh yeah, the air cues. I swear to God.
Or how about when Trump first came into office and he had all those line officers standing there and they President Trump said talked about the storm, and the press asked, what storm are you talking about, Mr. President?
What storm, Mr.
You'll
President?
find out soon enough.
You mean that? Here's the whole.
The calm before the storm.
What's the storming?
Could be the calm before the storm.
What
Look at
storm,
that.
We have the world's great military people in this room. I will tell you that. And we're going to have a great evening. Thank you all for coming. Thank you.
What storm, Mr. President?
You'll find out. You guys know
There's
what
his
this
air cue.
represents?
Look at him. There's this big old circle, and a lot of people call that the air cue.
I wonder if he was referencing.
Sorry, go ahead.
I wonder if he was referencing Iran, because that was before anything happened over there.
No, because the guy that's standing behind him on his right-hand side, he was Deputy Derns at the time, Deputy Director of the National Security Agency.
It's good to see you anyway, Tim. I'm glad you stopped in. Thank you, Bill.
And Iran is part of it. Iran is part of the storm because of Uranium One, because of the dealings that Obama had with the Iranians. Just look at. It's going to be. I cannot wait to figure out what the hell is meant by save Israel for last?
You're not the
Yeah.
only one.
Because
Sorry,
there's been a lot of references on, or a lot of interpretations of what that is meant. And, you know, with the latest, and Trump's never come out and denied this recently when the news media reported about the phone call that Trump recently had with Netanyahu. And allegedly, Trump told Netanyahu, if it wasn't for me, you'd be in fucking jail right now.
Oh.
Okay. And here's another thing that I find odd. Why hasn't the White House why hasn't the White House had any press briefings lately?
Yeah.
Good question. I didn't even talk about it.
Right. So they put a lid about 3 or 4 weeks ago where they kicked all reporters out of the White House. Why? Because I don't think they wanted shit to leak, because I think, look, Trump's all about symbolism, right? He's always said you have to do shit constitutionally. He's calling, you know, the golden age, the 250th anniversary, you know, all of this shit. Something I believe major is going to happen July 4th. And I think
so.
and I think it's going to be some sort of direction of where we are going.
You know, Jeff, I'm sorry. I want to put this in here because you were talking about real quick. I'm going to get in and get out real quick. The whole they won't be able to walk the streets. Something happened this week, and I can't remember who it was. It was getting into a car, and it was like being bombarded. I'm trying to think, was it something to do with Fauci's aide? I can't remember who it was. Did you see this? Oh man, I hate when that happens. I thought I had it. I don't see it here, or I'd play it. But it reminded me of they won't be able to walk the streets because they literally were being bombarded by crowds of people chanting and hollering at them.
Well, think about this, okay? And this is where I think it's a multitude of things where they say people won't be able to walk down the street. Think of all of this fraud that has been uncovered in Medicaid and Medicare, okay? Now, think of all of the people that truly needed that service, that paid into the system all those years, but were denied.
Bill Gates, buffering. Thank you. Sorry, it was Bill Gates was being bombarded by people. Oh, I wish I had that clip, y'all. Go ahead. All the people that were being denied. Go ahead. Sorry,
Right. And let's say one of your family members was denied these services, but they're, you know, an illegal or somebody that should have never been in this country was defrauding the system. Wouldn't you be pissed at these people?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
My people, right.
Right. It says here, according to 107 disinformation, said nothing. No, I don't. What I mean by July 4th, I don't think the military nor Donald Trump want anything major to happen on July 4th. What I mean by something happening on July 4th, listen to, I was told, listen to Trump's speech very carefully.
On the 4th.
And it is going to basically let people know the direction that the country's going. And, you know, just like with this with that video where you were talking about he was talking about Save America Act and basically waiting till it's closer to midterms. I think that's a ploy because like I said, I think there's too much riding on Trump having a good Congress and and a good House, a good Senate. Because if something happens that he loses, he's fucked. His family is fucked. So, I mean, I could be wrong. Maybe the elections do happen. But you're seeing it in LA what they're doing. So why you don't think for 1 second this November they're not going to do that for the big one so they can get him the fuck out and stop all this? And how do we move forward? Because allegedly he's only going to be there for another 2 years, 2.5 years. So what happens after that? What happens if a Democrat comes in and they tear down everything that he started since 2017?
Good to see you, Gary.
So that's why I think there's going to be a major constitutional crisis. Major. That's going, and look, what else? Another key phrase that is in that board: the military is the only way.
Yes, it is. As many as present. No, Mary, but I did see that they were heckling him. And I messaged Pooty to see if he could put the StreamYard link in. I can't get it on my phone, Johnny. I'm sorry. I wish I had an email. If you could email my Cola123 at YouTube, I could send it to you there in an email. Yeah, I mean, thanks, Cheryl. I love Cheryl. And also, I'd love to have Tim up, but he's usually going to bed around now. So I get it. But yeah, I can't do it. And my managing mod is napping. And I don't know, none of the mods have it. Like I said, if I can get an email from you, Johnny, I would totally send it to you there. And same with you, Tim. If you want to come up, email me. Dev, Rev, or Balk. What's that? And if backroads and newspapers, will Trump give us $3.4 billion he made this year? What? Will he give it to? Will Trump give USA the $3.4 billion he made this year?
Where did he make his $3.4 billion at?
I mean, because he doesn't take pay. I thought so. Or maybe one of Trump's boys running 28. Yeah, that's a good point, Karen. I'm kind of thinking. People saying JD. I was wondering about Marco Rubio. A lot of people say that's a possibility.
Well, you know, it's not unheard of that a president has served 3 terms.
Yeah, I don't know. That's a whole other thing. I tried to show you that. Did you ever look any more into that document that was probably fake, Jeff, about him getting a third and all that? Bill said we need a good Yorga story.
Yeah.
What I do now?
Nothing.
Well, his crypto business. Look it up. Is it in his name? Is it under the Trump's organization name? How about all the money Barack Obama made? Or basically stole? How about all the money that Dick Cheney and George W. Bush made off the Iraq War? Are they going to give it to the American people? How about all the money that Nancy Pelosi made off the stock market by doing shorts? Are they going to give that to the American people? I mean, you can't just isolate it to Trump. What was it? The Trump organization? That's a whole different entity. You know.
Well, when people keep on bugging and you just can't, you can't get it. You have to use some of that. Bitch, I quit listening. Remember,
right.
Yorga gave it to me here.
Are you currently or have you in the past dealt with a lot of motherfuckers going blah, blah, blah? And it's tons of motherfuckers going blah, blah, motherfucking blah all the damn time? Maybe you should ask your doctor about bitch, I quit listening. Can't hear you, bitch. Rub some bitch, I quit listening all over your damn face, and you ain't gonna hear shit anymore. Let's hear a testimonial. This shit works! Hell yeah, it works. That's cool as fuck. Bitch, I quit listening because I don't want to hear it. Bitch.
Bitch.
I'm just kidding. It is pretty funny though.
Well, I've been on the record that if Trump is guilty of anything, he should be charged just like anybody else.
I agree.
Me too.
You know?
And I agree with you that I don't think they're going to pass the SAVE Act. That's as soon as they announced it, I was like, that ain't going to pass.
Well, I was told by Big Chair that they have he's got an executive order sitting there based on national security guidelines for elections. So I don't think it's going to, because think about it. The Republicans cheat too. It's just not Democrats. They don't want to compromise themselves and possibly be dethroned.
Okay,
So
I don't
they
have anything from you, Johnny. Sorry, I don't have it. Go ahead. Sorry. I mean, sorry. A bluff revolution. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
What? You need to send somebody a link?
Oh, if you know how to put it in chat, I was just going to let Johnny up. But I told him to email me, but he tried and it didn't come through. I don't know what happened.
You know what his email address is? If you do, text it to me and I can email him.
Yeah, he didn't. I was trying to get him to email me and it didn't work. It is what it is. I'm trying, but I mean, it's right there. It's Cola's YouTube 123@gmail. I'm pretty sure that's all it is. And it's, I don't know. Roosevelt is the only one served 3 terms. Adele Trump is going to serve another term.
Oh.
I tried to ask Pootie. I think Pootie's sleeping is my thought on that one, because
I wonder what he's dreaming right now.
Probably about all the crazy shit we're talking about. Probably listening, probably in the background.
He's probably sitting there mumbling to himself, "Oh, the plane is all bullshit. Oh, the plane is all bullshit. No, it's real. It's real."
And he's like, trust the plan.
Yeah, trust the plan, baby. Hey, I've often wondered, like, when he goes to the grocery store, to the gas station, and he goes to the cashier, is that how he, says goodbye? Trust the plan, baby.
Probably.
I like the baby. I like the way he puts that on there, because
I'd be disappointed if he did anything different.
Right.
Kushner's making Bant. He's trusting the plan. Well, Bank. Yeah, they're doing that island thing. That is awful strange. But then again, if it was so nefarious, why would you sit down in an interview and tell everybody about it either? Tim says Trump is not going to serve another term. I doubt it, but I could be wrong. He's too old, as much as I would love to see Trump do a 3rd term.
Now let me ask Jeff this: if all out war broke out, God forbid, he would be able to continue, correct?
Wartime president, right?
Now, keep in mind this too. Trump could be the commander in chief, just not the president.
Wow.
I did not know that.
Yes, the commander in chief of the military and the president are 2 separate titles. It's been done prior in history.
That's true, guys. Q minus now.
I did not know that.
Yeah, if you look up in the War Powers Act, if there is a major conflict, the president can use the War Powers Act.
Well, who's the head honcho? The president, I assume.
Correct.
Yes. How long ago did Trump say he was a wartime president? I honestly don't know.
COVID. Because everybody, you remember when COVID first hit.
There's an S after the A, colas, and I don't believe there's an apostrophe. There's an S in between the A and the 1 there, Johnny. That's what it was. Sorry, go ahead. I'm so sorry.
All right, Johnny. I'm kidding. No.
Oh my God, Dog P said, I wonder if he tells his wife to trust the gland. Good God. Sorry, Jeff. I couldn't believe he put that in there.
When COVID first hit and it started to spread and he was doing a press conference, Trump said, "I am a wartime president." And the press lost their shit and said, "What war are you talking about?" And he said, "You'll find out soon enough."
Yeah. I can't believe you referenced the Calm Before the Storm one. I love that. I have that shit
Yeah.
on.
What storm, Mr. President?
You'll find out.
That's one of my favorites because it's like that meant something, whether people didn't understand it or not.
Correct. Look, and here's what people do not put anything into a box. I mean, anything is possible. And when you are talking about an attempted coup of the U.S. government in the toppling of the United States, it's a big deal. And the military, anybody who has served and swore an oath to that Constitution, the military has a constitutional obligation, not to the government, but to the American people. If there is an attempted coup or an overthrow, they have to step in. There is no ands, ifs, or buts about it. They have to step in.
That's crazy, but interesting. Oh man, I'm gonna try to see if I can get one more person to maybe put that in the chat. I don't want anybody up here to try to do it and then lose y'all. Did you try to post the
What? The link?
Yeah.
Oh, here, I can do it. I didn't know you wanted it like.
I really don't, but he's struggling. I don't know what's going on. And also, Tim's still out there. I know he probably won't come up either, but he's awesome. I think Trump is one of the smartest presidents I ever served. I think Trump is the best president of my lifetime. It's always one step ahead of the Democrats. Well, we certainly hope he is. Recently,
and I want people to realize something. This isn't Trump doing this.
I agree.
This is the U.S. military doing this.
I totally agree with you. I've been saying that people always think it's about him. He is the one sitting in office. There's no doubt about that. And
You know,
I mean, he has a role, but yeah.
Where, you know, they keep saying, oh, Trump's not this 5D chess player. You're correct. He is not. He's a smart man. He's not the 5D chess player. The 5D chess player is the U.S. military and those supercomputers that sit at fucking NSA and at Cheyenne Mountain.
All right. There it is. I know Johnny probably got pissed at me and left. No. Oh, man. There it is, guys. If anybody wants to, as long as I know you. What is the dash between 45 and 47? He never left.
Yeah, on that hat that he started to wear when after. And here's the other thing. Why didn't Donald Trump go to the inauguration of Biden? Why did Donald Trump leave on Air Force One and flew to Florida, and Joe Biden flew into D.C. on a leased commercial airline, and when it landed, the fucking smoke was coming out of the engines? Number one, the U.S. Secret Service would not allow that to take place, and number two, the U.S. military would not allow the incoming commander-in-chief to fly on anything but a military aircraft.
Wow. Good to see you, Navy vet. That's crazy. So you're saying, sorry, I get caught up in chat too. Are you saying that because Biden did not have, he wasn't on the right kind, it was just a regular plane?
Yeah, you're right. It was a leased commercial airline when he flew into D.C. for the swearing-in ceremony. Even the press was baffled why they were doing it.
Have a good night, Tim. You can put your link out there. Anybody that's not subbed to Tim should be. He does live streams, and he talks about a lot of this stuff too, actually. I don't know the videos. I've seen the Secret Service lately. Looks like a circus show. I mean, I don't know what's going on. That one when they I know there was reasons why they got Vance and all that, but sometimes I'm like, man, sometimes I worry that they are the deep state. They want him to get, a spare.
Well, You know, I've often see now this one right here, out of popcorn put. This goes back to the statement that I made a few minutes ago. There is a difference between the President of the United States and the Commander-in-Chief. I believe
I'm not seeing that out of popcorn. I was going to put it up.
it's like 3 up from where you're at now.
There we go. Biden was never the real POTUS. Okay.
Biden may have been constitutionally, may have been the real president, okay? But whoever has the military has the power. That's where I'm talking about. In the Constitution, it specifically states that the President of the United States and the Commander-in-Chief are 2 separate roles.
So, Echo did put it out there. I'm sorry I bothered you. Jeff got it. But I think Johnny's gone. I'm sorry, Johnny, if he watched the replay or whatever. I tried. I just didn't want to interrupt the show all that. You know, I wish you could have just emailed me. I don't know what I've done. I hope I've got it typed out right. I get emails from, Chessboard sent me something funny too I want to play. Kelly K says, and wasn't the White House locked, or was that just a rumor?
Well, what do you mean, was the White House locked?
I feel like there was a point in time where Biden couldn't get in or something weird like that. I can't remember
Now, here's the thing that a lot of people don't realize about the White House.
That's cool, Tim.
The doors are always locked. People who have whiskey clearances to get into the White House have an RFID chip that is in their ID that opens up the doors. So somebody from the Secret Service didn't issue him a badge with an RFID chip. Here's the other thing. The president doesn't open up the doors. The Secret Service or the military opens up the doors because the Secret Service doesn't want the president touching anything that's external, that's accessible to the public. It's a security precaution.
I didn't know that. I remember this. Do you, Jeff? The military turned their back on his victory. I did see that. And then Diane said the inauguration was a funeral. They did something with the gun salute.
Yes, it was a 21 gun salute. I think it was 3 riflings from 7 rifles. And I know that I've been to enough military funerals that it's either 3 and 7 or 7 and 3 that they do. And, you know, remember the time that, and I think maybe this coincides, remember the time when Nancy Drew was outside the White House and the press was going crazy over the Tyler Perry Studios, and why is the White House putting a fake Oval Office at OEOB when you have the real fucking thing across the street?
Yes, I remember that.
Sense.
Their excuse was something like, he had to be able to see the prompter and they needed a bigger set. And it's like, that sounds like a crock of shit.
No, they wheel in huge, if needed, they have the ability to bring in huge TVs. I mean, that's There was so much stuff during that time frame. And, you know, if you go back and you look at some of the file footage, you know, the video, it's amazing how there's always cameras in the right positions to capture certain things.
Okay, so Navy's saying the Commander-in-Chief of the United States Armed Forces can't be anyone besides the President. The role is permanently assigned Article 2, Section 2. feel like that's been in chat another time. I don't know all of the.
Well, I'm just talking about, you know, in history, there could be precedent, if needed, for them to go to the U.S. Supreme Court and say, hey, you know, Roosevelt did this, right? And look, how many times has the courts violated the Constitution anyways?
That's absolutely true. And sadly, Bruce says, Jeff, is that why the president didn't place his hand on the Bible at the swearing in 2025? Because the military was still running things. I'm not sure when. I didn't see that necessarily.
Yeah, there was no. Well, you remember when Trump left in 2020, and I believe he invoked the Insurrection Act. The president, according to the Insurrection Act, the military has to formally come out and state to the president of the United States, the insurrection has been squashed. We now turn the country back over to the commander-in-chief.
I do remember that too, Kelly Kay, when they turned around. That, I mean, I don't know how you explain that away. Like, that was really strange.
Yeah.
They have to do an all clear, says Carolina. I remember the blue boxes too. I don't remember the blue boxes. It was a funeral, and they never gave Biden the football. God, there's a lot of details going on here. His White House literally had sitcom lighting. 21 gun salute is the highest military honor reserved primarily for President of the United States, heads of states, foreign nationals, and reigning royalty not required for military funerals. I heard a lot of that, though, all over the internet at the time. There was a lot of people talking about that. I'll have to look into it a little further, but I remember a lot of people talking about that gun salute. Not just Jeff, many people. Remember that military guy who said we did a peaceful transfer of power to the military or something like that?
Yes. Yep.
I wish I had that.
I forget who it was, but I think
James Mad Dog Mattis.
Yes. Yep.
James Maddox.
James Mad Dog Maddox.
It could just be Mattis. It's James Mattis. It's Mad Dog is middle name. It's nickname. He's from Central Washington State. From where Sarah's at.
I'm so sorry. Sharon said my father had a 21 gun salute when he died.
Mine did too.
Yeah.
So it's not only reserved for one thing. It seems like they do those also at funerals. It is. I don't know.
My sister had one.
Really?
The marshal arrests Nancy Pelosi the day of Biden fake inauguration.
Yep.
Howdy Asylum. Good to see you, Cucho. You got the link, man.
And, you know, Trump that I've been able to find is the only president that didn't go to his successor's inauguration.
I don't know about this. Or the White House reporters on their knees while fake pressers in the Tyler Perry White House stage. There's no rule they have to swear on the Bible. It's a choice. I didn't know that. Pink
Yeah, correct. Well, I think didn't Obama do both the Quran and the Bible? Didn't they stack them? And then
yes, he did.
Yeah,
I think he did.
Yeah, and then when Trump did it, he did it on a huge, in his first term, a huge Bible, something to do with his grandfather maybe, and then they stacked another Bible on top of it. But yeah, it's not a constitutional requirement.
Wasn't the Old Testament?
Sorry. I'm just you're always talking about COG there, John or Jeff. John Dunning said under continuity of government, the government can actually run two governments side by side until it's corrected. I know you're always talking about that.
Yeah.
Sorry, Johnny. Go ahead. I'm so sorry. Go ahead.
No, it's your show, Cola. You got to read your chat, and I'm just here to just give my 2 cents and say one-liners. That's it, man. I'm not. It's your show, so go ahead. I mean, all I said was they're going to probably stack the Old Testament, the New Testament, and the Quran below the Old and New Testament. I'm guessing, in my opinion. I don't know.
I don't know either, honestly. What about the EO 13848? Diane, I have no idea. Do you know which one that is, Jeff?
Yeah, you're seeing it happen all the time.
What is it for us that don't know?
That is the executive order that Trump wrote, that if you participate in the attempted coup of the United States government, whether it is a country, a corporation, or an individual, all your assets can be seized by the U.S. Treasury.
Wow, is this true? I didn't know he was the only one. Mary says, I remember the military standing behind Trump when he was sworn in the first time. Never happened before for the president. I didn't know that was the first time.
Well, in modern history, I mean, we don't.
There you go. My granddad had a 21 gun salute.
Yeah. Well, my
So
sister
there's
did
been
as
some
well.
dispute, Cujo, since you're here now. They're saying because Biden's inauguration had the 21 gun salute and people were saying it was similar to a funeral. Maybe it can be done for both, but they definitely, I mean, chat's proved plenty of people that they do those at funerals as well. So it's interesting, if nothing else, right? Good night, Carolina. Thanks for being here.
Just to let you guys know, the State Department has just put out a memo via the U.S. Embassy in Jordan that Iran is currently attacking Jordan, Kuwait, and Bahrain and targeting our military bases.
Damn.
Clinton stacked a bunch of Playboys for his inauguration.
I know I'm so far behind because I am interested in the chat's got a lot of good stuff in here. I'll get there. I'm sorry, but Devin says you could tell it was filmed on different days. What kills me is that you see things like this and you do sound crazy when you try to say it to someone that didn't notice or didn't hear. But shoes were literally changing on people's flipping feet. The weather was different. Like there were things happening in those. However, with that inauguration, and then you had freaking Lady Gaga looking like she came straight out of a Hunger Games movie. It was a really strange event, but there were definitely strange clips and edits. People's shoes freaking changed before your eyes. That shit doesn't happen live. That is a film production or something. It was strange. I saw that, Devin.
Well, think about the time Fox News had a reporter outside the White House during the swearing-in ceremony, and there was fire engines that were going past the White House.
I believe you, Navy vet.
And that was going down Pennsylvania Avenue towards the Capitol, and I believe Nancy Drew was out there as well. Oh no, it wasn't Nancy Drew. There was a guy on a rooftop that was filming the White House during the inauguration. And there were sirens that were going off in DC, but on TV where the inauguration was, you couldn't hear any of that.
There was also the one guy got famous for that right around that time, not necessarily the inauguration. Mustang Medic filming all of the whatever. No one ever explained that to us. Do you have anything on what was happening that day? Did you see that, Johnny? When Mustang Medic was filming, it was like all kinds of vehicles, just one after the next, and they were all going to the White House. And it was the weird people had backpacks. It was like something was going on, and we never had that explained to us. I don't remember.
No, I can't remember certain things. What I can say to Jeff is the reason why it's so quiet, man. I think what's going to happen is submarines under the ocean. I think that's where Trump's going to have to find. That's where they're bringing in weapons and whatever. I'm not going to say drugs, but other like pills and stuff. That's probably how they're getting it so easy, transporting it from country to country without us seeing it. Is with submarines. In my opinion, it's hard to track submarines.
Oh,
yeah.
Can't see it.
Good to see you, Mitch. Always good to see you.
Well, and I think that's why we have so many P3 Orions flying off our coast nonstop, doing sonar all over the place, because they know that there is some type of threat matrix.
Good night, Sharon. So SM said, I'm sure glad Iran is broken, LOL, because apparently there's some big shit going on now, huh?
Oh yeah, they're launching missiles at Kuwait, Jordan, and Bahrain, and Trump keeps talking about the Iranian military being decimated, and the IRGC. A lot of these launches are coming from like Yemen, in the Houthis, and I wouldn't be surprised if
Not like
certain members of the Israeli government are aiding and abetting Iran to keep this going, because I believe Israel has a lot to lose if all this shit's exposed.
Right. That's true, Jerry, there. We have PhDs are trying to pay attention, LOL. There's no doubt about that. Yes, I don't know. I am so grateful for all of chat. I'm grateful for everybody that comes up on this panel. I have to have somebody to talk this stuff through with that lived in the same reality as me, so to speak, because there are so many people that have no flipping idea about what happened on the inauguration, all kinds of things that for some reason us freaking weirdos all saw and are aware of, and it is intense. Bob, I don't know if you can scroll up. The link was in chat. I don't know if someone else wants to throw it back in or whatever.
Well, do you remember after the inauguration of Biden, and they were doing the inauguration parade,
right,
and they had a Secret Service vehicle, and you could tell it was Secret Service because of the up armoring and the antenna arrays. And they mysteriously had a guy that popped out of the roof of the sedan, and he had a video camera filming certain things that were odd during that time. Like, I don't know, the military turning their back on him.
Yes. Yeah. And a lot of people don't realize that, or they don't see
they think it's it's just conspiracy, or it's fake. This is, I'll tell you, if it wasn't, I believe this would have been a hell of a lot easier if it wasn't for social media.
Right. And all the live streams literally that capture things when they do try to latch us. I'm trying to see if I can get Echo to drop it again, Bob. I don't know if anybody else can do it. I don't want to lose anybody. Can apply to most things. A group. You met me at a very strange time in my life. Navy vet. Oh my God. I love Fight Club. I love that scene. I love so many scenes. That is such a good, he's standing there. Oh my God. I don't know if anybody saw that, but yes, he tells Marla Singer, you met me at a very strange time in my life. God, I love that movie. I'm glad too, Outlandish. And Jeff, how do you feel about Mike Flynn? Ask Linda.
Mike Flynn, I think he has done more for this nation in the last 12 years than anybody will ever remember. And there's a reason why Trump put that post on True Social where breaking case of an emergency, and Mike Flynn was in a glass case.
I remember that. God, that's what I'm saying. I love you guys. I really do, because you make me feel a little less crazy. I remember these things. He's a good man, General Flynn. You know what? I think so too, Tracy Miller. But I'll tell you, we're split on Flynn. I know half the time I bring him up, 3 or 4 people every time in Checo. I don't know if I trust Flynn. I don't know about Flynn. And I don't know what it is, but I've always thought he was a good one. And he's always saying the same things on the paths we're on. And sometimes the only one saying it, you know, we're supposed to have flying cars.
Yeah.
Chats such as this are only social activities.
That'd be a good match. Flynn versus Kelly. One of the Kelly brothers, Mark Kelly versus Flynn. That'd be a good match.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. There's, people that say, oh, Trump's going to run again. I don't think so. I mean, but if any of this is true, right? And we don't, no one truly knows except the people who are read in. But in my mind, if this stuff is true, okay, something major has to happen between now and the election of 2028, because a crazy lunatic Republican or Democrat could come into office and dismantle everything that I believe the military and Trump has done to kind of right the course for the country.
I'll add on one more thing. Even Jesse Ventura would be a third party. That'd be crazy. Ventura, Flynn, and one of the Kelly brothers. That'd be crazy right there.
Ventura is a freaking moron.
It'd be good TV. Old Jim Enos. It would be good TV. I don't know why he, because his name's not Jesse Ventura. His name's Jim Enos.
Okay.
And, why I guess he kept that moniker.
I do have one more thing from Govea about Judicial Watch suing. Let's see, they're going after ghost voters in California. And I don't know how this plays into things. Have you heard any about this, Jeff, about
the ghost voters?
In California? It's a lawsuit.
Oh, yeah, that's the ghost voters is where that person was paying people, homeless people,
right,
to do the ballot or do the absentee ballots.
Well, besides the money part of this, I'm just wondering what else will happen. But I noticed that Judicial Watch, they are doing so much. It's like they're doing the job. I don't know. It's pretty much they're like James O'Keefe. They do so much that you feel like shouldn't be them doing it. But I really do think they're on a good side of this thing. But
well, is it them doing it, or elements within the military have them doing it?
Good point. I mean, it is strange. They always seem to know what and who and how and what to expose because they're on it. But yeah, this is real short, y'all, just so I don't mess it up.
To expose the 873,000 ghost voters in California. And this one brought to us courtesy of Judicial Watch. Of course, they're still counting the votes in California, but the Orange County supervisor, the Republican for Secretary of State, is suing the other secretary, Shirley Weber, this woman, who said that it's going to take a long time to count. So why is this taking so long in California? Because of Shirley, because of people like Schiff, because of Becerra and Gavin Newsom. And so now there's a lawsuit that has been filed. We'll take a look at it. The complaint was filed through Judicial Watch. They said that the Secretary Weber is in violation of federal law. She is not removing inactive and illegitimate voters off of the list. Instead, more than 800,000 registrations have remained inactive and on the rolls for at least 3 elections, with 150,000 plus for at least 4 consecutive elections who should not be there. The lawsuit also alleges that the state takes no effective action to have counties fix the issue. It's all just bedlam. Currently, they've got over 23 million registered Californians to vote, and Judicial Watch has been suing for a long time. They sued all the way back in 2019. Here is the Orange County supervisor called Don Wagner. California Post contacted Weber's office for a comment, but the lawsuit has now been filed. We've got voting sites vandalized. We've got mail-in ballots burning all over the place. We've got drop boxes, which are receiving ballots that they're discovering days after the election occurs. And so Judicial Watch said enough of this already. Here's what has been filed. You see, this is a complaint from Don Wagner and the American Independent Party in California. California versus Shirley Weber, the Secretary of State. They say, we're now suing you, Shirley. The court has jurisdiction. We're residents of Orange County. We are a part of the Independent Party. And just so you know, federal law, the National Voter Registration Act, and U.S. Code says you have to have a program in your state that makes a reasonable effort to have a valid list. You got to remove dead people from the list. People who move, you have to get them off the list. They no longer live there. Now, with respect to voters who have changed residence, there's certain mechanisms you have to follow to get them out. You got to send them a confirmation notice. Hi, we think you moved. Did you move? We're just confirming it. Yes or no? If the answer is yes, take them off. If it's no, no response, put them on an inactive voter list. Then a voter with inactive registration may still vote, but afterwards, you start to move them off the list. Okay, there's list maintenance. They stop responding. You think they moved. They're off the list.
So I don't know what. Okay, good. Look, Cujo and Bob. I'm sorry, I stepped away for a minute. I have to play those clips sometimes to get it.
Hey guys.
Hey, good to see you both.
Good to see you.
All right. So I just didn't want to misquote that, as far as what's going on with Judicial Watch and all that. So I guess that's just the financial end. I don't know what else that will cover or do other than expose. What do you guys think about?
Well, you have these states that are basically saying we are not turning over our voter rolls, and this is where I think this mysterious executive order that's in draft, where Trump comes out and says, "Okay, the states aren't doing this, so here's a." Ultimately the federal government is responsible for elections, and there's gray area on state elections. But that's where I think, hey, your voter rolls have to be purged, or, may not be nationwide, but people may have to re-register to vote.
And as for
Sorry, two things real quick. Believin has a question, but also Believin, you said at Jeff's show you wanted to come up here and tell a story that was equivalent to a Yorga story about your concert goings on with Jelly Roll, I thought. But that's up to you if you still want to. The link's out there. But Believin said, why would a C5 depart Qatar? Where would it be going? Carrie.
One of our C5s, we're probably bringing in military equipment from, because Germany said they want us out, but I'm sure a lot of our Arab partners in the Middle East are getting Patriot missile batteries because these nation states in the Middle East are being attacked by their Arab neighbors.
Shoot, you guys, I can't keep up here. Outlandish says the IRGC is claiming massive number of F-35, F-15, F-16 jets, hangars destroyed and devastating missile barrage on U.S. airbase in Jordan from the IRGC. Here's the thing. I don't know whether they're telling the truth or not, but so far, there's not been anything reported that devastating except maybe this, right? And then John, this link in here, I don't know what that is, if that's the past or now, 4 years ago, says right there. Okay, go ahead, Jeff. I'm sorry.
Yeah, there are massive attacks going from Iran into Jordan, Kuwait, and Bahrain right now.
SM wilted, is that what it says? Or wild one? I don't know. I'm sorry. SM says also being reported that Iran's water infrastructure taken down.
Yeah. Well, Trump said earlier today that the water and bridges were going to be next.
Oh my gosh. I am really tired. I wish this would end. I really do. But
well, here's the thing too. And this is what I don't know.
Agreed.
Remember in the boards, in that letter in the alphabet, it talks about a gut punch. I don't think we've had the gut punch yet, and there's going to be a nuclear scare that hasn't happened yet.
Out of Popcorn saying, is this the first time the U.S. had attacked Iran that was not on Friday or the weekend? I don't know.
I don't know, but normally they don't. I mean, as sick as it is, they normally don't do it during the week because they're worried about the the financial markets.
We're in a serious, heavy flow, or heavy, serious flow. Well, sometime for sure. I would definitely love to have you up and tell your story. Weapon sales are big dark money fund, says John Dunning.
They also do that shit on Fridays so that they have a few days
right
before the news cycle to be able to get their story straight.
Yeah, so they can all get the script out.
This is nuts. SM says, I watched Flynn take the Q oath and then give the thumbs up. I wonder where that was at. I didn't see it. Did anybody else? Did you see it, Jeff? I didn't know that was out there anywhere.
Mm-mm.
I don't even know what it looks like to take the Q oath.
About the C5 taking off.
Okay, well, we'll get to lighter topics, believing. Go ahead, Bob. Sorry.
Remember, a C5 is a cargo plane, and it can go global. So that's really not a big deal whether it takes off or lands. It can get IFR anywhere it wants to, in-flight refueling, and take off. But I haven't heard anything about some aircraft hangars being hit yet. And I haven't seen or heard anything yet. So I don't know if that's a load of you know what. I don't know.
The IRNN is reporting it, but they report all kinds of shit. Yeah. But sometimes it's almost like I almost want to believe IRNN rather than our media.
Oh, Dee's on vacation, y'all. She's in Chicago. How cool!
Hey, D, go to Cabrini Green. I heard it's fun at this time of night.
I don't know. Don't give her bad advice. I don't trust it. Don't do what they said. Don't trust it.
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say, Jeff, remember when you're in boot camp and you had your Liberty at the end of it, and they take a map and they put a big red circle around Cabrini Green. They say, go anywhere but here.
Yep.
Don't go there.
Hey, here's another weird thing. Not saying that this war isn't going on or anything. Why isn't there any film footage of like destroyed buildings? Because there is videos coming out of Iran. All you see is far away shots with explosions.
Right.
Just like I've always said with the Ukraine war, something is off with that war because, like during the Iraq war, the first Gulf War, the first thing that we did was we dropped the power grid inside of Iraq when they invaded Kuwait. And so the Russians weren't smart enough to do that. I mean, I just find a lot of this just really odd, not saying that none of it's going on. I believe, I've seen enough video out of Russia and Ukraine you can, I guess, say it's going on. I just find it weird because, during the first Gulf War, you had a SEAL platoon that came up on the shores of Iraq, and there was a fucking film crew there.
Yep, I remember.
Kanon says, if we are ever hit hard, how soon would we find out? I don't know. That's an interesting thought.
Hit hard with what?
Question too. That's a good question too.
I think she means like.
Or would we find out? Would they cover it up completely? That's terrible.
He's not falling for y'all's bullshit, by the way.
hey, here is something very weird too. When you were talking about Executive Order 13848, right? And I was talking about seizing assets and paying penance to the, Treasury. Did you guys see the story where the Church of Latter-day Saints is sending 250 tons of food to every state in the nation?
No, I did not see that.
Yeah, it was a news article. Fox News had talked about it, but why are you donating 250 tons? And what the cover story is, or what they're saying, it's the church giving to America for the 250th anniversary.
Okay.
Now, what I believe it is, the Church of Latter-day, all these churches, not all of them, but some of the crooked churches have got mixed up in some of this stuff. And as this is part of the penance that Treasury is making, okay, you're going to donate 250 tons of food, and every state's going to get 5 tons. That's a lot of fucking food.
Central
Yeah, I like
casting.
my cookout.
Central casting.
I'm sorry, Cujo. Double click. You like your cookout where?
No, I said if they're donating all that food, I want to get a big thing of bratwurst for my 4th of July cookout.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, all I can add to that is I hope everyone here has got at least a couple of weeks of food and water put away in your house. No matter what happens, you're going to need food and water. So, just a reminder.
And Budweiser.
Link if you're bored enough to come up here. I'll send it to you, or the backstage, either one. I'll just so you have it. I didn't because I knew you said you were traveling and I didn't want to bother you, but I'll just in case you're bored enough.
I just want to bring this up real quick before we get into something else again. You were talking about the 21 gun salute and all that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, the 21 gun salute is with cannons, and it is the highest honor for the military. It's reserved for presidents, former presidents, and the like. The 3-round salute with rifles, where they have 7 guns, 3-round shot, is for memorials for fallen veterans.
That's what my dad had.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what my father did too. But the actual 21 gun is cannons.
Okay.
Gotcha.
Okay, I'm done.
You forgot to say over. No.
I think they'll do the 21 gun for the
10-4 copy.
Medal of Honor also. It's you don't see it much. But, I mean, cannons, I should say.
Oh, Cheryl, I wish I could. I love a good sunset.
Yeah, Medal of Honor is definitely worth the cannons.
Sure is, in my opinion.
Tracy says I'll be eating none of that. Prepare the best you can. I don't know.
Tracy,
You
send
guys.
me your bratwurst.
So earlier, you probably weren't here yet, Cujo. Trump posted it was from a series or something about not doing, I can't remember the phrasing, what they expect.
The West Wing.
Yeah, just a clip, but it's kind of scared me. He sometimes he even scares me. He's like, TDS virus caused by, okay. No, okay, added caused by. Media is the #1 cause of TDS. Yeah, I mean, I can't argue with that. There's no doubt. Watch the water. But yeah, I don't know. I definitely check 3 bottles of potatoes wine. I swear, I get into chat and I totally lose my train of thought.
Okay. Here I'm looking at Jordanian news, and it says Iran's IRGC says it launched 12 ballistic missiles at Mufaq al-Sati U.S. Air Base and its command center in Jordan. Iran is currently claiming that they have struck the locations hosting the F-35, F-15, and F-16 fighter jets, as well as key military facilities in a response from the U.S. airstrikes.
There are so many F-16s out there and F-35s because we sell them to other countries. So if they blow up 30 of them, they'll just fly in more.
Right.
So that's not that big of a dent. The lives lost and the people maimed, if it happened, is tragic. But
right,
we can replace it pretty quick.
All right, so we're hearing from the Iranians, but there's no official U.S. report on this attack, right?
What? Yeah. Well, no. Not of that specifically, but the State Department, the U.S. Embassy out of Jordan, said that there was an ongoing attack, but they didn't go into any detail.
Well, where it comes with Iran, it's like picture it didn't happen.
Right.
No, it is crazy. Yeah, that's interesting. The Mormons with the 7 years, they think the 7 years for the tribulations. I mean, it got to be a direct correlation there. There's almost, that can't be an accident. 7 years. I didn't know that. We need Virginia. She knows a lot about that stuff. But she may be busy with, in real life stuff. Hopefully she makes it. If not, it is what it is. Can't make them all. I worked on the modified F-16. That's interesting, Pat. New York Knicks game. Garrett with your breaking.
That's a badass airplane, man.
He comes in with the New York Knicks. He's Garretting. Hot coined that term. No, I mean, I guess that's still news, Garrett. I'm just kidding. But I did think it was going to be about something to do with Iran, and it wasn't. Anyway, there's so much going on, literally.
So what happened with the Knicks?
I don't know, but I was going to say that was probably a kick-ass game, 107 to 106.
Huh.
Okay.
Who won?
Hey, Cola.
I don't know. What's up, Jeff?
I am going to send you an image.
Okay.
That was sent to me. 2 images. Remember I told you Pete Hegseth landed in Gitmo, right?
Yes. Is there any way you can do it in an email? It'd be a lot easier. I don't know.
Yeah.
I might have to hold my phone up if I do.
Oh, no. I'll send it to you in an email.
Perfect.
So I'm going to send you this picture of these 3 guys at the placard of Gitmo. And this was just taken today. And this is going to blow your fucking mind. So let me, it's colas123 at Gmail.
Should be, I don't know. It wasn't working for someone. I wish, or Johnny. I don't know what was going on there, Johnny. You should put your email in the back and let me try to email you from Johnny in the private chat there so that for the future.
Colas123 at Gmail. Okay.
Oh, no. Cola's YouTube. 123.
Oh,
and
Cola's YouTube.
Yeah, you're going to make me look it up because I don't want to tell you wrong. I mean, it's okay. Let me see what I got here.
Yeah, it come up in my address book.
Awesome. Okay, let's see. This way, maybe I can email you, Johnny. I'll try. I suck at emails. I know that's crazy because, I'm a whole grown-up, but I hate emails. I would so much rather text. It's supposed to be easy, I know, but it just, oh, my God. I didn't really ever have a need to really email too many things.
Don't feel bad. I hate technology, man, unless it's helping me.
Is it true the IRGC is getting virgin goats at their demise? I don't know. Guys, what is going on? Spurs were up by 30 in the first half. Doc P, while Knicks are 1 win away from winning it all. No coincidence, only synchronicities. I like that one, Devin. And Cola, don't be taking pictures from Jeff. 3-letter people will be knocking. Oh, my God. Don't say that. That's
I was
not even.
thinking the same thing, man, but I wasn't going to say anything.
You guys. Jeff, that's not going to happen, right?
Okay, I sent it. You should.
I swear I was thinking that.
You guys are all assholes. You guys are assholes.
No, you're a bunch of assholes.
Don't you remember this? Don't you remember the song by Dennis Leary? I'm an asshole.
Yeah. Yeah. You're an asshole. He's an asshole. All right, I sent it to you, Cola.
Hopefully I gave you the right thing here. I don't see it yet, but I know it takes.
Well, it came up in my address book, so whatever email, and I think it came from your phone. So
Shit, I don't know. I'm still not seeing it. I swear, I think my email's broken. Yeah. All right, let me see. Oh, wait.
You broke your email.
I swear, sometimes I wonder.
How do you even do that?
Well, you can always look in like your junk or spam folder in Gmail.
This is so frustrating me.
Because I haven't gotten a bounce back, so.
Yes, I don't know. I'm trying to. Okay, KOLAS YouTube. Okay, KOLASUTUBE123 @gmail.
So it's the letter U.
Yeah, let me type it in private chat too, because this
Okay.
is like taking up the whole show. I'm sorry, y'all. I really would like anybody that wants to send me anything to be able to email me as well. I should put it in the big chat because I get interesting stuff. I tell you, Chessboard sent me something pretty funny that goes along with some stuff we play on the show. He said that that should be it there, Jeff.
Yeah.
I put it
Okay.
and same for you, Johnny. Just to have it. And let me put it in the real chat too, because I'm looking at my actual email and it's, typed above the email. So it's got to be right. Let me put it in chat too for anybody. Ola's YouTube. And that may be what you were doing, Johnny, is putting YOU, because I was just saying YouTube. 1, 2, 3.
Cheryl said, Cola, you said it 3 different ways tonight. And you know what? I was thinking that too, but I wasn't going to say anything.
You know what, Cheryl? I love you. I can't even say anything mean to Cheryl. If I wanted to, I couldn't do it.
Okay. I sent it.
Well. Outlandish says Tehran is under attack tonight by U.S. Tomahawk cruise missiles. Reports are that an Iranian command center was destroyed.
Yeah, we. I think within the last hour, it says here we've launched 49 cruise missiles from the Red Sea and the Persian Gulf.
Man, that's a lot.
All right, it did come through.
I'd like to see about 350 more.
All right.
Man.
I'm done with those fucks. They want to keep dicking around. Just end
Yeah,
them.
I know, man. As long as we got the weapons, let's just do it.
Yeah. So yeah, there is video now.
Oh my goodness. This does blow my mind, and hopefully I don't get that knock. I don't know why it's out there anyways, right? Okay, let me make sure this is the one. This picture.
Oh, this was taken.
Welcome to U.S. Naval Guantanamo Bay, Cuba. Where we go one, we go all.
And zoom in.
WWA.
Zoom into the paper that yeah.
It's so blurry here. What's that say? Q
Research.
And that's like a number 5672.
And and that's 2018. That's when it all started.
Get F out of here. Notice they strategically place those in front of their faces.
Yep. And look at their shirts.
A Q, and a Q. Yeah, but whatever. It's all just pretend. It's a psyop. Maybe it is. Who flipping knows? But they sure play in our faces, man. That is wild, Jeff. That is really a trip. Is that the only one? Or is there another?
Yeah, I'm going to send you a video. A link for a video. This is what we are doing in Iran right now.
Hey, Jeff, real quick, I got a question for you.
Yep.
Going back to Guantanamo. If you are stationed there as an American soldier, are you just locked into that compound, or do they actually go out into the community and interact, and there's bars and stuff, or that doesn't happen, does it?
Well, no. Well, it's still considered a war zone.
Okay, so no.
No.
The answer is no.
Right.
Cheryl said Yorga told me to say that. Look at her blame you.
That's all right, Cheryl, baby.
And Barry's is an optic duo.
Okay, all right. Well, thanks, Jeff. I'm sorry. All right, on to, I think Iran you were going to.
Yeah, I just sent Cola the link for the video.
Okay.
This is the Tomahawk cruise missile attack that happened.
Ooh.
And
on us?
No, that we did in
Tehran.
Tehran.
That's right, Tomahawks. Okay.
Okay, it's on.
You-
Let's see.
Yorga, it's the same way with all of our forces that are stationed in the Philippines right now. They're primarily confined to base and all over the Philippines now.
Oh, really?
Yeah, yeah. I think they can get a pass, maybe, but is that Iran right now?
Yeah, this is the attack that we just did about an hour ago.
No.
Oh, dude.
Goodness, holy shit! Look at that. That looks like shock and awe in the Iraq War.
It does.
That's nuts, man.
I wonder what that facility was.
It was the command and control center.
Oh, good place to start.
You're right.
Goodbye, sucker. Yeah.
Yeah. Because you're bitching about, you wish this would be over and blah, 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 Scott, I'm looking up right now what we played already once. It's short anyways. We can play it again. It's pretty freaking nuts. It's from a movie, but Trump shared it on his socials. It kind of scared me, to be honest, but it's kind of probably seems like it's right up your alley right about now, how you're feeling about things. Let's see. Is it?
What is the virtue of a proportional response? Why is it good? They hit an airplane, so we hit
A proportional response is what they're saying. I have not. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
it's on normal speed. What's the point? He said.
proportional response.
Sir, in the case of Heracles,
They hit a barrack, we hit 2 transports.
That's roughly it, yes.
It's what we do. I mean, this is what we do.
Yes, sir. It's what we do. It's what we've always done.
Well, if it's what we do, if it's what we've always done, don't they know we're going to do it?
Sir, if you turn your attention to Turkey.
I turned my attention to Heracles 1. It's 2 ammo dumps, an abandoned railroad bridge, a Syrian intelligence agency.
Those are 4 highly rated targets, sir.
But they know we're going to do that. They know we're going to do that. Those areas have been abandoned for 3 days now. We know that from the satellite, right? We have the intelligence.
Sir.
They did that, so we did this. It's the cost of doing business. It's been factored in, right?
Mr. President.
Am I right, or am I missing something here?
No, sir, you're right, sir.
Then I ask again, what is the virtue of a proportional response?
It isn't virtuous, Mr. President. It's all there is, sir.
It is not all there is.
Sir, Admiral
Excuse
Fitzwallace.
me, Leo. Pardon me, Mr. President. Just what else is
The
there?
disproportional response. Let the word ring forth from this time and this place, gentlemen. You kill an American, any American, we don't come back with a proportional response. We come back with total disaster.
So again, he's mentioning that he's going to have a disproportionate response, or
Yeah, we don't need you to explain it, guys. It's pretty damn clear.
No, there's that's exactly right. Buck dicking around. Who came up with the proportional? Is that World Court?
Yeah, The Hague.
Okay, well, guess what? I don't give a flying fuck about them. This is our country, our borders, our deal. We do what we do. If somebody fucks with an American, you kill one American somewhere overseas for no good reason, like they're not committing a crime or something. We bomb the fuck out of you, and you're dead, and your grandchildren are never going to do anything because their country's gone. Fuck you very much. So don't fuck with Americans. That is the way I feel about it, and that's the way I would do it. That's why nobody voted for me for president.
Well, look at Afghanistan and extortion 17. They sent. Look how many people they sent in to get Mark Luttrell. They sent in over 100 guys in planes to get one person back. And
yeah, it was beautiful.
Right. And, and I think with eventually, because I don't think Trump wants to introduce ground troops into Iran, and I don't think we should. That should be the responsibility of the Arabs. But, it's almost like you have to give the Iranians something to make them want to uprise. And have, like when they overthrew the Shah.
Yeah, that's the problem with this whole fucking Iran thing. As long as the mullahs, as long as one of them exists,
Yep.
You're never going to have it. Because, gosh damn, if the Iranian people don't have enough to uprise against and get going by now, then the pussies don't deserve anything.
Well,
I mean,
yeah, and I think the biggest thing is they don't have the weaponry. You know, like the average citizen.
Yeah, I would agree with that. They're. I mean, it seems like if they uprise at all, they get shot down dead. You know, so I think they're at the point of, hold on, we got to rethink this somehow because we're losing everybody.
Well,
yeah, I get what you're saying, but 1 million people with sticks and stones can take out like
I get that
5,000 with guns.
Right. Well, you know,
if he did hit their water system, that's right there. That's the straw that would break the camel's back.
Right.
If you take out the water reservoirs, drinking water, electrical power, all that.
Yep.
That will make the population uprise and say, "Hey, no more."
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I know he's had this humanitarian reserve on him, not wanting to do that to the Iranian people. And I don't want to see them go through a bunch of strife either, actually.
Right.
But if you're going to if you're going to accomplish what you want to accomplish in Iran, you have to kill every damn mullah priest and everyone who believes like that and give it back over to the people, and they're going to have to rise up. That's the only way this is going to be settled once and for all. And all this dicking around with the and I'm a huge Trump supporter, but there are several things he does that pisses me off, and this has been one of them.
Yep.
He's been all they do when they go into negotiations. It's like I've been watching my entire lifetime is they stall and they stall and they stall
and lie
and lie, and it gets on my damn. It's like that little punk at the end of the bar who's running his yap, and you can't do anything to him because he's dating your girlfriend's best friend,
right?
Or some shit like that.
Yeah.
So you can't go stomp his fucking ass because of your own life politics. Oh my gosh!
I don't think you just made that story up. That's
no. I think I think that comes from experience.
I know.
I've been there. There's been a lot of. Well, anywho, point is that it's very frustrating, and it's like please break up with him so that I can
stomp a mud hole in his ass.
Yeah, exactly. Anyway, I'm sorry.
Well,
I talk way too much.
I think the biggest, I don't agree with everything Trump does. I think the biggest problem right now with this, as much as I hate to say it, is Trump. And some of the things that he says, like, oh, we've destroyed everything. And, the biggest problem is the messaging. If this goes on, I believe too much longer, the American people, look, when reality is in, God, I hate to say I'm kind of agree with some of the Democratic, we're doing this, but the American taxpayer and the American people are paying the ultimate price because the price of fuel, the price of electricity, food across the gambit, but put my tinfoil hat on, in that 17, it says there will be a period of time where we will suffer, but at the end, will basically be compensated. And I think that's, what we're basically seeing now.
Well, if this, when this shit comes to an end, if it comes to a proper end,
right,
we are going to see energy prices that are very, very manageable, and it will make everything else boom.
Correct.
in the country. And the thing that gets me is, I don't know everything, but it seems to me like Trump on a personal level, like he doesn't hesitate to like go in and grab your leader in a helicopter or bomb your ass.
Right.
But he is very humanitarian when it comes to the common folk of the country.
Right.
And I think that he is worried too much about the Iranian people. Maybe I'm just being naive with that, but I think that is a lot of his concern.
Yeah.
Is blow the fuck up out of that island. I don't care what it does to oil prices. We'll surf it if we have to, because on the other side of that, if we start pumping the shit out of oil, we'll be servicing a lot of people making money.
Right.
Choke off. Go ahead.
You know, and I agree with you. I mean, just think of the time that Trump, when Afghanistan, and you know, during that withdrawal, and Trump had a picture of the guy's house.
Oh yeah.
And he said, if one American, you know, through you know, the negotiator, if one American dies during this, we're going to blow the fuck out of you. And here's the picture of your house. And nothing happened during that withdrawal. But you know, this goes back into my conspiracy. I think there's a lot more shit going on naturally that that we're being told right now. But there's so much mixed messaging that it pisses people off. I mean, I can remember, you know, Trump saying, "Oh, we have so much oil here, you know, here that we don't need their shit." Okay, well then, you know, stop selling to let's keep us self-sustaining.
Right.
But you know that it's for us not to know everything that's going on. But I do agree with you. You know, I think I even think with Trump and some of his enemies, he gives them too many chances.
Right. Earlier you were going on that rant about Iran. I feel like you were, you know, Mel Gibson's spirit animal with the "Stop Being That." This one.
You're a pain in the ass. You're a pain in my ass. Stop being that.
Your spirit animal that day. That's what I'm gonna say to him. I don't know. It's kind of funny.
It aggravates me sometimes. This is what it's like, has been like in my life, and what I've seen my entire life, what I've read about history. When you draw a line in the sand, you have to defeat your enemy, so totally humiliate them, let everybody see it as a spectacle, let everybody talk about it, especially when you're talking about your country. You want everybody second guessing, do I really want to test this motherfucker? And I get mad. Like, I remember being a kid thinking, I was very embarrassed when Jimmy Carter sent in got the helicopters blown up trying to go after the hostages in Iran. I was so fucking embarrassed about that. It made me feel so bad about being an American that, like, I practically blew a nut when we beat. Oh, excuse me. I know I'm not supposed to talk like that, but I practically did when we beat Russia in hockey in 1980, because I felt like such shit about all that, the whole Iranian
debacle
hostages.
Yeah.
It was embarrassing. It was like, how is this little piece of shit nobody gonna hold our people for years? Anyway, blah blah blah. I'm going way off track.
Well, you know, you think about that situation, and then, you know, look at what Golda Meir did when the Olympics, right, with the Israelis. You know, it took them quite a few years, but they ended up killing every one of those.
1972.
Yep. Yep.
You guys are using the breaking news.
Mm-hmm.
You don't care. That's crazy. I hadn't heard this. Outlandish Patriot says FBI raids Democrat-controlled California assessor's office, assessor's home, hit with 3 federal search warrants amid corruption, favoritism, and sexual harassment scandals. Gateway pundit. Thanks for that, Outlandish. Had not heard that. Interesting.
No, there's a reason why Kash Patel sent out all those agents to California.
Knicks win, Cujo. They're in the streets again in New York City after the.
Oh, they're going to be burning that shit down.
And what did you just say before that, Jeff? Sorry.
Oh, about Kash Patel and DOJ sending out all those agents to California.
Yeah, I would like to know more about whatever's going on in California. What are those quick reaction forces practicing and going and those missions or whatever? It's pretty.
Why? Yeah, I mean, I think they're aiding. Look, from the talks that I've had with, deputy sheriffs in our area, just because I interact with them a lot for the language line, they won't tell me what they have been told by their sheriff, but they've basically been told there may be a time that you are going to have to work side by side with people from the U.S. military. And I think, if one of the big names get arrested and it is exposed, let's hypothetically say Obama, there will be uprising, not in the whole country, but in certain areas that, they're going to use that Trump's a dictator because it'll stir the pot.
See, as for California, man, California is going to be obviously is the wild card 3 counties for California that might go Steve Hilton red. You got Sacramento. It actually voted for Steve Hilton red, and also Fresno is going to go red probably, and then Riverside's going to go red probably. If those 3 go red, then Steve Hilton will win. Because obviously the Bay Area, which is the 925 area code, the 510 area code, the 408 and the 415 is going to go blue. And in LA, whole LA to San Diego area and Orange County is going to go blue. So Steve Hilton can win if he takes one of the 3, which is Sacramento, Fresno, or Riverside counties.
Hawk on behind on chat. Good to see you. I wonder if Echo's still around. Drop that link again if he wants to pop up. Add anything in. It's been a lot tonight, you guys. I have like some Hollywood stuff. It's all it feels so irrelevant. Outlandish says U.S. fired 49 Tomahawk missiles into Iran. Iran media report that U.S. forces struck targets inside Iran overnight using 49 Tomahawk cruise missiles. Somebody was telling me the other day that we used up all our ammunition.
That's some crazy bullshit right there.
Well, I mean, it doesn't seem so. It seemed like that's a lot of things going on here to be out,
Right.
Do we have anybody to drop this link?
It's such bullshit when they say that. As soon as the order comes in that the aircraft carrier is going out, they start manufacturing more missiles.
Yep.
It's not something. That's one thing that is going to continually be built up. They're not going to run out of missiles.
Yeah, and when I was stationed over in Hawaii, and I lived on Ford Island, West Lock is where the Navy housed all their missiles and shit, and it was always a constant flow of ships coming in with munitions for not only the Navy, but for Hickam Air Force Base and for Schofield. So it was always a constant flow.
Right. And they also, in their drills, I don't know if it's monthly or quarterly, but they will go out and blow up a bunch of them.
Correct.
In training, just so that they get it in their budget again.
Correct.
So there is a constant flow of generation of the missiles.
And yeah, and they rotate. They they use a lot of the older stuff that has the quote unquote expiration date on it. So yeah, I don't buy any of that nonsense.
No, that $1 trillion a year is going somewhere.
Correct.
Yeah, they're saying why. If Jerry, if you're asking why Hawk was taken down again, I don't know, 28 channels for just saying too much. That's a lot of channels, when you're up to 28. That's crazy talk, But I'll tell you, I don't know. I'm just thinking, I don't know what I would do with just one taken down. It's been so much work to even.
But he's got to be a legend at like corporate YouTube or something,
Yeah.
This whole guy.
He's like he's an urban legend.
Thank you so much, Buffering. Appreciate you. Okay. Yeah, because he gets a lot of people when he's all built up and stuff. And I stopped in the other day. He had like 100, and I'm telling you, for Hawk, that's small cakes. I mean, I've seen 300, 400, 500 before. I swear. And so 100's legal. He's got to build it back up again.
It didn't take Craig long to get my whole account destroyed.
You blame Craig for it. Poor Craig. Man.
All right, guys, I'm going to drop down here. So have a good evening.
You sure? I'll play your little favorite crack baby. This is Craig's response to you about getting this channel taken down.
All right, Jeff. Thanks for coming up.
That's my girl. That's my girl Methany right there.
He loves that clip. I don't know why, but he likes
Methany.
Thanks so much, Jeff. Thanks for staying. He stayed for a while tonight. I appreciate it. It was fun. Yeah, definitely. So I am it is a lot on the war talk. We ran Bonnie off. Now I feel bad. I'm gonna take a shift of gears. She was already gone. Somebody message her, tell her we're done with the war for the night.
Jeff did 3 hours, man.
I know, it's crazy. I appreciate it,
Mm-hmm.
For around 8 years. That's right, Jerry. So I wonder if any of you guys even know who that girl, what is her name? Shit. Hold on, just like Gypsy Rose, the girl that got prison time because her mom, she pretty much helped added with the boyfriend and mom was offed or whatever. I really hope Jenny would be around. See, I know she would know. It's actually a really sad story, or it was, where she, her mom, she was munching child syndrome, where her mom shaving her bald, and Cheryl knows. Okay, there's one person that knows. She was awful to her. She was not doing well with her, and but her and this boy conspired, and the mother got offed by them. And anyway, she's recently put out a new video, and I'm going to mute you real quick. You can unmute yourself whenever you want, Bob. There's some kind of banging. I don't know what it is, but you're able to unmute whenever you come to your mic again. So anyway, she has been back in the internet a little bit and put out this video. It's kind of nuts. So she first off was with this, I can't even remember. She's been with 2 different guys since she was an adult woman, and been in prison, obviously, and back out. And she left one for another. And I'm sure, the one, he's probably pretty lucky. But the newest one, she's flipping out on. And she put this video out where she's cutting up this blanket. It's pretty nuts. And I just wanted to share that part. But if nobody even knows who she is, it's kind of dumb. I don't know, but we fixed it for a minute, Mary. Anyways, I think a lot of people probably do know who Gypsy Rose is. I hope, anyways, or it's kind of silly. She's just like spazzing out, and it's out there on the interwebs again, and it's kind of scary because it's like a lot. The sister is actually worrying about her brother because of this video. She's mad at him for she's got scissors and a blanket.
This is all that I've ever been to you. This is how I feel about you. Lies. All it is lies. Lies. Ugh. Fucking soulmates. The hell you are. The hell you are. Lies. All of it. All of it. All of it. Nothing but fucking lies. Lies, manipulation. Fuck you. Go back to your bimbo blonde whore. Fuck you.
So, like I said, it's kind of irrelevant if you don't know who she is, but just keep in mind that that little girl and another boy conspired and her mother ended up dead because she was mistreated and things like that. But at the same time, could you imagine being that husband? Like sitting there watching
I'm pretty
like,
sure I know that bitch.
or one like her. She was in a fight with them and flipped out on a live stream, put it out there, and now the world's dissecting. I don't feel when you put shit out there, you got to expect people to pay attention. What a sweet child, says Prue. I mean, it was sad originally. After what she went through, says Cheryl, her whole life with her mother, she's definitely crazy. I mean, it was. They had her in a wheelchair, but she could walk. She wasn't, it was some crazy stuff that she went through. K9 says, ice fruit salad vodka blend to smoothie. Okay, I hear you. I haven't been having drinks on my streams like I usually do, so y'all have had sober me. Probably nobody even noticed, so that's good. I guess I'm not an obnoxious drunk when I have a couple glasses of wine.
You're not as fun.
Oh, man. How are you going to say that? I could say the same to you, Yorga, but I wouldn't.
Well, it's true.
That's not true. I don't think so about you. Definitely. Very sad. Made her out to be in village.
Mhm.
Perfect. Yeah. No, it's not true. I mean, you were like fun in the sense that you're a little rowdy and stuff like that, but you're much more polite and kind and nice and stuff than you were. Like, I hate to say it, but come on, don't act like you don't know. You really are.
I mean, naturally I'm a prick, but when I drink, I'm really a prick. So it's a good idea I don't.
Right. Well, it is what it is. I'm not mad at you.
No.
It's it's healthy or whatever. I'm just so damn. I couldn't have tonight if I wanted. I'm so backwards lately, and I had a lot of stuff that had to be done in the AM, so I kind of stayed up, flipped around, and all these types of things. So I basically would be day drinking if I drink with y'all tonight. So I'm not because it would be too early. I didn't even have really a chance to eat much. So I really did want to share with you guys the chickens and all that, but it's on my page. I got the little baby chickens. I can't believe I caught the one hatching out of its egg. Like that is so. Just the fact that I actually had the camera out, filmed it, and got it was just like a miracle in itself. But I don't know how to get it all. I tried earlier, and it started playing in the background real loud while we were still going live and stuff.
You might get a lot of views on that. Did you put it out like a short?
I did, but I didn't get a lot. I got like a
put it out on the freaking TikTok.
On the TikToks.
Yeah.
I kind of thought it would because it was super cool. Like the moment was like, what are the odds, man? Even I was like
odds? Yeah.
blown away that I caught it. But let me see. I don't know. I can try. But the thing is, I feel silly because all they have to do is just go to my shorts and watch it right there. I tried this once already. Here's the one at the egg. Let's see if I can get it. And see, I don't know. Hopefully I can share it, but dang, your internet went out. Yorga can be standoffish. I guess.
Oh, for one thing, I want to say something. I'm sorry, I was eating.
No, go ahead.
I cannot see the chat. I'm in another room, so if somebody said something to me in chat, I can't see it. Somebody's got to tell me.
Look at that.
So what did somebody say? I can be standoffish? I hope not.
Yeah. Well, I think maybe when you're drinking, maybe, I don't know, when you're not drinking, maybe. But yeah, I was filming this for 5 minutes and I clipped, of course, the shortest. So it already did this. It took 5 minutes from the first little crack and look at its little beak. Oh my God, I can't get over it. It's so, what are the odds of catching that moment, And then, it was so tired it wanted to take a nap. It didn't do much else after it popped through there. It's exhausted. That was a lot of work for the little guy, but I just couldn't believe it. It's so incredible. I have been hella busy with all the things, but that's definitely one of them that's had my attention. I couldn't get over that one. And so let's see. I might have. This is the.
I mean, do they pretty much get up and walk around right out of the egg, or are they laying there for a couple of days?
No, they do get up pretty soon after. I'm telling you, like you said about me wanting to get that egg and pull it off of it. I really did, but there's another one, and I will play that one, or I will put it out. It's not out right now, but I don't want to put them all out at once, because I want them all to get seen and everything. But this one, it was on its little back and its little feet was flailing. It couldn't get itself together. And I just wanted to touch it and move it over. And these little 3 ducks right here, they remind me of on that movie where they're cuddling up the paddle or whatever with that movie. But you see this egg right there with that tiny crack? That's the one the baby eventually came out of. Wait till it pans back around again. That egg, right? You see a little crack right there. They're like helping warm it while Honey's up and about. Anyway, that's a lot of the stuff that I've been distracted with. It's amazing I got as much as I did out, went through and saved as much of the stuff that I did for the show. Because I've been pretty, had my hands full, literally.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I'm glad I don't like, skipping out on Wednesdays. I have a lot of fun. We covered a lot tonight. Jeff was very, had a lot to share tonight. I was happy. Burning up my grandpa's off that I switched topics so quick, man. She's talking about Gypsy Rose, but I did want to share that because I know some people know who she is. Yeah, I hate the internet. Outlandish. Yeah, there is something. Man. Watching that happen was it's like watching a little miracle. Tennessee Ridge Runner says Yorga is the man. Good to see you, Brian.
Yeah, like I said, I can't see any of the chat.
Devin says, how do you tell to not crack that one over a frying pan compared to regular eggs? Well, it takes 21 days, and they have to be kept at that certain temperature and things. I think I'm done at 6. I think all of them that are going to hatch have hatched. And then I don't think any of those eggs that she was sitting on can be used. Moonchild, you want the link, girl? Good to see you. Chickie hatching. Yeah, I played it, but it's there in chat too if you guys want to see it up close. Jeff was cool. He was. It was great. I'm going to go ahead and send it to Moonchild, even if it's just for backstage. And like I said, Virginia might be too busy with family and life, real life stuff to make it, which is fine. And Dee's not in town. So there's not any girls up here with me. I'm going to have to go recruit some more females to balance out the scene.
Ladies.
Oh, shit. I think I just sent that to Hickow. She already had it. What am I doing? No, maybe not. I don't know who I just sent that link to. I thought I sent it to Moon, but who knows? I think I sent it back to Hickow. Like she didn't already have it. All right. Let's see. I know my little girl's working. All right. I did send it to your messenger if you do want to pop up either backstage or whatever, Moonchild. But yeah, there was some crazy stuff on the Gypsy Rose. But once again, most of you guys don't even know who it is, so kind of pointless.
I remember Gypsy Rose was a song by Cinderella, 80s band. Cinderella, the Gypsy Rose song.
Yeah, very aware.
That might have been where she got her name from. I never knew that. That makes sense, though.
Can't Take Me Home.
Mm-hmm.
Never mind. Those who know, know.
Mm-hmm.
And those who don't, listen to bad music.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I just missed it.
Let me ask you a real quick question.
Go ahead.
So you said your kid's working tonight?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I sent her a text a while back asking her to tell me where she was working so I could pop in and see her. She did not respond, so I will kick her ass when I see her next.
Well, I do know that this one was a rescheduled around like she wasn't supposed to work and she kind of popped in, so it might have slipped her mind. And I'm not just taking up for her because we're related. Like
No, I didn't ask her tonight. I asked her last week. So
right.
quit trying to Quit trying. It's between me and her now. You're out of the equation.
I tried. No, I do think things are kind of, whatever. Like, I'll tell you some more stuff backstage. I just kind of can't. It's a natural instinct to take up a little shit.
Yeah, that's fine. But I know her pretty well myself, and I know when she needs taken up for him, when I need to kick her in the booty. Anyway, didn't mean to take up your show with that. I just wanted to throw that in.
Oh, it's not a big deal. We were literally talking about eggs. Man, I really do feel bad. We kind of ran Bonnie off at the war talk, and now I'm done with that. I don't want to talk about it anymore either. But I do like to know what's going on, whatever it is, good, bad, or ugly. I kind of want to know what's going on. I guess it is kind of ugly right now. It is what it is.
Well, as for dry gas stations, we went through that from 1976 to 1980 under Ford and Carter. So we had dry gas stations and then the high inflation. So it's kind of just a repeat. We should be used to it. I mean, in my opinion, it shouldn't last for that long. If it lasts for 4 or 5 years, if we survived it from 76 to 80, I think we could survive it. I know you guys are probably older. I could survive it because I'm only 43, but I could, I still have time to survive it. So, but go ahead.
Yeah,
Sorry.
we can survive it, but I remember those damn gas lines.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, we got
suck.
through it.
They were doing that crap, and I was at Virginia Beach. It was me and another guy, and we had these two freaking smokers. And I called in to work. It was a Monday, and I said, I can't get gas, man. I can't go. I took another day, man. Basically, kind of sort of like called in sick, so I would have another day at the beach on the phone. But it was they were doing a gas thing, yeah. Even odd.
Oh, it sucked. I remember one time I was going to a boxing tournament when I was a kid, and my dad had to stop to get gas, and I had a match, and we were waiting. So I get in there, I don't know. I was a small kid, but I only had like what felt like 10 to 15 minutes. I had to hurry up. We had to tape up the hands, put the gloves on, get my trunks on, get all, and it felt like as soon as I got there, it was like bing, bang, boom. And then they threw me in the ring. I was like, because of the gas lines. Anyway, sorry. You all just brought up that memory. So
no, you're
thought
good.
I'd share.
It was a boxing match?
Sorry.
Yeah, I boxed from like the time I was 4. But my first match is when I was 5, and I boxed until I was like 14.
Wow.
Something like that.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Man, I used to work with a guy that would go down just, I don't know, maybe 6 miles down the road was a federal penitentiary. He would go in there and box with the inmates. He was a tough son of a bitch, too.
Yeah. Boxing was real. Like my father was a heavyweight, and it was like mandatory that the 3 of us box. So like, I got a brother, my middle brother Dennis. He's passed now, but he actually in 1976 he won the Golden Gloves Outstanding Boxer Award, and it was a big deal. And like a bunch of local TV shows were interviewing him and shit, and they asked Muhammad Ali's trainer one time after one of his matches, who's the next big thing coming out of Louisville, and they said my brother's name, and
wow.
It almost immediately after that interview he had, and back then we didn't even have call waiting, and the phone just started exploding. And every time you'd hang it up, it was some other news people calling and blah, blah, blah. It was a big deal.
All were Golden Gloves. Is that not true? Is that inaccurate?
Well, I was not. I boxed in what was called the Silver Glove Ohio Valley tournament. I got kicked out of boxing before I was old enough to go into the Golden Gloves back then. I don't know what the ages are, but like I did it till I was like 14. And then I did a couple more matches a couple years later. But anywho, I never boxed in the Golden Gloves because mom and dad were divorced and blah blah blah. It wasn't a thing anymore. So I played football.
It is what it is. But I always heard that my granddad actually boxed and hung out with Muhammad Ali. Cassius
No,
Clay.
he used to give him a ride to the gym, and your grandfather was a bad boy. I used to have old people come up to me all the time, telling me how badass he was in the ring, and I saw a bunch of, and you could get it from your aunt. There's a whole lot of Louisville boxing news articles. Louisville used to be a huge boxing mecca. And there's a whole lot. There was a couple dedicated boxing magazines and the Louisville Times newspaper that's defunct now. But there's a whole bunch of articles talking about how he was up and coming and blah, blah, blah. Anyway,
Yeah, I don't
enough
really
about
want to put
that.
it out there, but I know. Well, no, I mean, I know it's true. I know that he was a contender for heavyweight championship of the world, which is a big deal. Not everybody can do that. So, but I don't want to put his name out there or anything like that. Have some.
Well, he was on the short list of people who might have gotten a shot back then. So anywho.
Cujo, you said your middle brother died. What did he die of, if you don't mind me asking?
I don't know what the official cause was, but it was initiated by pancreatic cancer.
Gotcha.
Now, he was your brother. He was a heavyweight as well.
No, he not when I was talking. Not when I was talking about him. He probably welterweight, I guess.
Okay.
Middleweight. No, because the whole boxing thing came to an end for us. When my mom and dad got divorced, I was 8 years old. That would have made him like 15. And like I said, it was mandatory for us. My oldest brother ended up joining the Air Force, and my middle brother kept doing it for a while. And like I said, I did it for a while and then dropped out of it and came back in. So none of us are really old enough to make the heavyweight. Now, he might have been in his later years of boxing. He may have been big enough to be heavyweight, but I don't know that for a fact. All of it's record. You could, like, if you had his name, you can look it up. They got records of all that shit.
I'll give it to Yorga offline. I don't care. Yorga has all my info, but I don't want to put it on a live stream, but I'll give it to you offline if you ever want to look into it. I mean, there is a lot of good things about my granddad. They're not all good, but there's a lot of good about him, He's not here anymore either. So way more cool thing about my grandma. Anyway, I don't know. I wanted to talk about this one little clip because actually Craig brought it up like Friday, or I don't know if it was Wednesday or Friday, but I was hoping I could. It's just we're all over the place, and I don't have things super organized or anything. But he definitely brought it up, and I don't know if anybody up here even heard of it that much, or even in chat. But there was this whole thing in New York City about men in the sewer. It's crazy. I know it sounds insane, but it's a true story. And I don't really, it's just kind of one of those unanswered, strange things. And I definitely know Craig was talking about it. And I don't know if he's even listening anymore. He's probably sleeping.
No, I saw that it was a thing, but I didn't look into it.
I haven't looked far. I saved this little clip because he mentioned it, brought it up, and I had just seen it. And when we got done that day or night, whichever was Wednesday or Friday, I saved it in a playlist and I just didn't get to it while I was here, but I figured we might as well play it.
When it comes to these men popping in and out of these sewers over in New York City, when this story first broke out, this is what the residents were told by the investigators.
About 7 men climbed into the manhole on McDonald Avenue in Collin Place. They spent 3 hours in the sewer and emerged at 2 a.m.
They get out, they get a car, they drive away.
Neighbors were alerted when investigators showed up Friday to canvass the area. They were told not to worry.
They climbed in the manholes, they searched, they went up and down the block. And lo and behold, they tell us they dropped their keys. I don't believe anyone dropped keys.
So the investigators told the residents nothing to worry about, no big deal. These men were just looking for their keys. And in order to get that information, one would think that the investigators had spoken to these men. And even if that was the case, opening up a sewer in New York to look for your keys is still considered a crime. And he wasn't the only resident to say this. There was a couple other residents that came forward to the news that said that they were told by investigators that these men were looking for their lost keys. Well, flash forward a few days later, these men are still listed as mysterious men by authorities, even though they had supposedly spoken to them. And now the story has changed. These mysterious men are now treasure hunters looking for treasure in the sewers of New York. Senior law enforcement at the very trustworthy NYPD had said that this is the primary theory that they are pursuing, that this group were scouring the system for valuables that get into the sewage. Okay, whatever, but it has come out that back in May, somebody caught video footage of a group of men also going down a sewer, this time over in Astoria, Queens, New York.
You're like, I saw this happen in front of my shop. That's when we actually released the video and we saw, it was going on in multiple areas.
Video of a group of people climbing down into the sewer system in New York City. This is new video of another manhole break-in. This is in Astoria, Queens. Now, last Friday, we told you about two other similar scenes in Brooklyn. Law enforcement sources say it doesn't appear to be nefarious, but still no clear answer on what's happening underground.
Again, the NYPD tells us nothing nefarious is going on, but wouldn't it be nice to get these men and talk to them and find out what's actually happening, arrest them, given the fact that going down the sewer in New York for any reason whatsoever is indeed considered illegal.
Anyway, that's about the short and the long of it. Pretty strange. And I just
And
wonder.
the weird thing is, all right, so they're going down in there, but it almost appears like they're putting the top back on.
Right.
they're
I don't
down.
know.
I mean, those tops are heavy as dog shit, man.
Right. I hope that he comes back up. Okay.
Oh,
Apple's
man, what happened?
I think he'll be back, I would think. I don't know if you meant to access every part of your phone, messages, emails. What the hell? That's crazy, Navy vet. All right, let's see. Tiny hats added again. Oh my gosh. I don't know, man. It's pretty weird. And I just, like I said, I kind of wanted to share it when Craig was here, but I also just wanted to make sure that I shared it. Oh, okay. I think he was trying to message. Okay. Let's see. He's back. I just got to pull him up here. Here we go. Add to stage. So
good. Sorry
what's-
about that. Every time I try to do something on my phone, it disconnects me.
Deck on. Only thing is, I can't. If it was an email, that's such a cute. I've seen this one before. Okay. Like first off, let me make myself bigger so you can actually see. You get from it. That's Cujo. He's so little.
Mhm.
Oh, look at the hair. I've never seen you with short hair besides this picture. Pretty cute. It's so funny. You're so little. I never saw it. He's always been older
Hey,
than
you
me.
think I look bad? You should have seen the other kid.
That's pretty cute, man. All right.
Time for some spam and rice. Here we go. Let's have it.
Oh.
Let's eat spam and rice.
Okay. You
Sweet.
prepare to get used to using your preps there. Spam and rice sounds like a prepper meal right there.
It does, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, I got a little, I got enough food and water put away to hold us off for a while. So I made sure of that, being a responsible dad and husband and all that, I took care of that. Yep. So what a man's supposed to do is take care of the family.
Right.
Amen.
That's why I don't have a family. I can just drink beer all day.
Oh my goodness. Debbie said yes, and they came out of the manhole in one of the video and went to a car, were handed clean clothes out for them to change into. There's some weird stuff going on with that one. I don't know what it is. That video that I played it from, this guy goes on to talk about the Gotham, the fact that the cameras there are called Gotham, kind of like the movie Batman Gotham, and how that's kind of like DC. And in the movie, they go in the tunnels to put, BOMBSs in them. And I'm like, okay, this is a lot of stretch and reach, but shit, it's a better explanation than none, I suppose. Anyway, I just had to share it a little bit. Some cameras on, I get tired of looking at circles. Yeah, it is kind of like you don't want to be the only one either, though. Yeah, there's Bob. I don't know. It just kind of makes you any facial. I tell people here's the reason why, because when I'm here and I'm like, this is what I look like I'm squinting, I'm popping, changing stuff when I'm doing, and I just and like I don't know, it makes me self conscious. So I like to have mine off, and I'm sorry. I wish I could feel a little bit more comfortable and I'd leave it on. And once again, a lot of people leave them off. So you don't want to be the only one. I get, Bob, you just don't give a shit, huh? That's what's up. There you go. It's just one of those things. I don't know.
No, I don't care. I'm retired. I got the world by the short hairs. I don't care.
All right.
Do you ever feel guilty about that, Bob? And the reason I say that is I'm retired too, and I keep finding myself because I never expected to be able to retire, and now that I have, and everything's pretty much okay, I find myself, catching myself feeling guilty about it, and I shouldn't because I worked hard for this shit. Do you ever have that?
After I first retired, yeah. Because my wife's 5 years younger than me and she's still going to work. I feel a little twinge of guilt about that because she's not retired yet. But other than that, dude, I worked in a hangar that had, during the lean times, 8,000 people. During the heavy times with 13,000 people every day for 30 years. I was ready to leave. Trust me. So no, I don't have any guilt about it, man. That pension spends real nice at the first of the month.
Got to tell you, Yorga, having zero guilt about the time the female goes to work in the morning. I'm popping open my first beer, waving goodbye from the balcony as I'm lighting up a cigarette, and I don't feel bad.
Mm-hmm.
Good. No, that's good. It's real good.
Yeah. Well, I know, and I don't think anybody should feel guilty if you worked yourself.
Hold on. Let me just say this. That is really good because it's all about. I don't want to get too deep here, but it's really not that deep. It's all about what makes you happy. Are you happy? Are you not happy? And that's always been my goal. Not riches or everything, although I like that shit, but just being happy. And if, seeing her go off to work, cracking a beer, walking out on the balcony, man, that sounds good to me, man. That's happiness.
Well, just to be clear, I'm going back to work when I finally get this damn book published, but it's nice just to bring in more money because my retirement is modest, but it gets me by. Yeah. But it's nice to have the luxury to be able to try to write a book and be able to take, some time off and not have to stress not having any money, Do
you ever get writer's block?
No, I'm way too fucked up in the head to have writer's block.
Good. No, that's good. See, that would be me. I would set aside time to do it, and everything's everything, and then I wouldn't be able to think anything to write.
Now, you know what? Right now, I'm writing fantasy fiction.
Right.
So I'll drink a few beers and turn on some real hard 80s metal music, and my battle scenes are epic because I'm just sitting there getting pissed off at the world, listening to the music, and so anyway.
Well, anything that works, man, and that works. So good.
Yeah, I'm making jokes, but it's also kind of
what's your top 3 metal bands from the 80s, from the 1980s?
My top 3. Oh God, that is. Can I give you my top 20?
Let's do it.
Well, you're going. I'd have to go with. Gosh damn.
My first would be Judas Priest.
Okay, they'd be up there. They're on my list. They're on my list. Judas Priest, Iron Maiden. I used to like
Van
Def
Halen.
Leppard, but
Sabbath with
they're more
Dio
rock.
was good.
Mm-hmm.
Metallica,
Oh yeah.
golly, I don't know, man. I like a lot of the
How about
like
Dokken?
those. Dokken, yeah, Dokken was good.
Yeah, they were good.
How about Queensryche from Seattle? Bob's
They were
area.
good.
Washington
They were
State.
good.
Like me some Queensryche. I even liked a lot of some of the lighter stuff, like Rat. I like them.
Yeah. Happy-go-lucky metal.
Yeah, I mean that's what I mean though. Is like
Van
I like the
Halen
whole.
was kind of like that, you know. Instead
Yeah.
of being all serious and about demons, it was about joking around and being a dick, you know.
You guys put Ozzy on the list, or does he not make it? How does that work?
No, Ozzy's on the list, although I'm not a fan of him. I'm a fan of his musicians, but I'm not a fan of him. Never have been. Well, actually, I take that back. My favorite band when I was like 12 was Black Sabbath. I loved them to death. I saved up my lawnmower money and went to the first concert I went to, and they
Yeah,
sucked.
same with me.
And they sucked. Glory Secole blew them off the freaking stage, man. I was like, holy hell.
Does Pink Floyd make the top 20?
No, they're not heavy metal.
Okay.
I like Ozzy.
A lot of people do.
And I tell you what, my favorite metal song of all, and it's not real hard. It's kind of somewhere in the middle because I go the whole gamut. I like all the like more radio played, pop shit from the hair bands all the way into, your Metallica, Anthrax, all that bullshit too. But my favorite metal song is probably Rainbow, Dio singing with Rainbow in the Dark.
Yeah, good one.
Every time I hear that sumbitch, I want to destroy things.
Yeah,
in a good
one
way.
that does that to me too is Neon Nights with Dio with Sabbath.
Yeah.
Can't help but tap my foot.
Wasn't Rodney James the only 5'2"?
He was very short. Yeah,
Yeah, he was
about
a little
that.
dude, but he had some pipes on him.
Yeah.
I like middle of the road music. I've been listening to very recently. It got stuck in my head one day, and I listened to it quite a few times here on YouTube. Is Led Zeppelin's 10 Years Gone.
Yeah.
That is a good song.
That's on Led Zeppelin 3, right? Is it 3?
I think so.
No, it's on 2, I think.
The 2.
I used to play the song. I know the one you're talking about. You got
That's
yeah.
the one.
What about Pantera? Is Pantera on the list, or is that the wrong genre? I don't know what genre y'all are in.
No, I like Pantera too. I love the song Walk.
I like that song
Or
too.
no, Respect. Whatever. I don't know the name, but that one gets me going too. But it's later. They're not 80s. I don't. Well, maybe they're late 80s. I don't know.
Alice in Chains. How about the Sitting on the Neighborhood
That was more of a 90s kind of thing, man, I think, wasn't it?
Yeah, they're from Washington State too, from Bachner. Alice in Chains.
Mary, I'm not going to see the Spielberg movie, but when it makes when it's easily available, I'll probably watch it. But I might pray before I even touch that because, with the predictive program and all the different things, I'm a little nervous about it.
What's that?
I think it's going to be a letdown.
The Spielberg movie about disclosure.
Have you ever watched, what's the one? Close Encounters of the Third Kind?
Yeah.
I mean, the movie's kind of a letdown. I mean, it's kind of long and kind of boring, and it's like, okay, I'm glad I saw that, but I really don't want to see it again. I think that's what this one's going to do, about the same kind of feel.
Hey, Carl says, "We'll know for the first time if we're evil or divine. We're last in line." That must be a lyric. I don't know.
That's Ronnie James Dio, last in line.
It's who? Sorry, you were
Ronnie
both.
James Dio.
Sorry, my bad. I feel like I'm getting kicked off my own damn panel for not knowing that shit.
Well, I thought I raised you better than that. You're too busy listening to Alanis Morissette and shit.
I can remember some of the music playing from the basement when I was younger.
How
It is
could you
true.
not?
Yeah, you know which one I always liked. It's so jacked up, and it. I would have probably not ever heard it because it wasn't like a radio jam that much. Freaking Civil War by Guns N' Roses, and I always got a kick out of that. Human grocery store, ain't that fresh? I mean, can you imagine? You're just like this young kid. Your brain's developing. You're like, what the hell is my uncle listening to down there? What is going on?
There's,
Oh,
you know, that was wild. That like mom being real reserved and shit, but she never, ever, ever said anything about me cranking up the radio. It'd be middle of the night, and she never cared. She like enjoyed it and shit. I was like, damn.
Yes, because
And-
when she went back to work, she was first off, my grandma was such a cool lady, and she had to go back to work at 50 because, like you said, they divorced and everything. So it's kind of really horrible that she ever had to do that, you know. So, anyways, on her carpool, they would do country music, and she hated it. And she would always tell my uncle, "Hey, crank that up for a minute. Crank up the music one time," so she could get that to get her through the country music she couldn't stand on her way to work. I think that's freaking awesome. She's such a cool grandma. They didn't
But,
make
yeah, and just for the record, I mean, I know you all out there in chat and shit probably don't give a flying shit, but I'm going to tell you anyway. So my mother was considerably older than me. Like, she was more like, she was closer to my friend's grandmother's age than she was their mother's age. I came along late. My family's old. Anywho. But that's what made it a little more surreal, was her listening to all my jamming out, because she came from, you know, Elvis and shit.
Yeah, she was cool though, man. She had a way with every single one of us in her own way. Like one of the things I liked, because you thought she was old to you, you know, I'm even younger. So, but she would treat me almost not quite as an equal, because of course I had respect for her and things like that. But you'd sit there and, you know, be a little kid, and she'd give me like milk coffee while she had her coffee, and, you know, smoked a shit ton of cigarettes and everything, because that's just how it was back then. And just have conversations with me and always tell me, you know, I was an old soul, and talk to me and ask my opinion and actually listen. You know, I didn't get that from many other places, and she would have a way of making a connection, you know, with each person.
Yeah, her way of connecting with me was to hit me with the 2x4, but whatever.
Because she hella connection.
Had to be a breakaway. That'd be cool. Breakaway 2x4.
It was a bit long, says Outlanders. I had some reviews on YouTube. They seemed to like it, and they did say it was a bit long. Huh. Well, I'm sure that there's going to be so much in it, and I don't know. I think they're going to do things on purpose with that movie. I don't know how, you know, we talk about predictive programming, or at least I've heard a lot of people around these parts talking about it. We've seen, you know, it's as if that's what they're doing with these types of things.
What movie are you talking about, Cole? I missed the point.
Disclosure by Steven Spielberg about the aliens and all this. The timing is impeccable. You know what I mean? It's it's coinciding right with when we're getting they're talking about it in the White House. It's just super, super interesting. It was a good question from
Hey,
chat.
Steph. Hey, Steph. Welcome in. Yeah.
Yeah, and Yorga, that Steven Spielberg letdown, like when the
Crazy Outlanders.
Oh shit, Close Encounters. I thought it was really cool when like the dude was going nuts and like building the mud thing of the mountain in his basement. But then you get all to the end and you get all hyped up for these aliens and shit, and they come out and they're all looking goofy. I was like, that was a letdown. It was like they just look goofy as hell. I was like, why not be cool looking aliens?
I agree. It was. I've sat there and I could have found 10,000 other things to do to spend my time better than watching that movie. It was terrible. I thought it was awful. I'll never watch it again. It was pointless.
Yeah, that's like he was saying. I mean, it had good build up, and then it just drug on, and then big letdown at the end.
Yeah, and it had its good parts, you know, but some kind of a sci-fi, you know, horror medieval, whatever. I like watching that shit. You know, I always had Godzilla, you know, and all that kind of stuff. I love and love.
Oh,
Yeah, that one was kind of just. I remember I saw it at the theater. It must have been 77, I guess.
Yeah, I
It
did
was
too.
just like, yeah. I mean, it's not like going to watch Star Wars, and I'm not a giant Star Wars fan, but it was a fun movie. You know?
Yorga, the best, I mean the best Godzilla movie I have ever seen is Godzilla -1. It
Yeah,
is the
yeah.
best.
It's the best. It's I agree. I have it here. They've got a black and white version now too. That's really good.
Okay. Yeah, all the actors are Japanese. No white people,
Yeah,
no nothing.
yeah,
Japanese, all speaking Japanese, and it was post-war Japan. Just in case anybody wants to watch it, I
yeah.
recommend it highly.
I'm not crazy about
Outstanding
the.
movie.
I'm not crazy about the American ones, and they're making a Godzilla
Yeah.
-0 now, which is a sequel to the one you're talking about. It's going to be out in a few months. But yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I used to
Showed
watch
the,
all those.
just like showed the utter devastation of the Japanese cities at the end of the war. Right, those
Yeah,
cities.
but it had a good bend on it because it was a kamikaze pilot that chickened out.
Yeah,
And
yeah, and
he
he
ended
had
up
to.
landing on an island, you know, and he said something wrong with my plane. They're like, ain't shit wrong with your plane. And then a smaller Godzilla comes through, and it's a good movie.
All that survivor guilt of the Japanese culture.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
it was an outstanding movie. It touched on a lot of things that we Americans didn't know about with the Japanese until during the war. We didn't know.
Right. Yeah, it was good.
Shit, that might be my late night movie. God damn, I might just watch that tonight if I can find it around. Yeah.
Yeah, I've got it on Amazon. I think Amazon or Netflix, one of them.
Which movie are you guys talking about? Sorry, I'm looking a little bit over because I forgot something happened with scientists. I actually have been really busy, but I could probably wing it and pull it up about a short clip about what's going one of these other ones that her body just got found. Just because we got on the disclosure topic and it made me remember that there was a little bit came out this week. It's some strange shit, man, every time I turn around. But what movie were you guys talking about?
Godzilla -1. That is the most outstanding Godzilla movie I have ever seen. It's right here on Netflix. I'm going to watch that late night tonight. While I'm
What
standing
about
out here, chain smoking and drinking coffee. Yeah.
What's the approximate release date on that?
It
On the
was
new
pretty
one?
recent. Yeah, it was pretty recent.
Oh, on the one he's talking about. Oh, yeah, a year ago, maybe.
Oh, I haven't seen that one.
It's a really good one. They have I saw it in the theater with, it had subtitles. I had to read it, you know.
Yeah.
It had a
So
limited
it's
time.
a recent Japanese movie.
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah, and
it's
they
Japanese.
did a real good job on it too, man. Real good.
So what? Just curious. What does the title mean? -1.
It's up for debate.
Yeah.
It has to do with Japan had already had a horrible defeat with the bombs, right?
Yeah.
And now this is happening. They're just kind of they're finally trying to get their shit together from the atomic bombs. Then this happened. So it's like -1. I guess it's Japanese culture, man. They don't think like we do.
Yeah. Okay.
And the
Fair
next one is going to be -0. So I can't explain that one either. I don't know.
Well, I would say that's a more positive, but it's kind of a neutral.
Maybe it's like a score -1.
The one scene in the movie when Godzilla came ashore and those Mitsubishi tanks were firing on him. Clue number 1: do not fuck with Godzilla. If you attack him, he's going to kick.
Nothing works on him. No.
Yeah, and he reared back and he hit what was left of that city with his own atomic bomb, and then that kamikaze pilot, you could see that he lost his mind. because everything was destroyed. They were just rebuilding, and now it got destroyed again. And he did a good job in that acting, falling to his knees.
Yeah, the
screaming.
acting was very
You
good in
know,
that movie.
It was very good. Yeah.
That's something you don't hear a lot about a Japanese movie.
Or Godzilla movie. Trust
Well,
me, there's a lot of honkers out there.
There is. Yeah.
well, I've seen all the old Godzilla movies.
I love them too. Just the dumber the better.
Yeah, they were good. What was that one where he had the sun that was blowing smoke
Yeah,
rings until he
Manila.
stepped on his tail real hard and then he blew fire?
He was blowing the smoke rings. I mean, like the
yeah.
He has two names, it's either Minya or Manila.
I love those when I was a kid. They'd have them on Sundays. They did this thing called Sundays Movies 4, and it would be like Shirley Temple, Abbott and Costello, Meet the Mummy, and Godzilla and something else. And I used to sit in there on Sundays and watch that shit. Loved it.
Oh, do you remember the soundtrack of Godzilla when he's approaching? Dun 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 dun
Yeah.
dun. They kept that soundtrack. I'm sitting here watching that movie, and I grew up the same way. It was like Sunday morning. I'm sitting in front of a little space heater watching this on TV, and oh man, that brought back some good memories. Oh God,
I'm such a nerd. The guy who
Me
wrote
too.
the guy who wrote that music. The guy who wrote that music is Akira Ifukube. No kidding.
You are a nerd.
I know way too much more of this shit than I need to.
Right on, right on.
Camo Carl mentioned Gamera. I could never get into Gamera.
When his
and
wife
Carl, when you name the kittens, if one's like really a dick, you can name it Yorga.
Good to see you, Jay. Oh yeah, I was gonna see if
It's supposed to be fun.
do a phone call. I forgot. I meant to ask her that because I know she's done that before, and it was nice catching up with her. No, chat asks about 10 all the time. I ought to text her, but I will share this little thing about the scientists or whatever, this girl that was located. Just because I don't remember, I'll say it wrong. I won't play it for long, just long enough to get the gist for you guys. And then while I do that, I will send Carl the link too, because he said he's had his.
They noticed that she just seemingly disappeared. Friend
Oh crap! What happened?
was talking to her during this hike, and boom, she vanished. Here is a local news report that details the finding
Oh, I'm sorry, y'all.
of these remains. Listen.
The
9 o'clock. Well, an almost year-long missing persons case has been solved, but now there are plenty of new questions. New Mexico State Police found remains near Taos, and after an investigation, state police then determined they were the remains of missing Los Alamos National Laboratory worker Melissa Casillas. NMSP says they found the remains of Casillas in the McGaffey Ridge area of the Carson National Forest. That ridge is not too far away from where Casillas was last seen. Investigators say a handgun was found next to her body.
Yeah, a handgun was found next to her body. And she was 1 second just talking with a friend, and the next second disappeared, and then they find a handgun next to her body. And also her phones erased after that. Wallet, car keys were all left at home in her Rancho de Taos home, and her car was left parked outside. Ron James is the director of media relations at MUFON, the Mutual UFO Network, and the creator of Accidental Truth Next, the new documentary, which is available on all of those platforms there. The film is, by the way, narrated by Matthew Modine. Ron James joins us here on Redacted. Great to see you, Ron. Welcome back to the show.
Thanks for having me back on, Clayton.
My pleasure. I don't want to be hyperbolic with this story because, a lot of these people went missing at different stages at different times. But this case particularly, along with of course, General McCaslin, to me stand out as two of the most important stories out of these missing scientists stories. So what do you make of, first of all, what do you make of her disappearance and now this discovery?
Well, there's just too many coincidences going on. I think that making a case that all of these missing people have to do with some kind of widespread conspiracy might be a stretch. But there are definitely major connections between some of these people and reasons that could account for their disappearance. And there's also too many similarities. Where Melissa is concerned, we have someone who disappeared off of a hiking trail and then ends up dead. With a handgun found on the scene. We have some similar circumstances with General McCaslin. Even though we haven't found him yet, he is on the record as having disappeared with his handgun and going off, and nobody's seen him again. This is Los Alamos National Laboratory, where we're talking about Melissa. This is Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, where we're talking about McCaslin. And some of these other scientists are involved with organizations that we know are plugged into researching exotic technologies with possible reverse engineering origins, and coming up with science that we believe springs forth from some of these reverse engineering programs. McCaslin was at the top of the ladder. He was the guy with the keys of the kingdom at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. And anybody in the UFO community knows how significant Wright-Patterson is in the history of crash retrievals and clandestine programs. Also, a lot of things happen at Los Alamos National Labs. The Department of Energy is well known to be one of the government entities that runs a lot of these reverse engineering programs under.
Anyways, I didn't want to get too bogged down. Okay, there's Carl. All right.
Hey, Carl.
And I shot her a message just to see if she felt like saying hi. So it is weird because she's gone for a year and then all of a sudden her body remains just show. I don't know, some weird stuff. And it was just a new piece I wanted. Y'all started talking about Disclosure, the movie, and it made me think of that. Good to see you, Carl.
Come on. Claude. Move.
What?
Oh, Claude, I'm sorry.
I thought you were saying Carl. I thought you were talking to
No,
Carl.
I was talking to my cat, Claude.
Oh, look at that.
There they are.
Okay. Tim's gonna join. Awesome.
That mama cat's, I'm going to tell you, I've always had cats, and that doesn't make me an expert or anything, but that mama cat's a very, very good kind of cat to have around. And being that she has those good genes, the little ones are probably going to be real good ones, too.
Here, you got to see the face on this guy. He's the dude. The other two kittens are female, but this guy right here, I'm waking him up, so he's...
Aww.
Let me see here if I get his face. But he's just got. Let me see. I got him right here. We'll get you.
Oh my gosh.
Hey, buddy.
They're cuter than chickens.
I don't have them named yet, you know.
Sorry, Colin.
But oh no, what'd you say?
I said they're cuter than chickens.
Oh man, whatever. They're all cute. Here's the thing: we're some animal loving fools, I'll tell you.
They
Definitely.
look like they get that last one looked like he got a little person in him.
You know, he's totally. He's a trip, man. He's the one that came out first. First off, let me say, these things came out the first day they were crawling around, going all circles around their mom and stuff. This ain't normal. I've seen a lot of litters of kittens, and these ones are like advanced or something because they're already walking around and stuff within days, even though they got noodles for legs, they're still getting around. And now the one that came out first, the biggest, lightest gray one, that thing's crawling all over this truck, way ahead of its kin, you know what I mean? His siblings aren't even as advanced as this one is. It's kind of crazy to watch. You'll see. I'm gonna do some more shorts on them. I'll get some good pictures or something of their faces because there's like 3 colors of gray, you know, and I don't want to name them until I see what they act like, and you know.
Yeah, I do that too. Normally, a name will just pop into my head.
Man, Jay's trolling you, Yorga. You see this comment? I thought Claude
What do you
died.
think?
I thought Claude died a few times. He's trolling you.
No, him came close.
No, that was really crazy though. I don't know if he's still here. Hey, guys. Oh, look, it is 10. Okay, that's so cool. Good to see you, 10. We missed you. People talk about you all the time in chat, wondering about
I
you.
don't see her.
She's at the bottom. Let's put her up here with us so you can see her.
Yorga, I figured out what I'm going to do. I think I'm going to train these as attack cats, all right, and then sell them for big money. You know what I mean? Like, just train them to be like you can sick them on people or something.
That'd be cool. You can do it.
Is your audio working, 10?
Yeah. You hear me?
Yep, hear you. So, you've never officially met my uncle Cujo's here. So this is one of our.
Real quick, hey 10, ain't seen you in a while. Glad to have you up.
What? No way. 10, 12, 10.
These 10.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Say more. I want to hear more. I want to hear something I know that 10 would say, so I know it's you.
He doesn't. He thinks you're an imposter.
Explosion!
That's
That'll do
10.
it.
That's
Naked
10.
dog. Good to hear you, Tim.
I'll take a bag of dicks for 500, Alex.
It's so good to see you here.
Yep, you passed.
Okay.
Murray said,
And
there
then
is our.
AI.
How are you doing tonight?
Good. I'm just chilling like a villain. What are you guys doing?
Oh man, we've been all over the place talking about everything. We were
I
talking
can't
about
hear you very good, Tim.
I'm
I can
just
try to-
chilling like a villain. Just like
Yeah, we definitely miss you. You get brought up all the time. Chat's always asking, "Where's Tim? Where's Tim?"
what's going on in the news? What did I miss?
Everything. I don't know. You
Oh,
know the
you
news.
want us to review the whole last year? What about 4? She's looking for us to review the whole last year she's been gone. Is that what you said?
No,
Well,
I'm trying to.
No, I haven't been keeping up with too much of the news, but a lot of the sun stuff and the earthquakes. Oh yeah, and the volcanoes. Keeping up on that still.
Yeah.
My
Well,
family.
tell us what we need to know then, because that's what we're not looking at.
I want to go back a few years for a sec, if I can. Can I have the floor for just a second?
Sure.
Because I can remember being on panel at Prepping 101 with
Oh, yeah.
tinfoil on the panel, and I brought up this sun sucker. Okay. And I found the video and got 101 to play it. And I'll never forget Tim's reaction to that video. Do you remember that, Tinfoil? Where that thing like looked like it had sucked a tornado off the surface of the sun and then shot away into space like a black.
Oh yeah. Okay, yeah, a filament. Yeah, but it did do a twister. Yeah, I do remember. That was in the beginning when I was just learning about the filaments and the different polarities and
Jay said you were high.
I'm always high, of course, because I'm retired and I'm in my go-go years. Yeah. So.
Yeah, you gotta. It's been a while though, so maybe this cat maybe doesn't know the different sets of years. I know there's several years, and one of them's the Go-Go's. How do they go again? I forget.
It's the go-go years, the slow-go years, and then the fucking no-go years. And oh boy, ain't looking for
Wait a minute, what happened to the golden years? What happened to the golden years? That go-go year sounds like those boots they used to wear in the 60s.
I don't think that's going to be possible with what's coming. Because in all reality, shit's just, not looking good as far as like our farmers, our food production, our cattle, and now animals are gonna, that the fucking screwworm came back from 60 years ago. They called them werbles. The farmers used to call those things werbles. I had to look that shit up. But yeah, here we eradicated this, flesh-eating infestation screwworm, and then now it's back, but yeah, it's our food. And
see, I knew you were keeping up with shit. I knew better.
Well, I keep up on that part because I'm a prepper, and I know shit's getting weird because you guys know I'm the queen of number 10 cans, right? I mean, I've been that way for years. I'm still buying, and guess what I'm noticing? A lot of canned meat being produced by all of a sudden these new name brands. Okay, so I've been thinking about it. You know what? Why are they all of a sudden packaging this stuff? Because they're taking half of it for the military, because Walmart's part of that, but they got to sell some of it above ground. They got bacon in a fucking can now.
Good thing I got on my old meat.
Hey, I used to buy this bacon in a can. I've been bitching about it disappearing for years. It used to be in a white can, and it was some of the best bacon I ever had. It was perfect for camping because it came wrapped in like a wax paper. You'd unroll it.
Yep, it's back, Camo Carl. See, that's how I know shit's getting ready. And when they're mass producing this and selling it through Walmart, half of it's going underground or to the military. And of course, they got to throw some of it up there for us, worthless eaters up on the top here to get a few cans. You know, if you can afford them, he's $36 a can.
Well, you know, and what is a fact is what they call the MREs, the meals ready to eat. If you go back and look at those over the decades, you'll see that they have like bags of Skittles in them or M&Ms or whatever. Each one of those entrees, meals, the snacks, everything is made by a name brand company that, you know, it's the exact same product that you might buy in a plain brown wrapper, so to say. It's actually plastic, but it's the same stuff. So they're producing it in the factory, packaging it for the military differently, and then they even have like generic versions. It'll be the same exact stuff that they put the brand name on and sell for, you know, the top dollar.
Well, it used to be kind of difficult for me to find different, you know, like MREs, you know, like I had to search on Amazon, sometimes Walmart. But guess what? Now they're selling them really heavy on TikTok. On TikTok.
I can get them cheap suddenly. They went 10. They dropped half the value. They were $100 a case for fresh cases here locally. Every case you'd spend $100 or for the last 6 or 7 years.
And
All
now
of a sudden,
$50
all of a sudden, I can get them everywhere for $50 a case. A or B case, new entrees, all fresh dates inspected.
That's because they're mass producing them and they have to have some of them on top for us worthless eaters. And the TikTok fucking people are selling them over there for $50 a case, like you said, instead of being $100. I haven't bought one.
Why do they get to sell them cheaper? So you were saying this the other day that you're trying to get them, and then when you try to buy them, they're already sold out like really quick. And you think that
the bacon
bigger people are taking them to the ground.
Yeah,
I mean, I know these people are buying islands.
It was
Hey, oh yeah, then I'll shut up. Well, just so I can get this out, then I'll shut right up. I'll trade any of my peanut butter packets for your cheese packet, jalapeno or regular. Okay, I'm done.
Oh, you like the cheese? Huh?
So yeah,
Oh,
no,
man,
she was.
I'll give you 2 peanut butters for the bacon cheese packet.
So she was saying that she was going to get them and then they would be sold out real quick. So it made her think, but that makes you think people are buying islands like
yeah, why the fuck are they buying on this area that it's a beautiful area and they shouldn't be fucking that up, man. And the people aren't happy. They're like, what was that country again? Is it Australia? No, it's off of Australia. No, off of Argentina or something. Where the fuck is it? Help us out in chat, guys. Where's Trump's daughter and son-in-law building that new resort?
all I know is it was an island. I don't know where, but maybe Chad does. But there's people talking about getting bunkers. Albania says
Albania.
Mary. Thanks, Mary Freeland. You win a prize. I don't know what it is, but you win it. Maybe
I'm a prepper too, and I've been putting away food for quite a while. So I have not in that I must have fever
And
anymore.
you're in a horrible spot, Bob.
You know,
Bob's in the danger zone.
Yeah, I am. But
oh, you're in Washington on the coast.
yes.
Yeah, I'm in Washington, but I'm on the other side. So
Okay.
Yeah, I'm away from the city, thank God. But you know, all this food that gets grown around here. The other day we had a tornado, and it did $5,000 worth of damage to my fucking property, man. I lost 2 trees and half of my fence, but it's all fixed now. Yeah. Yeah, because we have a handyman. But yeah, fuck, man, it came in, and guess what? They just planted. And all those little baby seedlings, man, they got beat. Yeah, the fields aren't looking so good here in Eastern Washington. Yeah, I know the farmers were bitching and complaining about the cost of urea and the fertilizer, and a lot of that was coming out of the Middle East. And then remember a couple years ago, you guys, that new fertilizer plant in Washington State, it just happened to blow up. Yeah.
So, Tin, Chad is always asking about you and wanting to find a way. And I always tell him you're on TikTok, but I really don't know much about TikTok. Is there anything you can tell them where if they wanted to follow you on TikTok, you still have a wrench if you can?
No,
If you,
don't follow me on TikTok because I just fuck around over there. I just fuck around.
well, I'm just glad you came to say. I'm telling you, just about every other night, somebody's like, I miss 10 all the time. So it's really nice to have you up.
I miss everybody too. I doing a show all the time. It's I don't know, just and the news is so fucked up,
It is. Yeah.
It is
You've got to look for the good news. It's hard and you have to go hunt it out because it's not all going to be good, obviously. And all this war, there's nothing good about war.
Well, and you got doomsday fishes, that are, coming to the surface and dying here on the West Coast. That ain't a good thing, those oarfish. And then we've had how many whales beach themselves in the last few months up here? Something's going on up here. Something's going on.
10.
20 of what?
Well, if you look at it this way, Tim, in the same day in Japan, Philippines, and Indonesia, and then an underwater volcano, all four blew up at the same time, the same day. Then here comes the earthquake in the Philippines, which my family's fine. That's where my family lives.
Oh, good.
And then there's another, we had a small earthquake in Puget Sound a couple of days ago, 1.3 or something.
Yep.
And then there's a volcano off the coast of Oregon that's popping off right now.
The
Pronounce that again for me. Pronounce that again for me.
Where?
The sound.
The what?
I've always read about that sound. I've read that. I didn't
Puget
know
Sound. Puget Sound. Puget Sound.
Puget.
Yeah, Puget. Mm-hmm.
Sound. Yeah, what you're talking about is the actual seamount that's 300 miles off the Oregon coast. And if you look at the new Navy map, it don't look so good because Oregon ain't there, guys. Yeah, just like there. Okay. But yeah, we've got an increase in the sun's activity and that energy is coming in. And we're going into, I don't know what we're going into. I'm wondering, are we going to have a repeat possibly next year, a year without a summer like in 1816? But then we've got Trump opening up the sane asylums. Yeah, and they started doing that, sometime after the Carrington event up until the 1900s, lots of crazy farms were opened up,
Until deinstitutionalization took over.
That's one thing that concerns me is the sun, because all three of those volcanoes went off at the same time.
Yep.
From Japan, Philippines, and Indonesia, that ash will cover the entire west coast of the whole American continent.
So what's Navy talking about? I'm sorry. I thought you were done. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So we might not have much of a summer this year. I don't know if the ash has reached us yet or not.
I think it's going to take at least a month or more. But yeah, I'm watching that too, Bob, because of the fact that, the earth and a lot of the things, it's a repeat cycle. The Fibonacci effect. Everything's on a repeat, you guys. It's just different places, different times, things. And who the fuck wrote it down so we'll know about it, That's the key one. The history on it so we can map this shit out. So I don't know what's going to happen. And then what else is happening this year? We're hitting the 250th anniversary of our, United States, right?
Yeah.
Right.
If history repeats itself, just about every empire fell within 250 years, about the 250-year mark. Except for Rome, they went underground. But you know what I'm saying? So everybody.
I hear you, Tim. I don't know about everybody else here, but I feel like something in the next couple months is going to pop off, and I just feel like I got to be ready for as ready as I can be for whatever the hell's coming.
If there's any set of group of people ready, it's us, man. We've been talking about this for so long.
Can I say something real quick?
Yeah.
Can I say something real quick? What Camo was just saying, man, and I really didn't want to bring this up and maybe in a backstage, but I'm just going to say it. I got this feeling that something really messed up is going to happen. And I mean, this is just my gut. And I don't think it's AI in particularly, or data centers, or aliens, or immigration, or anything you can think of. But I think it's going to be a combination, like a catalyst of like three things coming together somehow or another, something we haven't even thought about. That's going to be like, oh shit. And then when we get to the oh shit point, it's going to be too late to turn back. Now, I don't know what that is or what that could entail or anything, man. It's just this feeling I've got. So if I'm saying it now and it happens, you know, I mean, I hope I'm wrong, but it's just like something that we couldn't even understand right now.
Just 1 second.
I've been
Hold on, real
saying it
quick.
fucking for months, man. I've been saying it for months. I feel it coming, and I feel like it's getting closer and closer. And it's the 250th anniversary that I feel like everything's fucking coming to a head all at the same fucking time, and it's probably going to happen just before the 4th, on the 4th, or right after the fucking 4th. That's what I think. I feel that in my gut.
So real quick, y'all, this Navy vet thing. I don't know. Thoughts on gravity stopping for 7 seconds on August 12th. All these earthquakes, one has to wonder. I don't know what that is. Did y'all hear about this?
The gravity thing, I would take that with a grain of salt. Okay.
That didn't happen. There's bullshit.
Yeah. And they've been running with that bullshit over on TikTok, and the ones that are waking up, they're like, ooh, you know, I'm like, slow the fuck down. Let me explain this shit to you. You know what I mean? Because
I'm not convinced it's a bad thing.
What
There
were you
could be
saying?
something really good coming too.
Right. She wasn't done, I don't think. What were you saying? Sorry.
I'm sorry. My microphone's messing up. I'll mute and I'll shut up.
Oh no, you're fine. No, I just feel like the last year, I felt the last year something's coming. And yeah, Clayton, the asteroids in the comets, the way the planets are all lining up, you know, these are again patterns, you know, and I am worried too. I've been buying extra lots of different things, candles, food, like checking my lanterns, you know, like we had a little tornado here in Eastern Washington. I am not in fucking Tornado Alley, guys. I was like getting ready to get into the garden tub. You know, I didn't know what the fuck. Like everything's changing. So I feel like it's a mixture of like the economy crashing back in, you know, the 1929, the Dust Bowl, the famine. I mean, how do you control the population? You control it through war, famine, and disease.
Yeah. Food. Yeah. Food has been a weapon in every war since the beginning of time.
Yep. And we're looking at situations here where California, here, this is supposed to be the salad bowl for a lot of America, right? They're having a drought there. So how the fuck are they going to bring food to the table for us if they're not getting water? There's water wars going on.
Hold up, 10. You said California's having a drought? I'm in Sacramento. And
supposedly, yeah, you're supposedly having a drought. Just
no, Fresno, Bakersfield has a drought, but they're actually pretty good. They're doing pretty good. So you guys are okay. It's in California, but we shall see what happens in 2028. I think that's when things will happen. Not in 26, not 27, but in 28. I think that's when things might happen.
Well, and you got to think about all these data centers that you guys that are going up. That's what's going to create a lot of the water wars, and it's already creating the water wars.
Are you talking about the one between Sacramento and San Francisco, the one in by Rio Vista and Benicia, where they shut down the oil refineries? Gavin Newsom shut down the oil refinery in Benicia in LA.
Oh no, I didn't know about that.
Yeah, that's why our gas is about $5.65 a gallon, which is pretty good in Sacramento. But if you go to West LA, Hollywood, that's like $6. San Jose, Silicon Valley's $7.
Yeah.
But it's not a big deal because if you look at Europe, they're per liter. Even West Canada, where you're at in Alberta, they're trying to split Alberta and even parts of West Canada and join us to make the 51st state. They're at $2 a liter. Times that by 3.75, that's about $7.50 a gallon.
Yep.
If you go to Portugal, if you go to France, it's about the same thing. It's like $7.50 a gallon. So I mean, Europe, we're not as bad as Europe yet, thank God, and also even Canada. So I think we're we're okay. But yeah, 2028 we shall see. I think that's when it's going to happen. Not the midterms, but it will happen. Yes.
Well, and I'm worried about all these data centers going up because, they're spending so much money to get these things thrown up. Towns are overlooking that they're going to lose clean water, like their water reservoirs, like here in Quincy, Washington. Their reservoir is going to start drying up, and then what's going to, those are they're basically nuclear fucking power stations with all our data.
Don't you have Hanford, Washington? Isn't that the old military base with the missiles? Hanford?
Yeah, that's where the original plutonium for the atom for Japan came from. Yeah, I'm
now it's used for storing nuclear waste.
Yeah, now it's just a nuclear waste.
You know something I've seen for sale on the West Coast? All right, I got you guys. I'm sure you don't realize, but I follow a lot of surplus and government surplus sites and stuff. And you guys know what a desalination system is?
Yeah, that's to take the salt out of salty water and make it clean, drinkable.
Correct. And I have seen brand new units, Army military surplus ones, selling on markets and shit cheap. All right, you can buy a whole brand new. It's like the size of a shipping container on a pallet skid, but they're a great big self-contained unit that they park them right on the beach and they'll get you fresh water by the hundreds of gallons. All right, and I don't understand why they sell so cheap.
I haven't seen those, but considering the possibilities of having waterfront properties, maybe maybe I'd want to invest in one of those. I don't know.
Well, I was thinking it was something more like the state would ban the use of them on their beaches, something like that.
They have that in Santa Barbara, LA, and San Diego. They just shut it down. They have had that since 1969. I always thought of the idea, or a lot of people thought of it before me, just basically run a 200-mile pipeline from LA or San Diego or Orange County to the Grand Canyon and fill it, and you would have enough water for everybody pretty much in the West Coast and like the desert Southwest, but it never happened. So because it gets cost too much for the desalination plants. If it cost too much back in 1969, I don't think it's going to happen.
I'm telling you, I've seen fields full of them, complete unused units for sale on the West Coast. I think in California was the biggest site of those I saw.
I actually got a Cornell model and a Berkeley model, but it plugs up a lot, man.
These are great, big, huge, giant, self-contained, self-powered units that you, like I said, it's like the size of a shipping container you'd put on a semi-truck trailer. And
I got you. You know the Cornell brand? It's out of Portland, Oregon, and then Berkeley's out of Illinois, not Berkeley, California. They don't know how to make. They're just college sound.
I want to get over there. That's I got to see the West Coast. I got to get over them Rockies. I got to see that shit. I got to see California before it falls in the ocean. A lot of shit there I want to see.
You don't have to worry about that, man. It's just the Bay Area that's going to fall in the oceon. Anything from the 101 west will fall in the ocean.
Yeah,
but
like
anything east of that is fine. Five's not going to fall. I-5's not going to fall in the ocean.
Yeah,
I should probably see Glass Beach first.
I'm up there in the Coast Guard up in Port Townsend and Vancouver, Washington. So I know about Washington State, Tri-Cities, Richland, Pasco, Kenrick, West Pasco, Yakima, Sunnyside, Moses Lake.
I love the way you said that. Oh, Yakima. It's Yakima. It's Yakima.
Sorry. It's California. Ellensburg.
It's where all the hub of the drugs for Washington, Yakima. Sorry.
The only place that I can think of is like I'm in the Seattle area, sort of. Water shortage? No, it's not much of a water shortage here. We'll be doing pretty good, I think, but who knows? I don't know. We'll see what happens. I'm just going to stay on guard.
The snowpack looked pretty good up on Snoqualmie, so let's hope that water reservoir up there holds. But in all reality, they're telling places. I mean, they're even telling us that our water reservoirs are going to start drying up. So, but I did want to change the subject to one other topic to bring up. To riddle me this: why the fuck are all these car junkyards burning up since 2024? Big
In
one in
Washington State?
They're trying to change to where everything's got to be controllable. They don't want us to have cars. Oh, I wish I'd have saved that clip of Trump talking about trying to make it to where we can still work on our cars and stuff, because apparently they don't want us doing that. So yeah, that's a good reason to get rid of all the old cars. I didn't know that actually, that that's happening. But if I was to say why, that would be right. What do you think?
Well, and then you also got the largest crankcase manufacturer in Tacoma. They just fucking shut their doors.
Cola. All right. Michigan was known as, the Motor City. We manufacture all three big name car manufacturers are here in Detroit. Anyways, there we had hundreds of junkyards all over the state. And I mean antique stuff, military stuff, just anything you could think of in a junkyard. And they were everywhere. And they're all gone. They cleaned them out. They started shipping all the metal and melting it down. And this started back in the 80s. All right. They started really hard in the 80s. And all through since then, anything like that has been taken out of the junkyards, and now the new junkyards only put newer vehicles. They put them up on stands all fancy and clean, and there's no more treasures to be found in the back corners, and it's just completely different. They cleaned the state out of all of its scrap metal and then started replacing with all these plastic cars. It's a sad thing.
Well, and they're also stating that like in Seattle, one of the biggest junkyards in South Seattle just burnt down a couple weeks ago. But since 2024, there's been a lot of them. They're just not talked about, in the the national news. It's more of a local news thing. But people are starting to pull it together, and you could see all these, and then the crankcases, things, and then 2026. Cars are supposed to have a kill switch in them. Go ahead.
10 for that, it happens here in California too. It's the hybrid batteries. That's why I have a hybrid. I've tried to get rid of it. I can't get rid of it in California because I have to pay a hazardous waste hazmat waste fee to get rid of it. So yeah, it explodes. Do not mix a hybrid, because a hybrid is basically an electric car with a lithium battery with the gas. It's like a bomb, dude. When it blows, it blows. So don't buy hybrid cars.
What a good idea.
Right. I was just about to say.
You guys realize what I was saying in chat earlier? I'm getting ready to drive all over this country in a truck that turns 50 years old next year. All right.
Nice.
I've been hunting parts for years now. I've got it almost completely finished. All the, I needed springs and shocks and all this stuff. It's all paid for. It's all a done deal. And now I'm working a lot, and I'm having what I'm calling my safety net, to where I'll have enough money for gas and anything I fucking need. And I've got invitations all over this country. I mean, well over 50 from a lot of people here on YouTube that I plan to meet. And I'm going to either do videos or live streams with people as I go. But I'm dead serious, folks. Dude, I've talked about this for a few years, but now it's fucking happening. And I'm right there, and I'm going to be zigzagging across these states here real soon, folks. So keep track of what I'm going to do, because if I'm anywhere near you, I'd love to meet you, all right, in person.
So,
bring your sewing repairs. Bring your sewing repairs if you want to meet me.
I don't know, Cujo, if you stepped away or anything. I wondered if you had any thoughts. I know it's hard to get a word in. If not, Cujo. No, it's okay. I just wanted to check in and see if you had any thoughts, and if not, Yorga, because both of them have been kind of not able to get any words in. Do you have any thoughts on anything, Cujo?
No, I'm a man.
I know you are.
No, I just wanted to touch on what Yorga had said earlier about something popping off. I wish the hell it would, because I've been sick and tired of the tension building up to it. I want it to go ahead and happen really bad.
I'm excited, man.
I don't think you're alone.
No, I'm down for it. I just it's gonna happen at some point. Something that your name is 10.
Mm-hmm.
Something she said that I've been preaching this for 20 years, that all the greatest empires ever were right at the end of our time.
Yep.
And So, you know, fuck it. I just want to go out with the bang. I'd rather see it and participate in it than be too old or die off before it happens. I'm like, you know, let's come quickly. Anywho, that's all.
There you go. What about you, Yorga? Anything? I haven't heard either one of you in a while. Just checking in with you.
I don't think I have anything. I've been just kind of listening, and I really don't. No.
Dave says, trust God. He's got this. Hit Gal says, yes, bring it. Pop off the Band-Aid.
Yeah.
Anyway.
I ain't worried at all, man. I think actually, I don't think like everybody else is thinking right now. I don't think it's the end. I think we're about to flip the script here a little bit, and I think things are going to steadily improve very fast. I think a lot of truth and something is going to go down, and I don't think it's necessarily going to be a bad thing. Do I think bad things could happen meanwhile? Yeah, I do think that, but overall, I think we're starting to flip the script on evil and corruption and things like that in this country to where I think we might have a better time ahead of us. I hope for all the young folks' sake that we do too, you know, because this ain't the way it's supposed to be. And people older than me and Cujo know this ain't the way it's supposed to be. And we've seen this shit coming for a long fucking time. So I hear what Cujo's saying because I'm kind of excited about it. And, you know, it's been a long fucking time coming.
Now, I'm leaning that way too. I don't think that it's got to be bad. I don't know. I get it. I understand both what Tin and Cujo said about the 250 years. The thing is, and a lot of people say, you know, I'm just saying it doesn't have to happen. It has always happened, but maybe we do something different. Maybe we don't make the same freaking mistakes again and something does make it better for a change. You know, I just see a lot of things being exposed that have not before, such as RFK Jr. talking about the chemtrails, like the tunnels under the ground being exposed, all these predators being arrested, kids being rescued, things that just didn't used to happen seem to be happening a lot so fast it's hard to keep up with. And I just have to have the positive look that maybe we do change and for the better and something good and you know, breathe new life into, you know, this old world system. It's just my thoughts. I have to hold out for some positive on that. I'm leaning your way, Carl, but I see what they're saying. And I mean, they could be right. But they're not, you know?
Well, you can't blame anybody
No.
at this point for having doubts after as long as we've been strung along. And, you know, they told us about all these crimes that people have done for fucking years now. And we're really just starting to see some type of, you know, accountability. So people have lost faith in anything good happening. And I get it because I've been like back and forth on it, to be fucking honest. You know, one minute I'm pretty fucking dark fucking future. And the next minute I'm like, hey, you know, God's got this, because that's where I can be cocky about it, because the way I see it is, you know, God knows everything that is, was, and will be, and it's all to His plan. And I think, you know, and no matter what, it's going to work out the way He wanted it to. So I just let it rest with that at the end. But it sure would be nice to see some good changes in my lifetime before I leave here.
Right. I saw your comment, Dave. Sorry, Cujo. I know a lot of people probably don't know who Miss Rachel is, but it's like an internet girl that talks to the kids. I know because I've got, you know, kiddos that watch that stuff. So it's like, man, I can't believe that they're making that political. But what were you saying, Cujo?
I was just going to go ahead and blackpill all the positivity.
Yay. Never mind. Let me talk over you. No, go ahead.
Because that's what I do.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to give you a glass half full of water. What are you going to do with it, Cujo?
Well, you know what Camel's going to do is he's going to
call it half empty.
I'm sorry. I heard Camel one time talking about a glass half full. He's like, I'm just happy I have a glass. I get to keep the glass. I'll fill it back up. It's like, this guy is so much. It was pretty funny. I didn't think I could be out positive. All right, Black Pill is Cujo. Go ahead. Sorry.
Well, okay. Allow me.
You asked.
Well, so I do believe things are being exposed, and I do believe some positive swings will be made. But when I look at how evil and stupid Everyone is. And I mean, if you've spent any time in line at a Taco Bell or doing anything, you realize just how vacant the brains are of anybody. I'm going to be gracious and say under 30, but it probably goes beyond under 30. It's probably under 40. There's not a whole lot of bright people out there. And everyone's been brainwashed in this country. And when this country does fall, it's the fall of the world. When we go, the West goes. When the West goes, evil reigns. I do believe in the Bible. And like you said, I do believe God's got this. Absolutely. However, I also look at the year. I look at biblical prophecy.
Yep.
I look at the season that we're in.
Mm-hmm.
And I think President Trump getting into office, this is me personally, was just the light to shine on everybody, to expose everything, and then just watch humanity reelect people who will do the same bullshit again in this country until it becomes communist. The oligarchs take over, we fall, the rest of the Western world falls, and you know the rest of it. You've read the Bible enough to know the prophecies. So
It's making me think of something else that nobody seems to mention. I haven't seen anybody talk about it much, Cujo, is, how many years right now from where we are right now until it's exactly 2,000 years since Jesus left us.
well,
And
the
it's
calendar's a little bit jacked up, but that would be 2033, and we all know God had 2,000 years, Jesus 2,000. Well, the Holy Spirit, you know what I'm saying?
yes, I
The
do, and you're
whole
aware of it. That's
6,000
all I
year
was
thing.
wondering. Yeah.
So
It's
the calendar's
interesting.
been jacked up, and I do believe that that is purposeful by God, because no man shall know the hour or the day, but you'll know the season. And I truly believe we're in the season, because we've got worse shit going on than Sodom and Gomorrah did. So there's no way this can be allowed to continue to spiral down the way it is. It has to end. And I hope it ends and come quickly.
Moonchild didn't like that. She says Moonchild
what you
is
just said.
still under 40 years old. She said, "Hey, now, easy, Cujo. We have some stupid older people too."
Hey, that Chevy driver's proving my point.
Oh my God! Change it back to 30. Go ahead, Carl. Sorry.
No, he just reminded me though, like it's been probably 5 years ago that it suddenly dawned on me how gullible a lot of people were, like how easily hypnotized by, agendas or whatever. It was, it kind of, it worried me because I didn't believe people would fall for shit as much as they did. All right. And that still goes today, like this AI bullshit where you see these videos and they're jinky. Guy's got 6 fingers or is missing a head, one of them, or whatever. And people are thinking it's fucking real. And to me, it's like, it's disappointing that there are so many people that gullible,
Yeah,
when it
well,
comes.
never underestimate the stupidity of mankind.
But on the counter of that, what I believe has happened for a long time is that they have put that side, the left side, I'm going to call it because that's the easiest. They have put them on the soapboxes and give them the loudest bullhorns, and we've heard their bullshit over the media that supports them and the entertainment industry and everybody else that puts them out there, and that's all we fucking hear. And they've suppressed us and taken away our platforms, and all they keep us silent, and they fucking hide our numbers, especially for the election malarkey. But on top of that, I don't think there's as many of them as there is of us, is what I'm going to get down to. It's like Michigan alone. When the 2020 came along, I drove all over the state. I saw, I did see a few hundred Biden signs. at the rich folks' houses on the water's edge of the big lakes. All right, there were some mansions that had Biden signs, but the whole rest of the state had tens of thousands, if not millions, of Trump signs and flags and banners and stickers and T-shirts and hats, and it was just kind of fucking obvious, you know. So to me, it's like, you know, on the election night in 2016, they had old Hillary at 90% in the polls. She was going to win, and she lost that night. You know, so it's like they're fucking lying, man. They inflate their side. So I just think we're not as bad as Sodom and Gomorrah. I would like to think that there's a little bit more good people in the world. You know, that's all.
The problem with that is that my whole lifetime, what have conservatives done? They've watched the morality of this country in the West continually get pushed to immorality, and nobody ever stands up. A couple of people do. There'll be a little bit of noise, but it's always allowed to do. At some point in time, a line has to get drawn in the sand, and it will come to going up at arms, because the people that come against decency will never stop. They're filled with look at the crazy fucking people they're ranting and raving and celebrating people being killed. I can't stand those people. I don't celebrate when they die. But that's how big of zealots they are. And until people aren't willing to do this, because conservative people are trying to raise a family and protect their family, and they're hoping that they can do things the right way and vote it out and everything like that. Not going to happen. It's going to come to a time where a line gets drawn in the sand, and people are going to have to get up at arms and fight. We let it get too far away, and I do not believe.
I'll bet you know that Paul Harvey from 1965, the "If I Were the Devil." You know that one?
Yes, absolutely. Yes. Yes. I do.
Earlier, when you said never underestimate, I could have swore you were going to say never underestimate the sneakiness from Mr. Deeds. You went a different way on me. I was like, oh, okay.
Well, it's that too, because the bottom line is it all comes from Satan, and he is very sneaky. So.
It's all right out in front of our faces right now, and nobody even cares. They don't even notice. Look at all the decorations during some of the halftime shows. It's pure evil, and it's right in front of our faces, and no one even cares. They don't even see it.
I do feel like people do care, and I feel like slowly but surely, maybe it's too slow for you guys, but it is making a difference. Every time they do something and they change, it's happening left and right by the money. You know, Trump said, go woke, go broke. You know, people, they'll change an old movie and they'll, you know, do things that are against the actual plot just to like wokeify it, you know, make somebody gay or whatever. And then the money.
I've been wokeified.
Right. I'm just saying, like, it's proven to not working out for them, and that the regular people are not spending their money on it, and it's working its way out kind of slowly. And in instances of that. Go ahead.
90% or more of everybody on this planet knows that a man isn't a woman, knows that a man can't get pregnant, but yet for about, I don't know, 6 to 8 years, everybody played along with it, and a lot of people were too scared of being ostracized by their friend group to speak out against it. Think how fucking nuts that is.
The newest one, Cujo, is now the newest Wonder Woman is going to be transgender. They don't even realize that them women would have killed any dude on the island of Themyscira.
Yes.
Well, they won't make any money. It will bomb, and that works it out. You know?
But they don't care. They're pushing an agenda. See, that's one thing that the money gets recycled. They don't really lose it. Okay, let's say this company's going to make this movie, and the agenda of the trans is being pushed by, say, George Soros or whatever. Okay, just say, because so the money goes into Hollywood to make this shit. They pay a bunch of liberal fucking people to produce this movie. They have the money. The movie bombs. Okay, but they make a little bit back on it, and then they just donate to a bunch of liberal politicians, and the money just circulates. It's never lost. So, yeah, I mean, anywho,
Talk about rock and roll. Look up Montrose. Paper Money. That's a great
I loved
song.
I loved Montrose.
Paper Money, man. There's a song about what they did to us back from 1975 by them, Yorga.
Yeah, I had that album. I liked the first album better though, so I don't remember that song. But
you take away all my silver, you take away all my gold. You give me this useless piece of paper.
oh yeah, Paper Money. Duh. Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard that.
I typed a name in the side chat. Father Chad Rippinger. He's an exorcist. He's been an exorcist for 30 years. He's on the Sean Ryan show. He has his own channel.
Oh yeah. I know the guy you're talking about.
Out. You've got to hear what he has to say about the evil going on this earth. Check it out. I won't go any farther into it than that.
So, yeah, but God wins. That's the end. God wins. So that's how I look at it.
I do too, but we're talking about America. We're talking about the world. Talking about world powers and how long they last and blah, blah, blah. So, yes, I do believe that God wins. And I think that everything that's going on is just, it got real far. I don't think there's any coming back from it. But we have pushed back enough to where the light's getting shined on everything. And then people are having to choose a side. That's why everybody's so polar opposite from each other, because they're choosing their side. And
that's weird, man. Is there's no line. You really can't. In the past, historically, you'd know who your enemy is. They'd be on that side. They'd be across that border. They'd be wearing that uniform. They wouldn't be spread out anonymously throughout the world like they are with the interweb.
I think versus evil, there's more good than evil. That's it. Go ahead, Johnny. I was just saying, if you position as good versus evil, I believe there's a lot more good than evil. I don't believe there's more of them than us as far as good versus evil. Go ahead, Johnny.
Oh, no, I was just saying, if you could explain more about the 2033, because I think that's when the Depression started, in the 100-year anniversary. I actually think instead of 28, I'll take back to 2028. I'll say 2033 is when we'll have another Depression, because it's the 100-year anniversary, I think, in my opinion.
Well, the 2033, if the calendar were exactly correct, would be 2,000 years after the crucifixion and resurrection of Christ. So, biblically, the way that they read into it, that I tend to agree with, is that is the 2,000 years that was given to the Holy Spirit, and it comes to an end. Now, the calendar is fucked up. So saying 2033, doesn't really mean anything, but the Bible does say that you'll know the season, and it feels like the season. I feel like I'm living in Sodom and Gomorrah. I don't know about you all, but
at times I sure do.
Right. So I'm just saying everything seems to be coalescing to a point of explosion, and everyone on this panel, I think, has said that they feel it in their soul that something's going to happen.
I do feel that, man. I'm hoping it's good. I think there's going to be bad and they're going to be good. And I think evil is losing for the first time in my lifetime. That's what I think. And I got to go
Well,
real quick. I want to say something about the most the best prepper I've ever known in my lifetime. All right. She was born just north of Amarillo, Texas in 1921 and grew up in the Dust Bowl, the very center of the Dust Bowl during the Great Depression, in the most god awful conditions there was during the Great Depression. And she grew up there the whole time, and she ended up like being very frugal. All right. She was like the best coupon cutter you've ever seen. You know, she could get rebates. She could reuse anything. She could make shit out of nothing. She grew her gardens and had pantries. I'm talking more than one pantry, always filled. All right. That was my mom. All right. And she was a trip. And I retain a lot of what she knew and what she went through and shit. Like she told me that she didn't even know about ice cream until she was 16 years old. Imagine that.
that's cool as shit. That is cool. But I'm going to tell you what my prepping plan is. Nicola is going to provide me with potatoes, and God is going to send a raven to feed me, because I personally don't think all the prepping in the world will do any good against the
No,
Abrams
really
tank.
ain't, man. Yeah, I tell people you can prep for everything and still not be caught off guard. But this is what I say: prep your soul, your mind, your body, and your gear the best you can. You know, I was a Cub Scout, I was a Boy Scout. I don't know what guys it were, but the motto actually was "Be prepared." So I was like raised into this shit, you know. And it's like I always carry shit in my pocket. What do they call it? Everyday carries, they call it now. Well, that, all my life. You know, I was fucking Tom Sawyer. I got shit in my pockets that most people wouldn't even think of carrying. Well, you know what I mean? But you want a frog? I got one. All right. No, anyways.
That's funny you say that. I was just walking past the pool house and there was a frog on the window. Anyway, go ahead.
Trade you.
Well, I'll tell you, there's a peace of mind that comes with knowing that I'm not going to go hungry. I may not eat as well as, these rich people down in their bunkers or these people on these islands or what, but I know that I'm going to be all right. Like, and I don't just coast it out and eat it all up. I'm rotating it. And I know that I have powdered milk and butter. And I had the luxury of meeting a lot of really cool people on the internet. I feel like in the nick of time. Everybody had a jump start on me, and I was like, oh, I was panicking. I was like, man, they had me convinced it was going to be tomorrow, So I couldn't get caught up fast enough. But fortunately, it's been 3 or 4 years since I started, and I'm good on canned food. I'm good with a lot of things, and gardening helps with a lot of fresh, vegetables and stuff. I'm learning to can, and there is a peace of mind that comes with that you don't have if you're not prepping at all. And I'm wondering if 10 is still here. I was waiting for 10 when Uncle said explosion. I was waiting for it to go explosion.
Now, Cole, I want to expand your brain because I know what you're doing. You're doing a great job. You're kicking ass. I mean, you went from house plants to now you're gardening and got chickens and all the whole 9 yards. I'm paying attention. I posted a song this morning about you. It's called Chicken Train by the Ozark Mountain Daredevils, all right? Because I saw your shirt and it made me think of the song. Anyways, I don't. You're going to be all right, but there's a concept that I tried to absorb. Somebody in the military that knew his shit taught me at a young age that there were people that could walk in any direction in any weather or season and survive fine without any type of discomfort. They wouldn't go hungry. They'd always have something to drink. They're going to find what they need, and it's like a concept the military calls improvise, adapt, and overcome. But I got into this, like I started studying wild edible and medicinal plants, for instance. And here in my region in Michigan alone, I found over 130 of them that I was able to try, harvest, use, and it's great stuff to know, and it's like I know you're homesteading, but if you had to move on from there, if you had a catastrophe or a natural disaster that forced you to move, you got to have that mindset of that you will rebuild, you'll adapt, You know, if you had nothing but a plastic bag in a ditch, you know, you'll find a jug, and then you'll move on from that, and maybe find a fork in the ditch. You're gonna build yourself back up, you know, and
It's hard
that's
for
what
me
I
to get
want.
that. And I'll
I
say
wanted to
because I've
be to
moved a
where,
lot. I tried to put roots down here. I hope to never move again in
right.
my life. I would be
Well,
happy.
I gave up on it. I did. I mean, I put roots down before, and it just kind of folded up my face. So it's forced me to like adapt this mobility concept, and that's what I'm shooting for now. You know, but you can only carry so much. I do have food stocks and you know, a lot of water. I got a lot of gas. I can carry all that stuff. But still, if you're mobile, you can only carry so much. So I've got to be able to acquire it as I go. You know, it's like,
That's why I
and
don't
it's the
want
same.
to move. Exactly,
But
because I've
it's
got everything around me. And somebody in chat
But
said, I was
even around you though, you can
That's true.
forage.
I am. I'm having fun watching baby chickens hatch. I'm having fun learning how to grow things. Like, I mean, I'm truly enjoying this. Is some of the best years of my entire life are now. So I don't know, whatever. I understand that people are in negative mindsets and they're like black pilled and the world's ending and stuff. Well, for the end of the world, this is pretty cool. I got front row seats and I am about as happy as I've ever been. So this is a really cool ass end of the world. You know what I'm saying?
I
I'm
want,
serious
yeah,
when I say that.
that's good, Gola. And I want to say something about that because you're talking about black pill and being upset about. I'm not.
You're
I'm
not, no.
no, I'm excited for it. I'm not like, you know. Anyway, blah blah blah.
Hey, I got a question for him real quick, Cujo, because you're just the way you talk about stuff. I know you got to be right around my age, but you know, what was I gonna say? I'm getting sidetracked as I look at the chat. That's a mistake,
I do the
folks.
same thing.
But you know, have didn't you always feel like this was coming in your lifetime?
That's funny, but yes, I do because I have believed in God my entire life. Just naturally, just did ever since I came out of the womb. And I have always thought, and I've always talked to God about if I could not be alive during the time of Jesus, the other time that I would want to be alive is the end times. And I mean, I've felt that way my whole life. And hopefully that's what's going on. I mean, I know it may sound terrible to some people, but I mean, I think it's exciting to watch biblical prophecy come to life in front of my eyes. So, yes,
See, with
I've always
me,
I've
it was
always felt
different.
that in my soul.
I'd like
I've
to
felt
hear a little bit more from Ten. She hasn't been up here in probably, it feels like it's been an entire year. It may not have been, but I just haven't heard much from her.
I think I signed up for this time too. And I think all of us did, and we all knew each other. We all met each other up there. We just got our memories wiped when we, got down here. But we all looked at each other when they said, "Okay, you guys, who's going to ready for this time?" And we all put our hand up, and that's why we're here. So whether it happens in our lifetime or not, you just got to live each day because tomorrow's not promised. And, if it happens, at least I feel like I'm halfway prepared for some shit. I'll feel solid. I'll feel solid. I got a little bit of food, got some water, hey, I got some battery packs, lights,
I feel like
candles, I don't know.
Heck yeah. I feel like my job is to
and
keep people's
Band-Aids.
spirits up. I feel like that is my job. That's what I try to do. I try to keep people's spirits up, try to look at the positive because there's so much positive to be seen. But in honor of Moonchild, what's our end of the world songs? I'm taking the best one, and it's the end of the world as we know it, and I feel fine. 10, what's your end of the world song? Or do you want me to go around and come back to you?
Oh, yeah, because I don't know what that one would be.
What's your end of the world song, Yorga, if you had to pick one end of the world song?
Zachy Baby.
That's your end of the world song?
No, I was just saying Zachy Baby. End of the world song. Oh boy.
Generals gathered in their masses.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Well, that's one.
What?
Yeah. No, that's one.
Well, anybody else got one? I took the best one. I'm sorry. My second one, I hate to take. I want to take all the good ones. I better not, but I like Party Like It's 1999 too.
Well, that works.
Yeah. Anyway, well, y'all don't have to answer. I put y'all on the spot.
How about Alice in Chains, sitting on an angry chair? From your area, Tim. Don't you remember that? Alice in Chains.
Moonchild's got I Drink Alone. I think she stole Cujo's.
Cashmere
Okay.
by Led Zeppelin, probably. Just 'cause
Jay
it's
says,
nice.
Wish You Were Here, Pink Floyd. That's pretty good.
I'll listen to it while I watch, the world come to an end or something.
Yeah.
Cashmere.
Adam said too, Tim. 10 just posted a bunch of whole Led Zeppelin albums, unmolested, unchanged, in perfect quality, with no commercials because they haven't been on there very long. So they're all, look up full
Where have you
album
been?
Led Zeppelin recent post, and you'll find the guy. He's awesome.
You're late, Jason. Where you been? And what the heck are you? What's in the chat there? What is that little icon? It's not showing up on my end. This world is not my home. I'm passing through. My treasures are laid somewhere beyond the blue. That's right, Outlandish. And Moonchild says, I love this. I'll be listening to all of these songs tonight. I believe her. We make you feel younger. Devin, you are young. You just said you weren't even 40, I thought. Or just barely 40. That's pretty young still.
You're a puppy.
Right.
I remember when 40 seemed like, wow, that's old.
Yeah.
And now it's not.
No, it's not.
No, it's not. It doesn't seem that way any longer. That's because we got older.
No, hold on. I'm gonna black pill this shit too.
Uh-huh.
40 is old, and we're older, so there's that.
There's that.
All right. Well, let me ask y'all this. Do you, Kaiser, good to see you. Do you guys feel like time is speeding up? I've got a clip for this one, actually. Hold on to the thought. I'll play the clip and we'll revisit it because I kind of do, but also, there's so many things to weigh in. Like, is it because we're older? Like, that's one of the things, but I don't know. I just want to play this and see what you guys think.
Already halfway through the current year. It doesn't even feel like much has happened at all, and we are already through the current year. Something ain't right. Everything feels like a blur anymore. Like every day feels like a blur. And I know I can't be the only one out there that has noticed this. Days seem like they run into each other. And it seems like no matter the time that you wake up, you are already going back to bed. Can somebody truly explain to me what is going on here? Can somebody truly explain to me how it is possible for time to be speeding up at such a rapid pace? I know I can't be the only one out there that has noticed this. I want to know really what is going on. I do know that this is biblical because even in the Bible, it talks about how the days will be shortened. And it feels as if this is what we are seeing because everything feels like a blur anymore. Everything feels fake. And I know I can't be the only one out there that feels.
Oh, man. What the heck?
Feels like this.
There it goes.
What do you think?
That video came.
That's pretty much all of that one. And the guy, well, actually, he did go on to say, well, a lot of people say it's because we're getting older and stuff like this, which is a fair argument, but I don't know. Like he said, the Bible even says.
Did you happen to clip that thing I sent you with the family on the boat?
I definitely can pull it up. I'll just go through my messenger and do it if you want me to. Yeah, it's definitely funny. I wanted to do the National Geographic Tweaker edition too. Cracked me up, but I couldn't. Yeah. I thought I had saved it, but I didn't see it. Anyways, I can probably get the one you were talking about. Pretty funny. Jason says he's not speeding up. He's tripping. What do you guys think? I mean, maybe it is all bullshit, but I have been thinking that for a while.
I get moments of both, Cola. Like what I think you just said. I get moments where it seems like, man, this day flew by or this week really flew by. But those are always the weeks that I'm working my ass off or staying really busy doing a lot of shit. And time just flies, right? But if I'm sitting on my ass with nothing to do, Time slows right the fuck down. And sometimes now at this age, I don't know if anybody else feels this way, but I look back on like my childhood. It's like somebody else's fucking lifetime. It's so fucking long ago. It's hard to believe that that was even that. You know, it gets distant. You know, so at times I feel like time speeds right the fuck up. Other times I feel like it's normal or slows down. So I get a little bit of all of it, really.
What about you, Tin? What do you think on that?
Well, let me throw something at you.
Uh-oh.
I've been talking about that with time speeding up. And okay, so I'm looking at my atomic clock right now. It says 11:16 Pacific Standard Time. Look at all your devices right now. My device, my computer says 11:14. Now it just turned to 11:17. So yeah, they've been skimming time, and I think it is partially CERN. But
I'm glad I'm not the only one that feels like it's possible. Like, I don't want to be completely like, well, I was going to say tinfoil hat, but you've got one on for me. So there we go.
Well, how else is Barron gonna show up after his Uncle John or his great Uncle John gave him all that Tesla equipment to be able to come and save us all? How else would that
Right.
happen?
I
if there's
mean, that is a
no time?
funny theory there. Moon says time seems to be speeding up as I'm getting older. I blame it on the times we live in. We live in the fast life, work, sleep, and a little home/family time. I guess so.
Okay,
Did
so
you have
mine turned to 11:14 on my devices, but the atomic clock still says 11:17. So basically, we've lost 3 minutes off every day, is what I'm assuming, since January. And my
those
theory
minutes
on
are going to
it
speed
is
up? What kind of clock are you saying?
an atomic clock.
Yeah, I don't know about
It's
that.
one that it
They've
runs
had
off.
that running since the 1950s. It's
Yeah,
a
I have a version of it.
global time
Yeah.
keeper.
Outlander says I saw a video of 2 clocks, very different years, and the second hand on one was slower. Crazy.
Yeah, they scammed 3 minutes so far this year, and 1 year they scammed a total of 7, and they've been doing it since about 2020. That at least when I started noticing it, and my theory on it is possibly that maybe CERN did crash this time back in 2012, and we merged into a different one, because a lot of people I've been talking to have said they've got a lot of changes in their bodies and things are, I mean, I'm starting to talk to different people and ask them questions, and you know me, I'm writing it all down like it's a scientific experiment.
I mean, it kind of is, though. I'm glad somebody's doing it. Pilgrim
I got a
says there's only
question,
45
Tim.
seconds in a minute. Ticket Talk says so. LOL. What's up, Carl?
I was going to just say, have you noticed, Tim, that the less of this you did, the more you got done? Because I haven't been doing much of this either, and I sure get a lot more done when I stay off the internet.
Oh yeah, and I've been concentrating. I've got a lot of personal things going on, so it's sometimes you got to take a break from all of this because it's a little overwhelming, and when your theories start, I don't know, I got some way out there theories now too.
No.
Really? Wait a minute. You got one that's more wild. I got one, a new one. I got a new theory, and you tell me if you got one wilder, because I think, you see all the masks and stuff, the guy with the neck hole and all that stuff. I finally figured out demon aliens are wearing human skin suits, and now they're growing pods and data centers all over the world.
You know what? They're saying that they could be a fusion center, and maybe that could be what they're doing, because why do they need so much power? And why does it get so damn hot that they need all that water?
Dang.
You know what they're talking about now? They're talking about actually building these things under water.
Yeah.
Like in a lake or something, just because, hey, that's kind of brilliant.
Well, we got the alien disclosure, we got the masks. It all fits together, folks. I'm just using common sense. I'm just using common sense, man.
Mm-hmm. What were you saying, Tin? Y'all were talking at the same time.
The new one is the new Mandela. And this is where I'm trying to figure out what timeline people are from, because I've been asking people, so where's your heart at?
I'm on the Bernstein, not Bernstein timeline. That's where the hell I am.
Where's your heart at, though?
I don't know what that means. I don't know how to answer.
Your heart in your body. Where is it located? Tell me where.
In the center of your chest, or is it sort of to the left?
Everybody else?
In my bread basket, baby.
I don't have one.
It's 2000. It's too small, like the Grinch. No.
Well, the new Mandela is that the heart's in the middle, and since when the fuck did that happen? And now
I started at the middle, but then I corrected to say off to the left of it because that's what I thought anatomy told us. But shit,
hey, real quick, I got one, and Ken is going to want to hear this, and I have not said this to anybody until just now. And it's got to be me. There's got to be something wrong with the way I'm looking at it, but I've been here 15 years, and I kind of half-assedly know the sky. I know where the Big Dipper always is.
half-assedly. Oh, I love it. I'm sorry. That was a great phrase.
I know where the North Star is, and I know, the main things, most of the planets I can track and stuff. Just by walking out, I know where to look and everything. This year, to me, the North Star has moved east a couple of clicks. From where I'm used to seeing it, it looks like it's moved over some. And it can't be. It's got to be me, but yeah, half-assedly, Cole.
I love it.
But I don't know if anybody else has noticed it or it's something I look at like every night. It's just there. I know where it is. And it seems like this, last few months, it's like not in the same place.
If the axis of the earth changed, so would the view of the sky, and so would the weather, right? And it's something that's something to think about, Yorga, for sure.
It's still north, but it just seemed like, because you line up things in your yard, kind of, sort of, and then look up, and it just doesn't seem in the same spot.
Well, while you're on this crazy ass subject, I have thought that the sun has been off during the day myself, because since I was a little kid, I've always been able to go out and tell you the time within 15 minutes just by looking up at the sky.
Right.
And during the day when I can see the sun, right? And you know where it rises, you know where it sets, you know what time of year it is, it's up at anyway. It seemed a little bit off to me as well. Anyway, I'm just throwing that out there.
No, I'm glad you did. Maybe I'm not crazy, but that seems like something they would be telling us about, By the way, we're off axis a little bit here.
You are crazy, but maybe not because of that.
I know, but I'm 15 years, man, and all of a sudden, just really last month maybe is when I really noticed it, but I don't know.
You guys
It's got to be me.
In the West are getting weird weather that I don't remember you guys seeing the northern lights down that far south. I don't remember you guys getting that much winter and hail and all that stuff. It does seem to me like, Michigan's always had screwy weather, but it seems like we've had all kinds of screwy weather, almost constant somewhere in the country.
Check this out real quick. Think about this. It's something I thought about. This is what happens when you live by yourself and you talk to your cat. Freaking, we've had like really nice weather here lately. So what if, let's just be devil's advocate here. What if that really super nice weather was caused by chemtrails? Maybe they're doing something good. Anybody ever thought about that? Maybe it's something good.
It has to
I'm
be
not saying it is. I'm just throwing it out there.
I think they may be trying to counter it.
But I got to mute.
I think they may be trying to counter it because RFK Jr. is bringing attention to it, and there is a chance they could be trying to counter it because they know what's going on. But
throw some other shit up there.
Yeah, I don't know. Really though. So Tim just pulled up. I don't know exactly what's going on here, Tim.
Okay, so this is the moon right now. And I know this moon is not right because this is not the moon that I grew up with, because my brother was a Boy Scout and I was a Girl Scout, and we had to do that strong, that badge. Okay, so the man on the moon, let me see if I can show you. You can see, here's his eyeballs and his nose back here. Okay, you see that picture, right? So let me show you what the moon used to look like in 1970, and you tell me if something the fuck's going on, and tell me why I got a strike on TikTok for showing it.
We miss you, Tim.
Well, the cat in the cradle of the silver spoon, little blue man.
So that's 1970.
Yep, that was the moon in 1970. See the man's face? There's his eyes and his nose.
Yeah, well, there's no weather up there, so it couldn't be wind or anything. I don't know why it would change.
No, so
What about the lighting of the photo itself?
that's the way I remember it, though, Yorga.
Okay, I got it.
So now when I look up and I see this shit, I'm like, oh no, this don't look right. Is it this one? Yeah, it's this one right here.
Yeah, put that one back up. Put the first one back up, because the 1970 one looks like the one I'm used to.
And this is today's moon, where this looks like the moon got drunk and fucking tipped its head back. So something went on. And I think you're right about the North Star too. And I'm also doing an experiment. I dug out some old mammoth sunflower seeds, and I've got 3 of them going. And the thing about a sunflower is it has this thing where it follows the sun during the day. And a bunch of these farmers that do sunflowers, they did some videos, and the sun was pointing in one direction and the heads were pointing in a different direction.
That's what Echo's saying right here. She's agreeing there.
Yeah. So I'm
that
doing
would freak me out, Tim, because I've watched sunflowers do that all my life. If I saw it doing it the other way, that's something I ain't never seen before.
That's what Echo said right here too. Saying it right here. Farmers are pointing out they're not doing it. Sorry, go ahead, Tim.
Yeah, that's why I'm growing these 3 and to see, what happens. I'm excited because I wanna prove myself right, because everybody wants to think you're crazy when you think like us. You know what I mean? You have to.
Tim, you do know that you got to have honeybees to pollinate it, and a male and a female sunflower.
Well, I hope I have, out of the 3, I'm hoping, because these are old seeds, I'm surprised they even sprouted. And then I put out a shit ton of English lavender around all my vegetables and stuff this year, and marigolds, because
I have marigolds around mine too, Moon. I'm sorry, I was looking at Moon's comment. 10. I did the same thing with marigolds. I didn't do lavender, but that's not a bad idea.
The lavender attracts it, but the marigolds are for the deer that pass through the yard, because where I'm at, they still come through, and they don't like marigolds. So old farming, they'll put, when they have like a plot, like for a garden, right? Every corner, the 4 corners, they plant a big mound of the marigold, because it kept the deer away.
Another thing you could grow there is raspberry. They grow in Vancouver, but your area probably doesn't get enough rain for raspberry because you're eastern, you're dry.
Yeah, I don't get the rain. No, blueberry bushes and berry bushes don't seem to do good. But now your pitted fruit trees, if you get them going right, yeah.
How about figs?
I got to say though, Cole, in the early 90s, I was able to get this stuff they called indigo. It was Kentucky bluegrass. And it was seriously blue buds. It had like a dark blue indigo color to them, and it was really good weed. You ought to see if you can grow some of that around there.
Oh, I don't grow weed.
No, in Kentucky, where Cole is at.
Oh.
I don't either, though. I don't either, but I'm sure I could. Hey, the minute they say I can, I will be. I mean, they'll be like, you can't, the end won't happen. I'll be doing it, but I'm not going to do it while it's not allowed. Just not going to do it. But when
I didn't know it wasn't allowed. I didn't know it wasn't. I just assumed it was allowed in Kentucky. Oh, what the hell?
Oh, they want me to download it. I don't want to download. Why is it doing that?
But
Sherry
anyhow,
said,
yeah.
no.
So I think something's gone on with and our our winds, you know, and you know everything is. What do you call that? The jet stream. That's right. The jet stream's all fuckered up. Like it's not like it was back when we were kids. Because I went back and looked at old models of it, and this super El Nino we're gonna have. You know, it could even spark off a fucking dust bowl. You know, that's where history repeating itself because the Earth's going into a cycle. I don't know. The scientists, all of the professionals, they're all like oohing and ahhing. They're making up names for new shit every day.
Sorry, I'm trying to.
A bomb cyclone hurricane. I had never heard of that one before.
For some reason on my computer, it wants me to download that, and I don't really want to download it, but I've got it on my phone. It's not making me download it. So I'll just try to, oops, wrong button. And we'll try to share it here for you guys. This is 2025 versus 1968. So let me just turn the music down. We don't really need it. There are two clocks going there simultaneously, except they're not in order with one another. I don't know why Google wanted me to download it, and I didn't want to download it. Or I mean Gmail. Anyways.
No, don't download it, but yeah, I think there's two clocks, and so what it is.
That's what it was showing.
We're running on a clock possibly on the top, and those other motherfuckers, yeah, they're running on a different time clock. Yep, and I bet you $10 there's some time jumpers. Jay and I always said that, you know, I think there's fucking jumpers, man.
I mean, I don't know. I can't, you can't rule anything out anymore, man. It's nuts.
Nothing's, you know, impossible.
Hey, Tim.
Spock fuckery.
Do you grow this? Tim? Catnip for cats? It works for people too, but just don't take too much because your liver and kidneys.
Oh, no. What I'm into, I do the frond.
The frond. She's on the frond.
Yeah, I'm on the frond, man. I've been on the frond ever since my parents have been, you know, like kind of, you know, my dad passed away and now my mom's in hospice. Yeah, I'm still doing the frond. And, yep, it's a good, you know, natural mood enhancer. And, yeah. But, no, I don't. Oh, B.
Okay,
Miss Colin.
It's bee propulus. It's kind of like bee. It's I guess it's like pollen, but it's not honey. But it is made by a bee, so it's the cheap version of honey. So
Used for allergies and things like that, because I heard that helps with allergies.
And also olive leaf. The leaf of an olive. You don't need olives or olive oil. The leaf of an olive in tea works the same way, and it's cheap. It's a penny per pill, a penny per capsule. Cheaper than olive oil.
Moon says we are basing our opinions as if we already know everything as a fact. Science over time has been shown wrong, so why panic over something we could be wrong about all this time? That's a good point. We could have been wrong the whole time. I know you're not. I think she's just bringing it as.
Sure I know how to panic.
It's just fucked up that I can see shit coming and you know and you know, like, why I ask God, why did you do this? Why, you know, I can't lead, I can't follow, I can't be really a medic even at my age. All I can do is be like, you know, a watcher, you know, shouting out, you know, hey, it's coming, you know, or whatever the fuck. And that's my job, you know, but it's really fucked up. And I ask God, you know, why? And he, you know, he still hasn't answered.
Well, we're happy that you, I was just saying hi to Miss Mendersu. Did you get a good price for your Hunter dolls 10? Hope so. Said
no,
Kim.
I never did actually complete those, guys, you know, and, you know, I heard there's a possibility that Hunter might be running with somebody here. They're talking about Hunter running on a ticket.
Yeah, I think I might have a clip of that if I go look
and if that fucking shit comes true, oh my God, we got to crack out by BP.
That one guy that's so funny covered some of that about him. I don't know if that's what it was or it was whenever he was like arguing about don't say that I use a a math pipe instead of a crack one. It's kind of hilarious that the thing. I don't know where I've had that clip or not, but it's pretty funny. I do have something that Yorga wanted me to share. I don't directing that to anyone, just speaking in general. Yeah, I think you were just like a thought experiment. Outlandish said Hunter for president. We know better than that.
All right.
But yeah,
Hey, do you have it? I just want to set it up because when the first time I saw it, it happened real quick and I really didn't understand what was going on.
hold on just a second. Cujo, are you here? I think he'll get the kick out of this one. That's why I'm asking.
Yeah, no, we want him here for this one.
Are you here, Cujo? Okay, good.
Okay.
Go ahead. Yorga.
Well, anyway, it's basically a guy younger than me, a father, and he has a boat, and he's got his son and his daughter with him, and they're young, but his daughter brings her new boyfriend with him on the boat. Okay, and he gets kind of hazed, the new boyfriend. So that's all I need to tell you.
Yeah, it's just a funny one. It's pretty funny.
So he ends up drowning. Okay.
Yeah,
Almost, not quite.
You'll like it.
What's up with the volume, man? Oh, I hate it when this happens. It's always Facebook. Oh my gosh, y'all! I don't know what to do. It says it's up.
In it, Yoga.
Oh, it says it's
What's
drier
that?
on this side. I don't know where to get the volume.
Is Christopher Walken in the movie?
No.
It's a joke.
Oh no, I get it.
I don't know what to do, y'all. It's pissing me off. I mean, you have to just watch and not hear the sound. She's chasing after him. Where are you going? Oh, it's a lot funnier with the sound. It says meeting my sister's boyfriend. Oh, it's sister too. Maybe if I do.
Hey, it's a lot drier on this side. You won't get wet.
Stupid freaking. Then they play music. Okay, knocked him in the hands out. Hey, Troy. And he's like, my name's not.
Trey! What? Trey, where are you going? Your family is insane.
Oh my gosh.
My name is Trey. Not Troy.
All right, Troy. Well, I hope we see you again sometime soon, man.
I bet not.
I'm sorry, y'all. I had so many technical difficulties trying to share it. I don't know why Facebook's always got to be an asshole about things.
That's not even funny. It's just reality.
Moon Boots. You have to let me know if you want to come up, Moon Boots. Things are going to get easier. Yeah. I believe that's totally possible, Jason. I'm not sure what to believe. Everything and anything is possible. That's true. We save humanity, says Devin. I certainly hope so. Man, I'm telling you, I'm having so many technical difficulties. I wanted to share one about it's hilarious too, but I don't know what happened to it with the Tweaker Geographic. It's so funny. And the one you're talking about, 10, I don't know. I don't know if they actually say he's going for office as far as Hunter, but he definitely was like saying dumb shit, talking about Trump was cloned and he had a stroke and all kind of weird shit. He's definitely not making any sense, but I don't have the clip. Wait, maybe this is it, y'all. Oh, I hope it is.
I hope he doesn't even get no.
This kind of shit is exactly the kind of shit that makes me question if any of it's real. When they start acting like all of a sudden there's nothing that he's done, nothing wrong, or he wasn't in any of the, that compromising positions, and then they're just going to act like it never happened, and now he's going to run for office. That's the kind of shit that's so fucking far out there that makes you go, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Hunter Biden, I mean, the mother of
Yeah, watch this real quick. It's short.
all crash outs. He's spam replying under his tweets. Wait, what? What is this? Trump hasn't made a public appearance in 8 days. This is after the unscheduled visit to the hospital. My brother in Christ, he's speaking in the Oval Office right now. That's clearly a...
He sound like us.
Oh. Seriously, Pete, do you not see that this is a clone?
I'm like, just because
Hunter Biden versus Eric Trump in the octagon. Hunter Biden says, I'm in. Why are you not in prison? Because I got a pardon. We know. Everybody knows this. Oh my God. Self-reported. There's a video of you snorting coke off a hooker's ass, Hunter. Let me ask you a question, Mike. If I'm telling you I smoked crack, why in the world would I lie about snorting it? There's plenty of pictures of me smoking crack, doing all kinds of stupid things with all sorts of people, rarely with clothes on, but not snorting cocaine. Guys, I only have one word for this, and you're not going to like it. Presidential. Hunter Biden 2028. Let's smoke the competition. He replied, I know this may sound petty, but I can't stand when people put Photoshop meth pipe in my mouth. A crack pipe doesn't have the little bowl at the end. This is why we can't trust AI. Please make the appropriate edit. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Are you seeing the vision yet? I told you guys. Yeah, let the man cook. Wouldn't be the first time. And a fucking picture he has on Polymarket Democratic primary section. What is this picture? Come on, where's Hunter Biden? Damn. There he is. It's probably not going to happen in 2028, but I think it will probably happen the time after that. Then he will have built up at that point to full power. I'm going to do a poll. I know you might not want to vote for any of them, but I'm actually really curious what the responses are going to be. You see that?
Mm-hmm.
That 3 retards versus a crackhead? That's right. And I know this might sound crazy. I legitimately think that Hunter Biden probably will have more bipartisan support than any of the Democrat frontrunners right now. Congratulations, Hunter. What? Oh, my God. Wait, Hunter Biden is sober now?
Hey, everybody. Just a quick message to say thank you to everybody who has messaged me today on 7 years clean and sober. I'm more proud of that than anything I've ever done in my life. And I just want everybody to know that is still out there sick and suffering. There's a way out.
I told y'all he getting ready to run.
I'm so proud to be a part of this community. I'm just
I want y'all to know, like, it's going to happen. You can't stop this.
grateful for all the love and support everybody has given me. So thank you again.
Presidential election. Are you ready, Patriots? Let's fucking go. I think it's going to happen. Let the country go down in flames for memes. Well, it's going to go it's going to go up in smoke, actually. But it's a little bit different, right?
It's going to go up in smoke, actually. They have to always put music. Oh, gosh. That was just wrong, the last image of...
A crack pipe for everybody in America.
He was mad about that. He was like, oh, why would I lie? I wouldn't do that, but I would do this. Like, oh my God, dude, just sit this one out, dude. Whatever.
Didn't they have government issue crack pipes already?
Yes, Moonchild, that's what I was thinking too. Like, just because you're dad doesn't mean every president, but I don't know. Who knows? Oh my gosh. Why won't he go away? Bruce said. Where's Waldo? Brand's Trump traitor over Epstein files. His friends will get hurt. She's a moron. I don't know. I bet he'd make drugs great again. Somebody covered Marjorie Taylor Greene and Massey and talked about it. It was actually TMZ of all people saying that they were trying to run a coup against Trump. I mean, Massey did say something about getting together with her and having a plan. And I'm like, okay, even if you do, you're about an idiot for saying this out loud and being recorded saying it. Even TMZ covered it. And you know how they are. It's nuts, man. Oh my God. Wait, I thought that was Diddy. Has anyone else seen the footage of him running after a girl that ran out of his hotel room while he was naked and dragged her by the foot back in his room? I have not seen that. Did you guys? I definitely did.
I did.
Not.
Yes.
You did? Oh my gosh, I did not see that.
It's already been a while. It's old.
Yeah, Kim thought the same thing I did, that she was talking about Diddy. Okay, well, some people have seen it. I definitely missed that one. And I've seen a lot of random shit, but I didn't see that one. That's crazy.
Like comes running out in his underwear or some shit.
You saw it too? Oh my gosh. I mean, yeah, that's pretty bad. You shouldn't be able to do that and then run for president. You should only be able to do one of those two things at a time. You shouldn't be able to do both. That's nuts.
America.
Yeah, I guess so, you know.
Have you guys seen the neck fans before? The red neck fans? The ones that go around your neck? They actually work pretty good, man. If you need a rechargeable one, they work great. The neck fans. They have one on each side. This is a neck fan on each side. It goes around your neck. The red ones are the best. They're like $7, but they're actually pretty good on Amazon. It's the only things that I would get off the Amazon.
I haven't seen it. Man.
Yes, Miss Minder Sue.
What'd she say? Let me see. Oh, there we go. Yeah, she was asking that on, I think it was Craig's show, and he's like, I'm not going to answer that on a live. And we really didn't know how to tell her anything, but at least she got to reach you. That's an old video of Diddy. Good night, Steph. Thought it was Diddy. Diddy also did it. AI made a Hunter version. What? What are you talking about? What? It was totally Hunter. I mean, I don't know. That's what people are saying. Moonshot. So good to see. Let's see. You know we're still alive, chick. I hope you know. Seeing way too much of Hunter, if you get my drift. Not the emoji. If you didn't get the drift, she left an emoji. That's crazy. Not surprised, Echo. All right, you guys all get quiet at the same time.
Sorry, it's $9 now. It's not 7, it's 9, but still, it's 2 fans around your neck basically with the rope, so it's like actually cools you down. Pretty. They got a low, mid, and high level of the fans, turning.
Huh. You know who I didn't see tonight is Chessboard, and he sent me something because I'm playing this one all the time. I will spare you the rest of the 40 minutes that he does that, or 40 seconds, not 40 minutes. Sorry, that would be extremely long. It's 40 seconds.
It's the longest 40 seconds of your life.
Well, I spared you guys that, but you needed to see that to see why it's relevant what Chessboard sent me.
I do want to see this part.
It's so stupid, but I love it.
It's shit like that makes time slow down, man.
Oh, no. Well, we got this one sped up here. This is from Chessboard. Bless his heart for sending me this.
These are my rubber chickens. Each specimen has a unique timbre. Subtle variations in latex density grant radically distinct acoustic personality. Tuning a rubber chicken requires precision, the displaced air, the elastic return, and the internal chamber. Everything interferes.
Yeah, you got to dial it in.
It's so incredibly stupid, but I love it. It's hilarious. I can't believe he found this.
No, I like it too.
I have to make sure he knows it's in here. The work that goes in, I had no idea. Oh, goodness.
Tuning the chicken is quite an art.
Oh my God, no, he's got the gloves.
And this is a very special chicken.
Oh my gosh.
It cost $1 million.
No way. Oh,
it's ready to play. Now let's listen a song. Even a rubber chicken deserves tuning.
Oh, what was even better was what he wrote. He was like, your show's really good, but it needs some culture. Then that video, I'm like, oh my God, Chessboard's a trip. My gosh, I got with an ad and I wasn't even there anymore. No, that shit cracked me up. That was pretty good stuff. I thought Craig was kidding about this. No, that song is totally what's going on, and it plays out, and it is exactly the song, like the one that's on my right here with me. But yeah, that's a different guy too. I mean, it kind of does. Y'all are making jokes saying that, but it really does. Like, my gosh. Okay.
What takes more talent, Yorga? Tuning your chicken or playing your chicken?
What takes more talent? Well, I've known some guitar players that didn't know how to tune their guitar, so I would have to go with tuning.
Right on.
So I did not know I had. Oh, Jason's asking for the cheese grater girl. Shoot, y'all. I guess I'll put her on real quick. I actually just am scrolling around through some of these videos. I do have a little short clip that I was telling y'all about. I meant to play way earlier, but I didn't know I had it about the what Trump was saying about working on cars. But I gotta find my cheese grater girl wherever she went. Where did she go? Everybody keeps saying this one looks like you, 10. And I said, man, 10's way prettier. I mean, not that she's not pretty, but that's kind of.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I know.
Have you seen the one with the horse eating the carrot? It's pretty funny too.
I can't hear you. What are you kind of cutting in and out? What did you say it is?
Have you seen the one with the horse eating a carrot, getting caught in a car?
I've seen the monkey. I've seen guys, which I think is funny, but of course the guys hate it. But it's kind of freaking hilarious. I just thought that one. I just thought it was funny because they're like, "Oh, the girl," and I saw that. I was like, "Oh, this is going to be hilarious." They're going to love it.
Remind me to tell you that I'm going to be in an animated cartoon.
Oh no, I don't know what that means, but I don't want to know.
That's related.
Wait, as yourself or a character?
As myself.
Okay.
There's a girl from here.
Oh, you're serious? I thought you were making a bad joke.
No, I'm making a good joke. No, I'm being serious. But the thing reminded me. Never mind. I'll tell a little bit right now, and the rest of it's backstage, I guess. But
I will remember.
Yeah, you're in trouble. She's not going to let you forget. Basically, what she's saying, she'll remember.
Moonchild doesn't get to talk to me. She took away my side boob. Anyway. Anywho, there, I was a little bit wild back in the 80s. There's a girl that I know that's on my Facebook that sent me a message, I don't know, 3 weeks, a month ago, and was asking me for permission to use my likeness in a cartoon that she is doing about rocking and rolling back, partying back in the 80s. And she wanted to use me, my likeness, to animate me. And I said, yeah, okay. And then she gave me a text a couple of weeks ago saying that it was going pretty good and keeping up with me and all that bullshit. But there's a reason that reminded me, because she said some other shit, and I'm not going to say it on the panel. Anyway.
Well, people's imaginations will certainly go wild, I'm sure. Filling in the blanks. But this is what I was talking about earlier that I didn't even know I had it, but it's short. This is what he says here about this.
The job he's done is great. We had the auto industry in yesterday. They don't want people to fix their car. I say, that's strange. I never heard of that. They have a thing nobody's allowed to fix their car. They gave a man 7 years in jail, actually, because he fixed his own car. So I thought we'd do something about that. But we'll get it all straightened away. Can you believe it? They want a bill that prohibits people from fixing. So if you're mechanically inclined, I went to school with some guys that were, in some cases, horrible students. But they could fix an engine blindfolded. They could take a car apart blindfolded, but they weren't too good at arithmetic and other things, but they were great. And so there's a move on to stop people from fixing their car. I didn't understand it, but we had a great meeting yesterday.
There are a couple of things.
So I thought that was interesting, that he's even working on something like that. I can't believe that that's a thing. Oh gosh, Miss Mindersue, we want answers now. You're gonna have to come to the backstage, Miss Mindersue. It seems like we've reached an impasse. I keep trying to get her to come to a backstage. Some things need to be left unsaid, Cujo, says Kim. I'm a mechanic. It's my
I unsaid it.
There you go. Anyway, I thought that was cool that he's going to try to do something about that. It's I just didn't know that I had the clip there. I'm glad I do. Anyway,
it sounds good, but if all the junkyards with all the parts and all the crankcase companies are going out of business, like where are you going to get this stuff? You know what I mean?
China.
Way to hunt. I hunt the stuff down. I even get stuff before I need it if I see a deal on something because I know eventually I'm going to need it. It's a hell of a hunt.
It's going to get harder.
Well, it can be made.
What can be made?
Your car parts. If it's the old cars, you could actually make the parts yourself. I mean, I know some tool and guy guys that can do some amazing shit.
Yep.
Have you seen too that there's a factory over in China that's making? They get away with it because they say they're just making parts, but they're making like brand new 240Z bodies with I think it's on a unibody. The whole thing. It looks like a brand new like 74 240Z. Old Broncos, they make them. It's a bunch of different cars. So people are buying those for, I don't know, $10,000 or whatever, and putting all the guts in them, and you've got a 74 Bronco or whatever. You know, it's cool as shit. No way.
That has become I don't know, 15, maybe 20 years, maybe, however long, has become a business not just for auto industry, but for record players, televisions. There's a whole lot of people that are going back into the retro stuff and making parts to be able to restore these things for collectors. And it's a pretty big business.
Oh man, they do everything. Look, when I saw the other day, it was a little short clip. The guitar strings that I use and have been using for years, there's a Chinese ripoff of the actual strings, the pack and everything. It's a Chinese ripoff. Like, they'll do strings, they'll do anything.
Yeah,
they do make the polyurethane bodies for Lamborghinis. You know, the doors, the Diablo that has doors come up. They have the polyurethane body, the plastic body. It used to be like $6,000. I think it's like $9,000. I don't know how much the shipping is. From Alibaba.com, to where you can put on an S10 frame or a Ranger frame, pretty much a small truck frame.
Right.
And then, yep.
Yeah,
that's a lot of work I don't want to do, man. You know.
Yeah. Speaking of guitar strings, one of the best.
There you
we go. Thank you. Love you, Moon. Got my side boob.
It's a tit set.
There you go. Tit set. Okay.
It's a Pac-Man. It's the Pac-Man symbol. The Pac-Man,
it does look like Pac-Man if you're not perverted like I am. Right. But one thing I wanted to say to Yorga real quick, because he's talking about his guitar strings. One of the best marketed things that I've ever seen is it was somewhere like Spencer's Gifts or whatever. And it was an empty plastic bag. And it said replacement air guitar strings.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, and they were selling it for like $1.99 or something. But I mean, they sold a bunch of them because it was just the novelty of it. It's a plastic bag.
That's brilliant, man.
Yeah, it's better than a pet rock, right? I mean,
it is better than that. Yeah. Wow.
Back to that vehicle thing. All right, real quick, let me say something. Because back in, I got my first version of this truck. I've had 3 of these since 1998 when I got my first one. And I've been driving the same type of truck for the whole time. Or I've had one that's, a full-time driver. This one's got real low mileage, and I took a lot of the parts off of other ones and saved parts and did all this stuff. But the reason that I picked this truck wasn't just because I could stand up in the cab and walk in the back, but it has a incredibly long run of parts that you can use from the vehicle. Anything from a 1973 Dodge to a 1993 Dodge, for instance, like the front window is exactly the same. I can use the window mechanisms. Anything that's basic on a truck is the same as it is on this truck. So I had a whole bunch of parts available that way, but also it was known as the poor man's military truck because it was the least valuable one with the most new old stock government parts available. So when I first got these trucks, the government was surplusing warehouses full of parts they bought from Chrysler and kept in stock, and which they call new old stock, NOS. And I started collecting all the new old stock parts I could get. I was getting like crated transfer cases and transmissions, completely brand new Mopar parts for $100 a crate or something, so I would buy those parts up and save them, sell some, pay for what I've got. And it was what I'm getting to is there are certain vehicles that have a very long and very common parts availability. Like the engine in this truck is a 318 Chrysler. It was used in, man, it has to be like something like 70 different vehicles had a 318 in it, the exact same engine. I can use all the parts off of it. But there's also like Chevy pickup trucks that have the same type of thing. They won't have as long of a run of usable parts, but certain square body trucks and stuff, a lot of the stuff can be used on other years, even from a different decade, and that's when it comes to like hunting parts and stuff. They have made it difficult, believe me. I've seen it. The stuff I used to be able to get cheap now costs 5 times as much as it was in the beginning, but certain ones you're going to be able to always find parts for it somewhere, that's all.
Carl, also for the 94 to 2002 Dodge 5.9 Cummins diesel, that was a great truck too. They made a lot of those. Same body style. They also came in tractors and forklifts, the 5.9 Cummins diesel. And as for Chevy, man, and GMC, the 350.
Yes. Chevy or GMC. I agree 100%. The Fox body, I remember the hubcaps, like the lock-in, the four-wheel drive. I love them. Sorry.
Yeah,
right.
no, for Chevy and GMC. Oh, sorry.
Hopefully
Tim comes back.
I don't know. I've been moving around so much, Kim. I don't know if I don't even like to be in houses anymore. You know what I mean? I don't know if I can sit still for too long.
So thanks so much, Ten, for being up here. We loved having you. Hopefully you'll come back soon.
Ken?
But she's got a message here in private chat.
Oh, okay. All right, Ken. Love you.
Everybody.
Thanks for coming up.
Good night, Ken.
Don't be a stranger. Come up again. We really enjoyed having you. That being said, I don't know how much longer you guys want to go. This is one of the longest panels. I did not want to end
long. We're at 6 hours. I'll say we
I had
kill it.
missed her, though. I definitely didn't want to close it out while she was still here. I didn't want to rob the people of the wonderful 10. We all missed her, and it was really awesome having her up. But I would like to potentially open up the backstage. Gosh, I don't know if I've got anybody to put it out there. Everybody's kind of falling asleep, I think. But if it's not in the regular chat, then I'll put it in the message of the stream once it's ended. Can anybody do that? That's up here, possibly, or anybody in chat.
No.
What's that? You can, Moon?
I can't. No, I don't think. I mean, I can give it a whirl, but it might kick me out. I don't know.
Man, I love it when people say give it a whirl. It really does remind me of my grandma. Very few people say that anymore. I'll give it a whirl. It sounds crazy, but I'm so serious. You don't have to. If somebody else could do it, maybe. It's happy hour here. Cheers, Kim. Let's see.
Pretty sure I've never said that.
That it's happy hour or what?
No, give it a whirl. I don't think I've ever said that.
Huh.
Must be a southern thing because I say it all the time.
I mean, I'm northern West Virginia, but all my family says the R, like they have that hard R in the Appalachian accent.
Well, good morning again.
Did I do it? Good girl. Yes.
All right. Well, YouTube. It's been fun. Did you guys have any final thoughts up here on panel? Anybody?
I use Give It a Whirl because Whirlpool, like your Whirlpool dishwasher and washing machines. Whirlpool,
there you go.
Like the brand.
I don't know what it means, but it's just something I've always said, and it's always something I've always heard.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's got something to do with the old pilots, but I'm not for sure.
Are you sure it's not those the gals used to wear with the little tassels they could swing in circles and stuff? You sure it ain't about that?
No, that is something else. I forget what it's called, but
let's give it a twirl.
Making me think about a full start lawnmower for some reason.
We're gonna go another hour talking about whirls.
Yeah, give it a whirl.
Do
See
you
what I
have any-
started.
That's all right. Do you have any final thoughts, Yorga?
No.
Cujo?
Yes. I love the internet so much because it never misrepresents me. And goodbye.
Well, I like that. What about you, Johnny? Any final thoughts?
Hopefully, 10 comes back backstage. Hopefully, 10 comes back. That'd be cool. I do understand Washington State people. I'm from California, but I go up there for the Coast Guard, so I know I can understand them. It's kind of weird for me. But yeah. 10, hopefully, backstage.
Yeah, I hope you guys say, I'll send her.
I just tell everybody to be as prepared as you can be for whatever's coming.
That's good advice. Moonchild?
Touch some grass or smoke some.
I love it. All right. Well, I love you guys. I'm so glad you guys show up every week to listen to our crazy, and I always have a good time. We'll be back Wednesday. Maybe we're going to try us for Sundays. I don't know about the very next Sunday, but every Sunday after that, we're going to try to shoot for a more laid back panel. But thanks so much. Have a great night, and I'll definitely see you all on Wednesday, possibly Sunday. Have a great night, everyone. It was definitely fun. Good night.